For too long, we've lived in a world of canceled and delayed. No more. Those plans you've been making, they're on. Thanks to OnGo, the #1 ranked at-home rapid COVID-19 test. So that vacation where you get to swim with the pigs, it's on. Your friend's wedding that was pushed back 4 times, it's on. The roar of the stadium, it's on too. OnGo, COVID-19 test results in minutes. OnGo is available at letsongo.com/radio and Amazon. This product has been authorized by the FDA during the public health emergency only, and only for the detection of proteins from SARS-CoV-2, not other viruses. The claim #1 ranked is supported by ECRI's usability evaluation conducted in December 2021.
At Kroger, we believe in higher standards for fresh. So we do up to a 27-point inspection on our produce. Like for oranges, we check for scarring and sunburn, allowing only the best produce to reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh for everyone, we believe the juice is worth the squeeze. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
And now you'll find more ways to save on your favorites. When you download digital coupons, you can use up to 5 times in one transaction. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Attention. Do I have everybody's attention now?
Jacked up just thinking about this match, and I'm standing and pacing in my bed.
He's just Makazi now. He's not
okay,
King
so he's not a kid anymore.
He's a boy.
10 years later.
Man.
He's man
Makazi.
He got PWS superstar Brian Fox. And he was gone in 2 matches.
So it's Ingobernables.
Ingobernables.
You're missing a B there, but that's...
There's a B? This is what I'm talking about. These letters don't go together. Oh, you're having a wank, are you? And it's like, no!
You are listening to the Flagship Podcast with your hosts, Joe Lanza.
You've told me like 4 times. I can hear you breathing. Stop breathing.
I don't think I said stop breathing. To be honest, I did not say stop breathing.
Rich asked me to stop breathing.
I wouldn't be the first person in the wrestling world to tell you to stop breathing.
And after this show, you won't be the last.
And Rich Crage.
Joe, are you ready for Roadblock End of the Line?
Roadblock End of the Line.
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 Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line.
Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line.
Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line seems to have some buzz. There's a lot of buzz for Roadblock End of the Line.
It really does.
This is a show where we just get right down to business. There's no time for any offbeat shenanigans or off-topic conversations. We just want to get right to it. And that's pretty much been our mantra for about 10 years.
For 10 years now, yeah. Quickly approaching our 10th anniversary here in a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. I'm told that I'm a very excellent singer. So that's not the first time I've heard
pump the
that.
brakes there a little bit. Let's reel it in a little bit, but
2017 is where the battle lines are going to be drawn. Flow Sports is in the game now.
It is another level of hate and trolling that is really a reflection of our society as a whole. Now we're getting big here. Big picture.
Deep. Now we're talking
big dog,
society.
big picture.
All right, I'm rubbing my chin.
Picture.
I'm rubbing my chin.
Big Dave, big dog, big picture
Absolutely.
here.
Tea.
Oh, come on with the tea, huh? What are you? Come on. You can't be drinking.
I swear I'm drinking tea right now.
At least tell me it's beer.
I have a beer next to it.
Oh,
Are you
going to chase the tea with the beer?
I switch off. I go between when I'm a little chilly. It's cold here in Chicago, so I got.
Hold on a second. So you're alternating between tea and beer? That's absurd. the Beyonce song Single Ladies might be the worst piece of music ever recorded in human history. There was some finger work, which was interesting in this match. You
always like a good finger work. I know you. That sounded very odd.
Have you ever had a tongue in your butt?
I have never had a tongue in my butt.
You're missing out, my friend. If you ever happen to experience that, you'll never go back. Okay? Your matches stink, and your moonwalking stinks. What do you want from me? I was so sad I couldn't get off my phone. Then Shibata says, have you washed your vag, Chapin?
Okay.
The girl replies, I've washed my vag, Chapin. Then the girl says, I want to do Chapin with you right now. And then Shibata says, same here. And then the girl says, I want to fuck. And then Shibata comes back with, Chapin fucking. That's a tremendous conversation. I have no doubt you'll please me quite well. I like being a little rough with your mouth. And she says, how so? Like if you're going down on me, what I describe, slow and deep and kind of rough, so my dick chokes you a little. And she says, sounds hot. I think I'm close.
I'm going to see your vag. I have not seen it since I came here. Your vag was kind of wetting. Smiley face.
Wedding.
Girl, because your gaze turns me on. Smiley face. Girl, I'm in my period now, so I can't send mine. Frowny face. Shibata, too bad to hear that, but I understand your situation.
This is the worst show we've ever done, by the way. This is a terrible show. I'm pacing. I'm standing up. I'm sweating.
Sweating.
I am.
Well, calm down. Take a deep breath, sir. Get a sip of what are you drinking today? Diet Dr. Pepper or what?
What do you think I'm drinking? I'm drinking the Coke Zero, 0 calories.
Coke Zero, right?
Very delicious.
Right.
Every serious girlfriend I've had at some point.
Are you kidding? You Jersey. You guys do it weird.
I would say that at some point, every serious girlfriend I've had has said, let's measure your dick. Dove Pro is the 3:30 a.m. Tinder match of pro wrestling. Yes, and he does stupid things, and he does, and he can lose to anyone, and he can beat anyone, and I think that's why his matches are so dramatic. And the reason he sucks you in is because you can relate to him. He shows fight and he shows guts, and you know that this guy's not going to go down unless his opponent kills him. You got to step on this guy's throat. You got to rip his heart out of his chest before you beat this guy. And that's why his matches are so good, because you have to respect that. And that's the kind of pro wrestler that I like, Rich. That's what I get into. I get into it. A guy who goes out there and shows heart and shows fight. And he's not necessarily the best, but he's going to work harder than anybody he's in there with. And he's going to bust his ass to go out there, and he's going to do everything he can to VOW.
Again, you can try it 100 nights, risk-free, in your own home. And Joe is flushing a toilet in the background.
I unmuted the mic a little early there. So.
You have the longest... you get that thing fixed, man.
I'll never forget. Your mother said I needed a new ball cock, and I lost it.
Yes, right. She sent me an Amazon link for it.
She said, Joe Lanza needs a new ball cock. And I'm like, that's just... I mean, how is that not hilarious? I mean, I got Creech's mother telling me I need a ball cock. It doesn't get any better than that. I explained to you, I was like, I'm sorry, I was taking off my pants, and that really threw you off. But I have to break it to you. I normally record this show pantsless. I'm on fire, Rich. You were on fire before, and I'm on fire now.
Joe, are you ready for Roadblock End of the Line?
Roadblock End of the Line.
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 Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line.
Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line.
Roadblock End of the Line. Roadblock End of the Line seems to have some buzz. There's a lot of buzz for Roadblock End of the Line.
It really does.
People coming over. This Tanahashi, Rich, he's something else. He's fucking amazing.
He's pretty good.
This guy's pretty good. This Tanahashi's pretty good.
Could be a star someday.
Who the fuck delivers better than this guy in a big spot? Give me the name.
Don't yell at me.
Give me a name.
I like him.
Who delivers this guy in a big spot?
Joe, don't yell at me. I like him.
In the big spot, who delivers better than this guy?
Stop yelling at me. I agree. I'm with you.
Give me the name. Rich, how do you have 6 matches with a guy, all of them match of the year contenders, a couple of them 5 stars and a lot of smart people's opinions, including this smart guy, and then over-deliver? How do you do that?
Go next level, yeah.
How do you over-deliver on this match? And Rich, how do you have a match this good that had to follow what happened before it? Look what they followed. Look what these motherfuckers followed. And they nearly topped it. In my opinion, they did top it. They nearly fucking tied it. Look what they had. They had to follow one of the best matches of all time. And they did it. It's inhuman. It's inconceivable to me that they followed that and fucking nearly topped it. Oh, God, it was so good. Oh, God, it's just so good. Oh, I'm all fired up. Just say something. I got to stop talking right now.
But there was another part that I highlighted too. The drama in the Urban Wrestling Federation finds hip-hop rapper street bosses pitting their goons and thugs against each other in an attempt to not only one-up one another for that championship belt bragging rights, but to get that good old-fashioned paper -- cash money.
Oh, listen, if that...
Like, the whitest man ever wrote this press release, which is the greatest thing ever. Like, he had buzzwords, and he asked his children, like, what do like the rappers say, and then came up with this press release, which is fantastic.
And Rich, the second whitest man ever, is going to review it next week. What does he bring to the table? Someone tell me what he brings to the table.
I don't know anymore.
The fans don't like him. His matches stink. He grinds every show to a halt. I had enough of Timothy Thatcher. I wish he'd go back to his, whatever he does, an accountant. Go fucking account something and go away.
I won't.
Get your abacus out and fucking count shit
I
and
don't
stop
think
wrestling. I get things done in the bedroom, Rich. My work rate in the bedroom is through the roof. I am the Ric Flair of I am the Kenta Kobashi of sex. Right? My work rate is phenomenal.
God.
Okay? I got high spots. There are no rest holds when you're with a Joe Lanza, okay? Joe Lanza will not bore a woman with rest holds. I am nothing but high spots, baby. It is, when you're with a Joe Lanza, now I'm standing up. Listen, when I'm done doing what I got to do, people are sweaty, people's legs are weary, they have trouble walking, and that's me included.
This is horrifying.
That's me included. I am a mess because I work hard. I work real hard, Rich. The work rate's up. I'm going to sit back down now. You got more questions?
No, I think that's it. Many times I did not think this was going to happen, and I still don't know if it's going to happen as we say this right now.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's going to hear this, so we can just say whatever the fuck we want. I mean, we don't have to be our usual professional selves. We could just talk about whatever we feel like talking about, because nobody might end up hearing this.
Right, so we can do whatever we want. Hour 3 is now hour 1. Female fake taxi. We'll get Starrcade 91 in. What else do we have? Action Zone, that Action Zone tag. We have a giant list of, like, one of these days we will do that show where it's like one day for some, I mean, this is like one of the lightest weeks we've had in quite a while, but there will be one week where there is literally nothing to talk about, and we will just go over everything that we haven't talked about for the last 3 years. So
the Urban Wrestling Review.
And we are live here on the Flagship Podcast. I'm Rich Craich. He's Joe Lanza. Joe, what's happening? Still awake after that intro?
I spent hours putting that together. A lot
You
of work.
did. You really outdid yourself in that one, Joe. Yeah.
I'm glad everybody enjoyed it because, man, that was I spent so much time curating all the clips and I have tremendous audio video skills. And
for sure. You're on the boards. Yeah, it's you and Rich Latta on the boards, sitting there,
Correct. So
spinning knobs and things going up and things going down and
absolutely. Yeah. I'm pushing those sliders up.
Yeah, right. Like, Rich, we need more bass. Need more bass. A little bit higher. So
you could always use more bass.
Of course.
You could always use more bass. When can you not use more bass? When I was in high school and all my friends were getting their cars and everything, and back then you would put a system in your car. Rich.
Mm-hmm. I was alive in the system days. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore, right? Kids don't put systems in their. Like, when I grew up, every kid I knew in high school, their trunk was non-existent because it was just filled with speakers and subwoofers, and it was very loud to be in the car. I did not like it at all. It was
I don't think kids do it anymore because you don't hear cars going by your house.
Right.
That feels like an earthquake is driving by. But back then, that's what you did, and I don't even know where I was going with that. To be honest, I lost my train of thought. All I know is, I had nothing to do with that, as many people could probably ascertain. Rich put that together. Did you put that? Who put that together?
I did put that together. I do want to give some credit. So all I had to do was kind of listen to all these clips and listen to all these classic clips over the last 10 or so years of this show. And really, though, the true MVPs of this were one, Chris Maffei, who used to host the Music of the Mat podcast on the Voice of Wrestling Podcast Network. And many, many years ago, he was diligent about this. Like, he had collected an ungodly amount of flagship clips. And thankfully, he does still have some of those, and I've now downloaded them, or I have them now. But yeah, he had kept them, thankfully, for a couple of years, because he had some website, and I think it was on the forums and stuff, where he would collect these new things and post them or whatever. But it was kind of many years ago, and then I kind of forgot about it. And then when we were getting close to this 10th year thing, I was like, crap, I got to see if those clips are still there, because I don't really want to go and listen to 200 hours of flagship episodes to find these little clips. So thankfully, he had a lot of those still up there. So immense thank you to him for a lot of the kind of classic clips you heard, as well as Bonesaw on our Discord. Bonesaw is kind of carrying that mantle now and doing those clips these days. So if we have new episodes, Bonesaw is going to grab a clip or two and put it in a Google Drive. So without those two, this thing doesn't happen. It absolutely does not happen. They did the really hard work. I just had to kind of put it together, find the clips, find the highlights, find different things that I wanted to do. And it was amazing how much stuff was actually there. I mean, there was the clip of us talking about coming up on our 10-year anniversary, which I think we talked about like 2 years ago or something like that. And then the final part where we said there was a particular show that was like, I couldn't get connected to you. You couldn't get connected to me. It was back before we were even going live, when we were just trying to connect on Skype or whatever dumb program we were using at the time. And we're just convinced that it's not going to record. It's just not going to happen, which happened a lot more frequently in those days. We haven't had a not record show in years. Like that, it just doesn't happen anymore because the technology is a little bit better. But I was loving that. I found that clip of us saying, you know what, screw it, this show's stupid, nobody cares, it might not even get recorded. Let's talk about everything that we haven't talked about. And we've promised people for 5 or 6 years now that we're going to talk about Starrcade 91 and Female Fake Taxi and the Action Zone tag or whatever. So let's just do that on this episode. So I was really glad to find that clip because that kind of bookends what this show is going to be, this flagship 10th anniversary spectacular, where we will briefly touch on some current topics. We're going to do that at the beginning. We're going to talk quick hitter current topic stuff, so we will get to that. We are going to do the Wrestling Observer Awards, and we'll explain why we're going to do that here in a moment. But we're also going to empty out the war chest, Joe. We promised people in January of 2015 that on an episode of the show, we were going to review Starrcade 1991, the Lethal Lottery Battle Bowl. And people are wondering, there's like new listeners that are like, why are you... We'll explain it at the time. We'll explain it when we get to it. But there's a significance behind it and a reason behind it. Sort of. Not really. The significance is also that we just didn't do it. And then people kind of like jokingly were like, hey, you guys going to do Starrcade 91 this week? And we're like, yep, this is the week we're going to do it. And that bit lasted 7 years. But I think now it's time to retire that bit. And the Action Zone tag, which we'll talk about as well. That was going to be on the exact same episode. We were going to review both of those. That's before wrestling got really stupid and crazy and insane every single week. So we were reviewing a lot of retro stuff at that time. So that was going to be the episode. It was going to be half Starrcade 91, and the other half was going to be the Action Zone tag. And that was 7 years ago. So we were going to empty out that war chest, do that. The people have asked about Female Fake Taxi. I don't even remember what Female Fake Taxi is. So I guess you can do that if you want. I do not remember what Female Fake Taxi is at all. I just know when I was looking things up, people were like, yeah, Starrcade and Action Zone and Female Fake Taxi. And I'm just, I don't remember what that was.
Well, Starrcade and the Action Zone tag, Starrcade 91, those became memes because we in earnest kept saying that we were going to review those things. And then we never got around to it. And then it just became a running bit.
Yeah, for about 3 months, we were legitimately like, all right, Joe, this week you want to do Starrcade 91? Because I have the notes. I have my original notes from 2015. Yeah. I already watched that stupid show once, and I had to watch it again, this week. But like, I have my notes, and it was like, I was like, Joe, this week you're going to do it? And you're like, and I think you were like, yeah, sure. Yeah, this will be a good week. And then something would happen, or we'd get to the Dragon Gate bit that people have with the flagship now, where it's like we get to we have 10 minutes left in the third hour, we haven't gotten to Dragon Gate. That was Starrcade 91. I'd be like, well, Joe, do you want to talk? And you're like, we only got 15 minutes. We can't review Starrcade 91 in 15 minutes. We're like, all right, we'll wait. that was like 3 months, and then we just said, okay, forget it. That's so far gone. We're not going to go back to it. And then people would come back and say, well, what about Starrcade 91? It became, like you said, a meme for the next 7 years of people saying, hey, this week you guys going to record Starrcade 91? And we're like, maybe, we'll see. And obviously we never actually in earnest ever wanted to do it again. But I feel like this episode we have to do it.
Yeah, I even, when we rolled out the Patreon, that was one of the things I promised.
That's right. And in the original Patreon description, let me see, because it does say, finally the Starrcade 91 review.
Finally the Starrcade 91 review with no intentions of delivering. Just, right. I was continuing the bit, so that was a bit. The Action Zone tag, same thing. And Female Fake Taxi was just, remember for a while there, we were just fascinated. Well, I was just fascinated.
You got a mouse in your pocket? Who's we? You.
Just fascinated with Fake Taxi and the mechanisms behind that. Like, people think the Dancing Bear segment from last week was the first time we've done something like that. You're all a bunch of noobs. Okay, we've been doing porn breakdowns for years here.
Yeah, that's in the intro. If you heard having a wank, are you? That is from that segment, which was excruciatingly long, by the way. If you think the Dancing Bear, I think went an hour and a half on Fake Taxi.
Multiple times.
Right, and not just one time, yeah.
And then we compared Progress Wrestling to Fake Taxi, which a few years later became kind of a eerie comparison.
God damn it. God damn it, Progress. Yeah. And
then it really did become Fake Taxi. So then what happened was the Fake Taxi, they rolled out a female Fake Taxi.
So the original Fake Taxi scenario was a guy driving a woman, right?
Oh, listen to you pretending like you.
No, I honestly don't remember. I never watched the Fake Taxi ones. We talked about it on that show. There's certain demographics that you don't always jump in. I can't do the Brits. You know what I mean? I don't know why. There's something about it.
You can't do the Brits?
Nah.
You don't like that beans on toast porn?
Nah, I don't know.
I gotta tell you, I like a good British accent.
Okay, though. And I think that was your original scenario. Except you didn't like the Hackney ones. You didn't like the.
No, that's why I did. That's why I did the impression, and that's the only British impression I can do.
Right, is the Hackney? Yeah.
So we're like redo. This is
the same thing. Okay, yeah. So it was a guy was driving a girl, right?
No, Rich, stop.
Okay,
stop. First of all, number one, I don't believe you. Second of all, because I feel like you've wanked your little German soldier at the Fake Taxi before. I don't buy this for 1 second. Did you see I used the British verbiage, wank? Did you see how I worked that in? Yeah. Number two, you're not describing this properly. It's just a guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's UK porn. The guy drives a taxi around. He just happens to pick up incredibly hot women every time. And they just happen to not be able to pay for the fare. Or he's like, listen, let's cut a deal here. I'll give you this ride for free if... Glock, glock, glock. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you for God.
That's how fake. That's the Fake Taxi concept. But what happened was, and they then rolled out Female Fake Taxi, which was a female driver.
Got it.
And then she would just happen by chance to pick up hot guys with gigantic penises every time for her fares.
Who also didn't carry cash.
Who also either, couldn't handle the payment or,
got it. Okay.
She just, found alternate ways for them to take care of the fare. So that's all the Female Fake Taxi was. And I think what happened was, and this was many years ago, maybe a veteran listener can correct me, but I think what happened was I was just, enamored with the fact that they rolled out a Female Fake Taxi and we were going to break that down, and then we just never got around to it. But there's nothing to break down. It's just now Female Fake Taxi has been around for like 5, 6, 7 years. I don't even know if they're still producing the Fake Taxi series or the Female Fake Taxi series. Because it's like any other porn thing. You get tired of the genre and you move on. So I don't even know if they're still making them. I mean, But yeah, that's all the Female Fake Taxi thing was. And then, of course, there's Urban Wrestling Federation, which we never got around to reviewing either. And we will do that today as well.
Yes, so, Hood Killa. We're going to talk about Hood Killa. We will read the press release that we got. You heard a little bit of that in the intro. But yeah, we got We got a press release sent to us in, let me get the exact date here because I found it. Groundbreaking, quote, street crime wrestling drama Urban Wrestling Federation returns to pay-per-view this month with Hood Killa, sent to us from Steve O'Neill. That was in July 12th, 2016. He asked if I wanted a screener. I replied on July 20th, so I waited 4 days, I guess, and said, Steve, sorry for the delay in response. We would love a screener of the pay-per-view for review. If you could send it to that would be fantastic. Thank you. Steve says, Rich, no problem. Here is your private screening link to Urban Wrestling Federation Hood Killa. Let us know what you think. And there's a Vimeo link there sent to us July 20th, 2016. I regret to inform you that link is no longer active, but we were able to find Urban Wrestling Federation's Hood Killa on YouTube. So
you really can't get into it. A hot British accent.
I'm joking. I'm actually, I've watched a few. No, they're, yeah, no, yeah.
You don't want the Cockney though.
That's it. That like when there are some of those fake taxis, like you said, that are very, or some of the where they're just like they're a little too from the docks. Like where were you from when you're VP on the Docklands or whatever?
Docklands.
Yeah, it's like a woman that I would imagine would like take a drag of a cigarette and spit it out and be like, "You ready?" I'm like, I don't want that. You know what I mean? Like, but
having a wank.
Yeah, right. But like the girls that the fake taxi guy picked up, they're pretty attractive. I couldn't, I can't say no to those girls. Those are some very beautiful.
Go
women.
down your knickers, blow.
Right, exactly. Like, right.
Because she's toothless.
Right. Yeah. There's.
She's from the 18th century for some reason. It's just you don't want anything to do with it. But,
like she's a veteran. Like she's gonna take you on a journey that you've never been on because she's a vet of the game. But yeah, it's still.
Oh yeah. I mean, she knows what she's doing.
Oh yeah, no, she's an expert. Yeah.
But that's not a sexy accent at all. Now, I can't do any other European porn, just the UK porn. I can't do like Eastern European porn. And I'm like a diamond inspector. I could spot it just from the. You
can see from the video quality. You can see the video quality pretty quickly. Yeah.
Well, just the thumbnails. I know a fucking Hungarian face if I see one in like a porn video, and I just won't even click. Then you click it, and they have the accent, like they're speaking these ugly Eastern European languages. They got like
subtitles.
The guys always leave their dark colored socks on when they're getting. I can't.
Brown socks.
I don't like the Euro porn. I'm not a fan of it. But the UK porn, I can get into that. But what was the other thing that we were supposed to? The Docklands. That reminds me. This is a sad day. I have something sad.
What happened? This is a good day. It's a joyous day. It's a celebratory day.
No.
10 years. 10 years of the flagship.
Well, it's a sad day. You never wanted to get to this day.
No, I didn't.
You had no interest in making it to 10 years.
I was hoping I had a kid and like a family by now, but now look at me. Look at my ass. I'm still here.
Well, there's still time, Rich.
Yeah. Just do this podcast, I guess, for the rest of my life. It's fine.
There's time, Rich. You can do all of these things.
Yeah, no, I'd rather just do this show. It's fine.
Look at where I was in life when this started.
I know. I'm going back and listening to the clips, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. Going back and listening to the clips and gathering these half of the clips are you being like, yeah, so I had like 4 Tinder dates this night, and yeah, I begged 2 of them, and the other 2 I just told them. I'm like, oh my god, I was like, this show is wild then, man. Jesus Christ, it was.
Listen,
if people think the show now is wild, or that we get into weird topics now, I mean, oh my god, there was not that much wrestling to talk about, so we'd like review, WWE like Over the Limit or whatever, and then be like, all right, well, so Joe, who'd you fuck this weekend? Like, it was really weird. Yeah, I don't know why anybody listened to the show ever.
Multiple women with cast on their feet. Remember that whole?
Yeah,
thing?
there was one where you were talking about this girl. I was gonna put it in, but I forget. I forget why I didn't. I guess the clip wasn't as funny, but like the story was kind of funny. It took too long to do the story.
Right.
But there was a girl that you were like getting hot and heavy with. Like you were getting like it was a few dates in. Things were going well. And then you mentioned something about wrestling, or mentioned something to wrestling too, and you were like, "Oh, you're into wrestling too?" Because you were like, "This is the woman. This is it." Like I found her, and then she said she liked wrestling, and you're like, "Oh my god, this is ridiculous. This is unbelievable." And then you were like, "Well, yeah. I mean, what kind of wrestling do you like?" And she was like, "You know who my favorite wrestler is?" And you threw out a bunch of names, and she went, "No, Kane."
Yeah.
And you were like, "All right, well, this has been great." So like this woman who everything else about her was great.
Yeah.
You said she was a smoke show. she liked wrestling, but she liked Kane, and you were like, "Nah, can't do it."
Yeah, I
can't do it.
remember that. Yeah, I can't do it. It's like that other girl that I was seeing, and then she revealed that she was a St. Louis Cardinals fan.
Oh no, yeah, can't do it.
The end of that. Couldn't do it. Yeah, no doubt about it. But yeah, you want my sad news? I got sad news. So finally, I had to drop the OG original WWE Network because every device, they are recognizing the VPN on every device in my house.
Oh man.
They finally caught up to me. I can't log in. But Rich, you're going to love this one. I worked myself into a shoot, okay? Because I cannot log in because every time I attempt to log in, it tells me
I had the same problem.
VPN.
I know the exact problem you have, and I had it as well. I wasn't as diligent about it as you were, but this same exact scenario happened to me. But go on for people that have not had the scenario happen to them yet.
So I get to the login screen, and then when I try to log in, it says we have detected a VPN. You must disable your VPN, which means I now cannot cancel my account. So now I'm in this conundrum where I've worked myself into a shoot. And I had to figure out a workaround to cancel my account. I had to go through the bank, so it was a whole fucking thing. But I have succumbed to the cock.
Oh, the cock! Welcome to the cock.
Slave to the cock. I'm sure this will be a clip on the 20th anniversary show, as I have succumbed to the cock, and it's a very sad day because Rich, after one day of using the cock, I fucking hate the cock. The cock sucks.
Oh, all you have to. So were you trying to watch Starrcade 91?
Yes.
It's easy. It's just season 8, episode 1 of Starrcade. You dummy. You just don't know. Yeah, it's actually become a fun game because I used to just yell about it, but now I try to make it a fun game. Where I'm like, all right, here, let's do this. All right, we're getting to SummerSlam 93. All right, so I try not to think too much. I just try to make like my first guess. And I'm like, ooh, season 7. And it's like, 91. God damn it. Like, it's just, it's kind of fun. Yeah, Starrcade is tricky, though, because I was like, oh, Starrcade 91. Oh, yeah, forgetting Starrcade 83, all those. So I was way off with what I thought 91 was. But yeah, there are some things about the Peacock are okay. Some things, a few little things. But yeah, largely it's pretty horrible. It's very difficult to find stuff, even though I've gotten okay at it.
Can't stand it. And it's just a sad day. I don't even want to add to WWE's statistics on the cock. It makes me sick that I'm contributing to that.
Well, I was worse for a while there too, where I was so pissed that they got rid of the network that I got Peacock free from my cable, but then they had so many ads, and I was like, fuck, I'll just pay for it anyway. So I was paying for Peacock for like other reasons, not for WWE Network, while also paying WWE Network at the same time. And eventually I had to stop that. What I did, Joe, is I went to their support and was like, whoa, I got locked out of my account. I can't get in. Like, can you cancel my account for me type of thing? And the person clearly, there must have been something tagged that like this asshole was using a VPN or whatever, because they're like, sure, Mr. Craich, we'll cancel that for you right away. Type of thing. Like,
well, the problem is
the thing I heard back from them. It was a very cold response from the customer service representative.
Yeah, well, because you were logging in from Melbourne, right?
Yes, yeah.
You should have been like, crikey, you can't log into my account.
Right. I was sipping a Foster's and noticed I couldn't get into my account.
Right. That's what you should have done. And then
it's summer here instead of winter where it is by you guys. And they're like, all right, cool.
When I flush my toilet, the water goes down in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And I can't cancel my account. That's what you should have done. You wouldn't have blown your cover.
A dingo took my password. I don't know
right.
It is. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, but I was like, hey, what's going on? I'm trying to cancel my network. And like, this guy from Australia. Get the fuck out of here. So.
Right. So that's your own fault for blowing your cover. I mean, you should have known better. You're sitting here calling up with an American accent. That's not going to work. They're like, this guy, he's from Chicago. We can hear it in his because you have a very obvious.
Yeah, I do not sound like a man from Melbourne, Australia. So.
Yeah. It's not as bad as the nurse's Chicago accent.
I tell her, it enrages her.
Why does that enrage her?
Because she doesn't think she has it. And then, you say she has it. And I said, Joe thinks you sound like you're from Chicago. And she goes, no, I don't. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, right there. You kind of did it right there. She's like, oh, fuck off. So then.
She's Jamie Gertz from Still Standing. That's what she sounds.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh yeah.
That's a deep pull. People don't know what we're talking about now.
Still Standing. Yeah.
But
Babe, absolute smoke show too. The wife and Jamie Gertz, both of them.
Oh, you're into the Jamie Gertz.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, 10, 15 years ago, maybe. She hasn't gotten work in a long time, right?
Yeah, I don't know what she's doing these days.
What's she done lately?
Isn't she like a part owner of the Atlanta Hawks? I think that's true.
Didn't she marry well? Didn't she marry like an extremely rich person? Yeah,
Sure.
She married her husband Anthony. P. Wrestler.
You grew up with an Anthony, right?
Anthony P. Wrestler is an American billionaire private equity investor, and chief executive based in Beverly Hills. So that's why she doesn't work. She doesn't need to.
Good for her. Yeah, no, so I was right. She when they do the NBA draft lottery and the Hawks are in it, she's always there, like representing them.
Oh, well, there you go.
You guys like Adam Silver. It's like, it's like Bernard King and like all these other guys. And it's like representing the Atlanta Hawks, Jamie Gertz, minority owner, Jamie Gertz. Yeah, so
he's worth $5.9 billion.
Oh, she's got a part of the Milwaukee Brewers too. She's got some fun teams there. Good for her.
Got a piece of a couple teams.
Yeah, good.
She's a little taste. You know who else is named Antony? TK.
Tony Khan, yeah, for sure.
He's an Antony.
I will tell one story, and then we can get into AEW and some other stuff. A perfect way to start this flagship is, you know me, and there was a clip in the intro as well about the tea and beer thing, where you were just stunned that I drink beer and tea at the same time.
Yeah.
So I was just gonna have beer and water today, but I was like, you know what? For the show, I'm gonna make some tea. Do it, classic. Maybe I'll make it a bit. I'll say, hey, Joe, I'm drinking tea. Hey, Joe, I'm drinking beer, whatever. So I go to take a sip. While the intro is going on, I'm muted. I go to take a sip of my tea, and you hear something rattling around in my cup here. The fucking handle breaks off of this glass and pours scalding hot tea all over me, by the way. Thankfully, there wasn't a dog on my lap or a dog underneath me like they usually are. So then, like, we're down to like 6 minutes left on this, intro, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta clean this shit up in 6 minutes. Like, I had to change all my clothes. It was a disaster. It was just a perfect way to cap off the 10th anniversary. As I would take a sip of my tea that I thought I was so clever by getting, and it would just explode. The cup would explode and pour scalding hot tea all over me. So yeah, great.
Sorry about your damn luck.
Yeah.
Remember when Dixie Carter put James Storm's face on a typhoon and was heading towards Japan?
Mm-hmm. While inactive, Typhoon was heading towards Japan.
Yeah. That was during the 10 years.
What was this Tony Khan intro? You wanted to transition to an Anthony Khan thing.
I just said Tony Khan is also not an Anthony. He's an Antony.
Oh, is he an
He's
Antony?
Not Anthony. Yeah, he's not Anthony. He's Antony.
I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that.
There's no H in the Anthony.
Really?
Khan. Antony. Yeah. Anthony. Antony.
I don't think I would have. I don't think I ever knew that. That's good. Fun fact.
You see? Anywhere.
Educating.
I was just naming another famous Antony.
Okay, thank you.
That's all. Another billionaire Antony.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that seems to be the way to become a billionaire is take that H out. Get the H out.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, get the H out.
Let's briefly touch on.
I can't believe you found the original. Stop yelling at me. I agree.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You found the original Kenta Kobashi of sex, which I probably haven't heard that one since the day we recorded it. The original Kenta Kobashi
That segment,
of sex.
I had that entire segment in. That intro was already 12 minutes.
Yeah.
There was a point where the entire Kenta Kobashi of sex thing is up there. I might upload it. I might put it somewhere. Maybe for the patrons, I can upload it. Joe, I'm not kidding. It is 17 minutes of you telling me about your sexual conquests and what you do to people in the bedroom with no interruptions for me. And I think the best part is for some reason I had asked you a question, or maybe it was like a Q&A or something like that, because you go on this long thing, you stand up, you're talking about all this stuff about your work rate and no rest holds and the high spots and the fighting spirit and all this stuff that you go on about. And you're you're talking about how you work programs with these girls. And you remember stuff that came up a couple times ago and like reference it back or whatever.
You got to have callback spots if you're going to work a program.
This thing is going on and on and on, and I'm like, this is great. This is really good. And then I'm like, I got to keep this entire segment in. And then when it was done, I was like, I can't in good conscience make this intro 25 minutes and have 17 minutes of that being you talking about having sex. Like, it's inhuman. I couldn't do it. So it's still, the clip that I put in there is still about 2.5 minutes long. There is another 15 minutes that are on the cutting room floor. And the best part about it is at the end, you go, "Now you have any more questions for me?" And I think that was like the end of the show. I think I was just done. Like we were just done with time. We had nothing left to go. It was over, and I'm just like, "No, we need to go. This is ridiculous. I can't believe it." But that was.
Well, I remember I just kept going and going, and all I kept hearing out of you was, "Oh, come on,
it was vile. It's like. Yeah, I mean, I violated. I don't mean it was actually vile, but like it was just like very, very detailed, like a lot more detail than anybody ever needed to know.
Listen, a listener asks a question, I'm here to provide the answers. Right. That's all. Listen, those were crazy days for me. That was a period of my life that somehow I survived without getting any.
No pregnancies, no STDs, no AIDS. Yeah,
none of that. How?
I still don't know.
How? I don't know how. This is insanity. I was just on a rampage, because I was in a relationship for the entirety of my 20s with one person, right? So I didn't get to sow those oats, so to speak.
Who said sow those oats?
So when that ended,
who said sow those oats?
I had to make up for lost time.
Sow those oats.
Yeah, that's right.
Who has said sow those oats?
I just said it. I had to make up for all that. Listen, I had to make up for all that lost time. That's the mindset I was in. And condom? What's a condom?
I cannot believe that.
I
think that was the part that horrified me the most during that rant. Is at one point I think I jump in with being, and then you're like, "Oh no, Rich, no, natural baby," and I was just like, "Oh
I'm
no."
Not listen,
I was like, "Oh no, God, like I'm not gonna have a podcast partner soon enough."
This is not advice. I don't recommend.
Entertainment purposes only. Yes.
Yeah, for the youngsters out there, I don't recommend that kind of lifestyle. I was very lucky to dodge those bullets, but listen, and I'm not saying it was good. It was definitely ill-advised. But the policy then was don't ask, don't tell. If it doesn't come up, then the draw's not opening. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all, that's how I rolled. I mean, I had them ready and at full disposal if it was requested. But, geez. Yeah, I was out of my mind.
You were just an absolute lunatic.
Out of my mind. Lunatic.
Yeah, if people don't, I mean, it would be a touch and go if like Joe would show up for. We do these live shows now, and it's obviously like you have to be on a little bit of a time limit. But there were many a times where I'd say, "Hey Joe, you want to go today at 7 p.m. or whatever?" You'd say, "Yeah, sure." I would get a text at like 6:55. You're like, "Oh fuck, can we go at like 8?" And I'm like, "Yeah, whatever." And then 8 would come. Make it 9. I'm like, "Okay, fine, that's fine. I'll do 9. That's okay." And like you never missed the show, but it sometimes would be. And I always imagine like what was happening in that bedroom or that wherever this thing is happening, where you're trying, like you're probably trying to get out, but you also aren't really trying that hard. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Like if we want to go, if you want to rematch right now, I got time. I got all the time in the world. You just have to text me and tell me, "Hey, dumbass, wait a little bit more," and then I'll be there in a bit. But yeah, that was it was.
Yeah,
it was wild times. If you think the shows are late now, Jesus Christ, there used to be.
Yeah, crazy days. Yeah, that just shows how long this show's been around. It's like that's what you said at the top. Like, I don't think people realize how different the show was then.
No, and the thing that makes it really unique as well is like this
is the mature version of the
yes,
show.
This is actually the mature version, and things kind of flip flopped a little bit as well. So when we started this show 10 years ago, 10 years this week. When we started the show, you at that time were engaged, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you were engaged. I had recently broken up with somebody.
Yeah.
I wasn't a wild child like Joe necessarily. I was sowing some oats, but I wasn't sowing as many oats as Joe was. But I was out there. I was doing it, and you were engaged at that time. And I think it was, I don't know, about a year into the show. I don't know exactly when that happened or whatever, when that completely flipped. I had started dating the nurse. I had gotten pretty serious with the nurse. It was pretty good. She had moved in, all that sort of stuff. And right around the same time that she had moved in and we had kind of gotten serious, then the Joe Lanza came out, and that's when things got absolutely wild on the show. And that's when you pretty much for I think about 5 years straight were just an absolute rampage on the
out of my goddamn mind.
Yeah, to the fine folks of Texas.
Out of my goddamn mind. Yeah, it's just not entirely proud of it either. I got to be honest, but it
made for great. It really got us through some lean because the original part of this podcast is and I'm not going to go through the whole story. We've done it 1,000 times or whatever, but we decided, hey, we're both on this Madden message board. Let's do a show talking about the Wrestling Observer Awards. We did that. That was a fun show. 7 people said they liked it, so we're like, all right, cool. We're doing this thing that nobody, and we didn't even really quite know what podcasts were exactly. Like they were still kind of in their quote unquote infancy.
We were on this very tiny podcast network, and we were the wrestling show.
Yes,
and yeah, like you said, it was the 2011 Wrestling Observer Awards, which explains why we're doing the Wrestling Observer Awards on this show.
Exactly, full circle. Bring it back.
We haven't done the Wrestling Observer Awards as a show topic in years. I can't remember.
4 or 5 years, maybe tops. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while for sure. Yeah, it has definitely been a while.
So that's just going to be a throwback topic, throwing it back to the first show where we did the 2011 Observer Awards. So that's the tie in there.
And then, like we said, we always said that right after that, we started doing a little bit more interviews in that sense and doing stuff with, and we talked about pretty recently about that, foray into the interviews and the good and the bad of that. And there were some great interviews and there were some absolutely horrendous interviews and a lot of trouble, a lot of people not showing up at the right times and all these sorts of things. So we eventually decided, screw it. And then one time, like somebody couldn't come for an interview and we just did a show where we just talked about wrestling shit. I don't even remember what, like we just started talking about stuff. And everybody was like, oh, hey, all 9 people this time were like, whoa, that was a great show. You guys should do that more. And then we just kind of did that forever. We did a couple more interviews here and there, but then we just kind of decided, well, let's just talk about stuff. And we just, honestly, like as simple as it is, like the last 9 years was just us coming on every single week and talking about stuff, and that's, you being a wild child, us, that sort of stuff helped during some of those lean years where there's not as much fun wrestling to talk about. But yeah, that's why this show was as ridiculous as it was. And that's why, when we do these little segments here and there and people are like, oh, wow, you guys are crazy. You guys are nuts. Like it was, you go back and listen to like a 2014 episode. It was, we would scream and yell about some New Japan match or a New Japan show, preview some dumb WWE pay-per-view coming up. And then the next hour and a half were just you ranting and raving about God only knows what.
That's where the third hour memes started, because the third hour would just be utter nonsense, just completely off the rails. And for a while there, we were going 4 or 5 hours.
Oh yeah,
That didn't last real long because then it's like it's just too much, and you have a life, but it's like,
well, the best thing that happened is we had we switched podcast providers and we uploaded like a 5-hour episode once, and I got an email like right away. I'm like, you can't be uploading 5-hour episodes. Yeah. Like, cut that shit out at 3, and I'm like, all right, that's fine. Like,
they told us 2.
Oh, they told us 2, yeah, and I was like, no, we can't do 2 again. Not going to happen.
We cannot do a 2-hour show. Yeah. So we lobbied for the third hour, and they gave it to us. That was Audio Boom.
Audio Boom, yep.
And so we had to lobby for that, and we got it because they wanted to cap it at 2. But, and for the first year, we weren't going every week. We were going on a when do you feel like doing one kind of schedule, because you'd be like, we haven't done a show in like 2 weeks. And then I'd be like, oh, yeah, well, there's a WWE pay-per-view coming up. Let's go with it. It's just very casual, just every few weeks. And then we ended up, and then we got on a weekly schedule, and then you see that the downloads grow because, consistency is important. And then it's probably been every single week for at least 8 of the 10 years, right?
I would say, yeah. There may have been a week or 2 in there that we have, but yeah, for the most part, I would say.
Well, yeah, I don't mean like a
50.
one-off.
I mean, definitely like 50 weeks a year for sure. That we've done this for the last 8 years for sure.
For at least the last 8 or 9 of the 10 years for sure, it's been weekly. And then live ever since the pandemic. I mean, that started during the pandemic. When the pandemic started. So probably March or April, somewhere around there, 2020, it's been live every week. So like 2 years live.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I was going through that. I was like, God, we've been doing this thing live for 2 years now. It's insane. It's nuts.
Yeah.
I never thought we'd be able to do live. Like, honestly, given how wild some of those early shows were, I just never thought we could ever, especially like, you're talking about the Wild West of podcasting in that sense. Not just necessarily about like the content that we were talking about, but like I said, there was a lot of times where we would finish a show and I'd say, Joe, it didn't record, and we were like, what the fuck? Like, we lost so many shows that just didn't record, or they would stop recording halfway through because it was tough. You were on Skype, you were trying to record on Skype, like the technology just wasn't there. It wasn't very good. And that's been a godsend as well, is to just be able to know that every time we record and every time we talk, it's going to be okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to record, it's going to stream, it's going to do all that sort of stuff. Because it wasn't that for a while. And it was touch and go. And I used to have backups upon backups. You would have a backup. I would have a backup. We would just be, and still sometimes things would fuck up. Or like, oh, it didn't select the right microphone. Or, oh, it didn't pick up Joe's microphone. It was just wild stuff that I wouldn't know until we were done. And that's fine and dandy if you do a 30-minute podcast or 45-minute podcast. But yeah, a lot of times we would finish and I would just, open the file and go, God damn it, like, come on, we just wasted 3 hours or whatever. But sometimes we just said, fuck it, we'll do it tomorrow, we'll go back and we'll do something different and we'll do it better than we did the day before. And yeah, usually we did. As I say that, Joe disconnects. Hello.
Yeah,
how ironic. There we go.
I had to dip out a second because it was, how it is. I tried to be covert about it. You didn't.
Well, no, I was doing Well, I hear a bing, and everybody hears a bing here. I was laughing because as I was talking about how we don't have tech issues anymore, all of a sudden I hear a bing of Joe Lanza reconnecting. Like, perfect, great, that's just the best. But
well, isn't that ironic?
Yeah, that's. But yeah, no, it was tough go. I'm always kind of amazed, like you mentioned that I don't know how. And this is kind of interesting. I ask people for their memories of the flagship on Patreon, patreon.com/voices of wrestling, also in our Discord as well. And a lot of people send us some stuff. People emailed us as well, their memories, because I'm mostly curious, like, when people started listening, how they started listening, because that's the thing that always gets me is I just don't, it happened, like, obviously over the course of 10 years, but it's still just wild to me that we went from, having literally 4 people listening to the first episode, or maybe even that might even be more than, it was probably Larry, Biss, and like one other dude that were listening.
6.
Yeah, right. Like, was it 6? The core 6 that were listening.
The number is 6. It was 6 people.
And like, to go from 6 to like where we are today, I just don't understand how that even happened. You know what I mean? Like,
or was it 9? I can't remember.
Maybe, yeah. Somewhere, it wasn't much more than that. It wasn't double digits, I can tell you that. It was more than 2 and less than 10 for sure. But yeah, I just don't understand how we went from there to where we are now, or where we are. It's just, even when we had like 100 listeners, I was like, how did 100 people find this show? Like, how did they listen? But they just did, and they just, the thing that I think we always liked is it just always, people just stuck with us a lot of people that emailed us are like, yeah, let's start listening in 2013. I started listening in 2014. I started listening to, when you reviewed Dominion 2014, or you did Wrestle Kingdom 9 or whatever. And that to me always makes me feel good. And obviously people are going to come and go. People are going to listen to, get out of the hobby, decide I don't really like wrestling anymore, or we're going to bury their favorite wrestler. They're going to say, fuck these guys, I'm done with them, or whatever. But the amount of people I heard from that had said, yeah, I've been listening since, 2016 or 2015 or 2014. I mean, that to me is just like, wow. Like, I know there's podcasts that I've listened to for that long, but it's still just, it blows me away that people stuck with this show for all those years, or even found us in the first place, because we weren't that good at like advertising either. So it just kind of happened though, which is awesome.
Yeah. There weren't a lot of shows then, and there really aren't even. There's more now, but there wasn't a lot of shows then that were trying to cover everything.
Mm-hmm,
and I think that.
We did, and I think that is probably the best thing, is that what we did is nobody was doing the show that we do now. Like, the get on here and talk about New Japan and WWE and our actual lives outside of wrestling and this and retro and being able to be that way and be unequivocally wrestling fans, you know what I mean? And just talk about wrestling and break it down and not be afraid to bury anybody and yes, it has given us a lot of enemies along the way, but like, I think a lot of the people that have stuck with us for those years are like, yeah, I always love that when I listen to you guys, I hit play, I know that I'm getting your actual thoughts on wrestling, and nothing's getting sugarcoated, nothing's getting, we can't cover that topic, we can't do that, or we don't want to be mean about this, or we have to let it play out, or whatever. If it sucks, it sucks. If it's good and we love it, we say we love it. And I think that, that is a unique thing. And like, again, the uniqueness of covering as much as we did, it just wasn't happening. You weren't finding a podcast that would cover WWE Over the Limit 2014 and New Japan Pro Wrestling. You know what I mean? Like it just wasn't happening. Or covering the NWA, the Indies, Dragon Gate USA, WWE, New Japan Pro Wrestling, WCW. Like that just wasn't happening. TNA, nobody was covering everything all in one show. And now you see a lot of those shows that do that will do we cover everything type of stuff and we analyze everything else. A lot of the stuff at the time was like, okay, it's news. Observer Radio was basically, hey, what's the latest news or whatever. Or, yeah, we analyze stuff, but we only analyze Japan. We only analyze WWE. We only analyze TNA. Nobody was a moron enough to say, you know what, we're going to watch all this shit and talk about all of it every single week. Yeah, and that I think maybe kept and obviously you say this as well, being entertaining as well helps the most, because there's everybody that listens, you're not going to be interested in every single topic. You might say, I don't really give a shit about TNA, but I think, would find a way to make it entertaining, where even if you don't give a shit about TNA, you would still listen and stick through it. Or you didn't care about WWE, but you cared about how we covered it or whatever. So, yeah, and there wasn't, like, again, when we started in 2012, 2013 doing those types of shows, there really wasn't a lot of those types. It was news or analyzing one specific region or one specific company.
Yeah. They're drilling down on one specific topic, or just doing Monday Night Raw reviews, which were a big thing back then. And that's something nobody does anymore because the show is so bad. Remember how many Raw review shows there used to be on the podcast landscape? And that used to be
our selling point. We used to say, we don't review Raw. You can go anywhere else and listen to a Raw review. Not here. We're not going to do it ever.
It was so prevalent that was our selling point. You'll never hear a Raw review here. We've done one Raw review in our history, and that was behind the paywall for like one of their anniversaries.
Oh, the Raw 1000. Yeah, the Manhattan Center one. Oh, remember how terrible that show was?
Yeah. That's the only Raw review we've ever done.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
That doesn't sound strange probably to new listeners or people who are new to wrestling. But in the early 2010s, there were hundreds of podcasts that all they did was review Raw. It was just, it's a meme. So, and I think we both approached it from a sports talk perspective, where why can't we do a wrestling show that's like a sports talk show that covers everything? Where hour one, you're doing NFL and then NBA and then baseball and then whatever controversial topic there, just like a sports talk show. Why can't there be a wrestling show like that? And I think that this show still appeals to that type of fan with that type of crossover. Doesn't specifically appeal to that kind of fan, but I think we do appeal to that type of fan more so than a lot of other wrestling podcasts, because that's the kind of feel that we bring to the show. So I think that was a little different too. And, there was copycat shows over the years that didn't last very long. And now, I'm not trying to trash anybody or anything like that. But there's more shows now that kind of follow our influence that are like, oh, we can cover everything. And I'm not even slagging off on any of those shows. That's fine, but there really wasn't a lot of that 10 years ago. It was just drilled down in specific. We cover Japan, we cover Raw, we cover, the news. We, and now there's more shows sort of this ilk that are trying to spray to all fields and do everything, but none of them do it as good as we do. I mean,
no, of course not. No,
but that's the other thing. This show's really good. I mean, this show's really good. Like, sometimes I listen to the show and I'm like, I wish this wasn't my show, because I would listen to the show because that's how good the show is. Like that's how good, and sometimes I'll listen back to the show to grade myself or whatever and see what we can do better. And then I'm like, wow, this show's just like really good.
We can't improve because we're already perfect.
This show's fucking great. Like, why doesn't everybody listen to this show? This show is just so fucking good. Like, it's just a matter of getting the word out, so that always feels good too. Like, all kidding aside, like, we'll post everything on YouTube, even though we don't do a ton of listens or downloads or whatever you want to call them on YouTube. There's value there, because every couple of weeks we'll get someone in the comments that's like, wow, I listened to this thing and you guys are great. I listen every week now. Are you on Spotify or are you on, and it's like, I'm like, that's, that always feels good to me when someone who's completely out of our sphere, completely out of our bubble, they don't even have a fucking Twitter account. They don't know who the fuck we are.
Right. They're not observer subscribers or whatever.
Yeah. They don't come from that world either. they just stumble upon us on YouTube and they're like, oh shit, how do I fucking subscribe to this thing? I have to listen to this every week now. You know, that's always cool. And the fact that we were able to roll out a Patreon, which scared us to death. We were terrified that nobody was going to subscribe to our Patreon.
Yeah, I thought we'd legitimately get like 15 people that were like, all right, here you go. Here's some money. Thanks, guys.
It's so nerve-wracking because then it's like, it's so embarrassing when people are going to like see that no one subscribed to you. And the fact that was an immediate success and then kept growing. And then I'm like, come on, Rich, we got to add a tier. And you're like, no, this is where we fail. We can't do it. And I'm like, we do that. And that's a success. And then it continues to grow. That has never stopped growing. I can't believe that people pay us to listen to more of us. And, I want to thank everybody who's a subscriber because that just blows me away. That is so humbling that people subscribe to us and can't get enough and want more and are willing to pay for it. And I know that Rich, I put a lot of pressure on myself to make sure there's stuff behind that paywall. And I know Rich does too, because it's like, holy shit, we were terrified that was just going to bomb like tremendously and just fail massively. And that was a big risk that in hindsight, now I feel kind of silly because, Thurston puts out those lists. We're like, top 10 or whatever in the wrestling genre in the world. Something like whatever his chart says, like 80% of Patreons have less than like 10 subscribers, and it's like, and we're like pushing 1,000,
we're like beating Jim Cornette now, which is wild because it's like, okay,
doubling him up. And
and it's like you see so much about Cornette all the time, and it's like, man, we're we're doubling what he does, and that's Jim Cornette, for God's sakes. He's been doing wrestling audio for 15 years. He's been doing it since the advent of audio on the internet. He's been doing stuff like that, and we're doubling him up. It's wild. It's insane.
Something that hit me one time was I was arguing with Vince Russo on Twitter, and this
always ends up with a good, always a great way to spend your time,
And then it hit me like, one of his dumb fucking fans was, saying some shit, and I was like, it hit me. I'm like, well, hold on a second, like. We have more paying customers than he does.
Right.
Why am I
a man who was in charge of multiple major wrestling companies for multitudes of years, 3 different wrestling companies he was the head writer of, and we're blowing him away. It's like, what?
I mean, I'm thinking to myself, we sell more books than he has subscribed.
Right.
We have more paying customers in every way than this guy. Why am I wasting my time?
Well, he was always pretty bad at drawing money, so I guess that hasn't changed.
It holds true today. He still can't draw money, And he has 19 people working for him that were all on national TV at some point, And it's like, and then that it really hit me then too. But yeah, I always get confused. Is
I don't think you used it. No, I don't think.
Humbling would be if we had like 10 subscribers.
Yes, that would humble us.
You're supposed to say you're flattered that people. Flattering is what you're supposed to say. But everybody says it the other way around.
Right. It's now become a point where like you could probably just say it, and it's probably going to change the definition of the word because everybody knows exactly what you mean when you say it, even if you're saying it wrong, type of thing.
It's wrong. Because if we got humbled, we'd have like no subscribers. Oh, that was humbling. That was like, oh fuck, no one likes us.
Right, exactly. Right.
So I fucked that up, and that's man. I overthought that one and fucked it up because I usually make sure to do it the other way around. But I worked myself into a shoot with it. But so yeah, that's why we're doing Starrcade 91 and Action Zone and Urban Wrestling and the Observer Awards. These are all callback topics to the days where I would suspect that most of the people listening don't even remember that these are callback topics.
Yeah, we had a few people that were like, oh, why are you guys doing Starrcade 91? It was half and half. The people that did know were like, fuck yeah, Starrcade 91 finally. And the other ones are just like, looks like one of the worst shows ever. Why were you guys covering this? And We'll get to it when we get to it. I mean, yeah, the significance is just that we didn't do it, that we said we were going to do it and we didn't do it. So I think that's what makes it fun. So we're going to get into some of the current topics as well. I did want to kind of sprinkle in some of these memories that people sent us in because I think they're pretty fun talking points. This one from Chris Colvin, who actually does New Japan Strong reviews over at voicesofwrestling.com right now, as well as doing a great job with that. He says, there are too many great moments to recall them all. I've listed a few below. This one got me, Joe. Fuck chairs forever changed how I book hotel rooms. Now I do a room tour prior to booking.
Yeah.
That man is like, no. Like, honey, no, we can't stay here. Like,
gotta have a solid fuck chair.
Like, look at that chair. That's not going to work. And she's probably thinking, who cares?
People to this day, we don't really use Twitter that much anymore, but people would just randomly send us pictures of chairs in their hotel rooms on Twitter with no comments, just a picture of the fucking chair in the hotel room. We get that on our Discord, so the fuck chair really became a thing, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great one. The coverage leading up to, but more importantly, the review of Wrestle Kingdom 9 is probably why I still call myself a wrestling fan. I'd grown bored with watching wrestling in general. Finding New Japan through your work has kept me interested. And I will say that Wrestle Kingdom 9, maybe more so than any singular event in history, is why the show is as successful as it is. I mean, that episode remained one of our most listened to for years. Like, for 4 or 5 straight years, that was still our most listened to episode ever.
Rich, this is why we say I wish WWE was good. Because when wrestling is good and there's big events and people are into it, it only helps.
Mm-hmm.
And WWE sucks, and we're not going to sugarcoat it. So
right.
We've run anyone who enjoys WWE, we've completely run them off.
Yeah, they could not possibly listen to the show anymore.
At the peril of our business. Like, we could make more money if we gritted our teeth and paid more attention to WWE and were nicer about it. But this is what you talked about at the top. People know when they listen to this show, they're going to get real opinions, and we're not going to bullshit them. And if it stinks, it stinks. And if that means less people listen and less people pay us, so be it.
Joe's very accurate description of the Shibata versus Okada match from Sakura Genesis 2017. One thing that cannot be denied about Rich and Joe, they have opinions and they don't give a fuck about how people react to them. Well, Rich cares a lot less than he used to. I doubt Joe ever has. So there you go. But that was the what was the terminology you used that got people so upset about it? The
Shibata Okada?
Yes.
That it was a romantic end to Shibata's career.
Yes.
And
a lot of people didn't quite understand and thought you were like rooting for Shibata to be hurt or something like that because they're just a bunch of dorks and doofuses.
They didn't understand what the word romantic means. I mean, that's really what it came down to. I mean, it's just, a guy who wrestled that physical style all those years and with total disregard for his own physical well-being, ending his own career and almost dying because he insisted on throwing shoot headbutts. That's the definition of a romantic end to his career. And now he's back anyway. So, or is he? He hasn't really wrestled.
Yeah, I was going to say that we might have to talk about that pretty soon. That when we discuss the New Japan Cup, we might have to ask, hey, what about Shibata? What's going on with that guy? You got 48 guys, and I don't see Shibata in that list. But anyway, matches on
he has wrestled 2 matches since, though. So.
Right.
But it was a lot of pearl clutching and we don't care about him. And it's just, I mean, if he would have died, it would have been romantic. I mean, that's just what the word means. I mean, what do you want from me? So anyway.
It is pretty, there are a bunch of people that found us via controversies as well. So I thank all the haters. So thank you over the years, the haters.
The controversies legitimately helped every time.
Every single time. We always said that too.
How many people have told us this week, oh, I found you because everyone was complaining about X and I listened and then I loved it and I listened every week. We've heard that dozens of times this week.
All right. So thank you to all the haters. We really do appreciate it.
I mean, we're not just saying that as like a dick thing to say, but like all these various controversies and people shitting on us, like, the Danielle Matheson thing, the shoot trash, the unmasking of fucking Green Ant or Silver Ant, whatever.
I think it was Green Ant. It was Green Ant, right?
Whatever color he was at that point in time, the whole Tracy Williams thing.
You did it again. God.
That helped us grow, like,
that might be
almost anything.
I think next to Wrestle Kingdom 9, I think that show, because the best part is I think we people listen to us because they said, oh, these guys are assholes and they ruin Christmas and they're shoot trash. And I think we probably explained it in a way that I think all those people that listen were just like, wait a minute, yeah, why do I care? Like, hold on a minute. I don't care that they've unmasked the guy. Who gives a shit? Like, and I think the amount of people that said we discovered you from that show is the number of people of that, it's second to Wrestle Kingdom 9 for sure of the ones I've heard is people saying, during that controversy, I checked you guys out, and I've never left since then, which is amazing, amazing. And we used to say that to them too. I think when they would reply to us and do shit, we were like, "Listen, you gave us a lot of listeners when you got mad at us last time. So are you sure you want to do this?" Like,
that's where the reasoned and well explained man came from, because all these nicknames that I don't make any of them up. They're all shit that people say, and then I add them to the list. Where that one came from was on Twitter, I don't even remember. Someone one time was like, everyone complains about you guys, and there's always these controversies. And then I listen to the show, and Lanza is reasoned and well explained, and I don't understand why everybody's mad. Like that. That's another example of someone who, they kept hearing some, bullshit over and over again, and then they would go listen to see these heinous, horrible things we were saying, and then they're like, shoulder shrug. This guy's reasoned and well explained. So, the controversies, without question, have always helped people discover us, which is kind of weird, and it's just the way it goes, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. No, we don't intentionally try to do it either. We're not like, let's make controversies to do it, but they happen, and yeah, we've tried to make the most of those. Mattress on the floor in the guest bedroom, Joe Lanza. We talked about this a little bit as well. Just the shameless audio when you would talk about your sexcapades. And then number 5 I liked here. Not a moment, but important nonetheless, is the coverage you dedicate every WrestleMania season to the shows prior to Mania is something I used to hype up myself for the weekend. And that's something that we've always prided ourselves on the show as well. And a part of what made us a little bit different as well. WrestleMania weekend to most people was WrestleMania. Or, maybe somewhat mention, hey, there's these other things going on, or maybe, hey, Ring of Honor. We, from pretty much day one, were like, let's cover and watch everything. And we used to watch, when WrestleMania weekends, before they got totally insane, we would watch literally every single thing. DGUSA would be there, Ring of Honor would be there, WrestleMania would be there, these other little indies. We would watch everything. We'd preview everything. We'd cover everything. And speaking of controversy, a couple years ago, we did the segment where we were, burying, some of the matches or whatever, and it got AIW all upset, and John Thorne got all upset or whatever. And we gained a ton of listeners from that too, who were like, I don't know what these guys are so upset about, but like, thanks for, dedicating an entire show to, previewing WrestleMania weekend and trying to sell some tickets or whatever. So yeah, I'll always remember that as well. Another controversy that really, really did help us.
Yeah, there was that one year when WrestleMania was in, I want to say, Levi Stadium, San Francisco. What was it, 2015 or something, maybe 2014, whatever year that was. Just to show you the difference in the amount of events that are taking place. I watched, reviewed, and ranked every single match that WrestleMania weekend in an article, and ranked every match of the weekend. You couldn't do that now. It'd be impossible. There's like hundreds and hundreds of matches, so that just goes to show you the growth just in the short half decade since whenever that WrestleMania was.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly when that one was, because that was the San Francisco one, like you said. And it was DGUSA and Ring of Honor and a few other things or whatever. But yeah, we covered and previewed everything, and we've kind of always kept that up as well. We've always made sure to give, even if we don't think WrestleMania weekend's good, I do think there's some value in previewing it and covering it. And that's kind of been a website wide mantra as well. We have the event calendar that goes up as well, because I just think it's an important weekend, for wrestling in general. So we've always thought about doing that. But
the other thing with the controversies too is I just don't think there was a lot of people in the space that are like us who just will be blunt about things. And I think that kind of sometimes, still to this day, even kind of shocks people, because there's so many people in wrestling, whether they work for websites or they do podcasts, where they really don't want to offend anyone. And I mean people in the business. I don't mean offend people in a PC or woke way. Mm-hmm. When I say they don't want to offend anyone, I mean it from, they don't want to criticize the wrestlers too hard, or they don't want to criticize a promotion too hard. I'm not going to say the website, but I was having a conversation with someone who has worked for a very big wrestling website, and they told this person directly when they write, do not criticize WWE wrestlers or we'll have to edit it and we'll, whatever the case. And to me, that's insane.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
That's insane. But that's how these other sites operate. And that's how these other podcasts operate, and this same site, if WWE wrestlers reach out to them about an article that's too critical or whatever, they'll take it down or edit it at the behest of the wrestler. And that's what's going on out there. And I think to some people who pop in and listen to our show and we're just completely burying some fucking indie match or some WWE pay-per-view or some wrestler that we think stinks, because again, we approach this from a sports talk perspective where the gloves are off. If someone isn't performing, they're going to get buried on a big time sports talk show in New York or Chicago. And that's how we approach this. And I think a lot of times that's shocking to people because you weren't getting that a lot, and you don't get that a lot on wrestling podcasts and on these big websites, because they're too busy trying to be nice about everything and trying to sugarcoat things. And, so I think that has been what's gotten us into a lot of trouble over the years too. It's just, the takes are a little too strong for people, Rich. I think that has gotten us in trouble sometimes too.
Yeah, for sure. It's and that's, again, it's gotten us in trouble, but it's probably the reason why most people do listen to this is because they do know that there's not, you're getting we are what we are. We are real people, and anybody.
My loyalty is to the listener.
Right. I don't give it. Yeah, I'm not.
My loyalty is to the paying customer.
Right.
It's not to any wrestler or promoter or promotion. I mean, I'm not intentionally trying to be Mr. Edgy or be a shock jock or, gain attention for saying wild things. But at the same time, I really couldn't care less if people inside wrestling don't like me. That means nothing to me. I have to do a great show for the people listening and the people paying me and the people downloading my show and the people clicking the website. That's who I have to do a great show for. I can't be, I cannot be worried about the feelings of the people I'm critiquing. As long as I know I'm being fair.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as I know I'm being fair, my obligation is to the listener. It's not to anyone else.
Right. We're not trying to get hired. I'm not looking for a check. I'm not looking to get backstage at a show and have people handshake me. I don't care about any of that stuff. You know what I mean? I don't want any of that.
Yeah. And we've had relationships over the years where people, they like us, they don't like us. Then they like us again, then they don't like us. Or they decide they don't like us anymore and they don't talk to us anymore. Or that's just, it is what it is. I mean, I can't, okay. But I got to be honest to my listeners no matter what. So,
and I think if anybody who's been a longtime listener will know that, like you said there, I think that was a great word. Our allegiance is to the listeners and to the people paying us and the people listening and the people subscribing or whatever, because there's not one company that you can draw a straight line through and say, oh, those guys, they love this company. People always say, we used to get, New Japan Mecca. You guys just love New Japan too much. And now we hate New Japan. You know what I mean? Like now, we're the least, all the big time New Japan fans hate us because we bury them. AEW, you guys are, just AEW, and there will come a time, I'm sure. And there's been times where we have said, hey, this fucking sucks. Like, this is garbage. This is terrible or whatever. And it's gotten people upset. I thought you guys liked AEW. No, we don't. I like what I like. We talk about what we like to talk about, but follow the ebb and flow of this site, and follow the different things that we've, on the website proper and on the podcast proper. There's no quote unquote allegiance to anything. The allegiance is to good wrestling. The allegiance is to what we like. And yeah, you can follow the path of that goes in a lot of different directions. It starts with, a show where we like New Japan and we like WWE and we like Ring of Honor, we like everything. And then, okay, Ring of Honor kind of stinks now. Okay, now we like DGUSA instead. Okay, well now DGUSA kind of stinks. Now we like this, or, the Noah ebb and flow. We've gone through 7 different ebbs and flows with Noah, and we're about to go on a different ebb, with Noah today when we talk about it. I mean, that a couple weeks ago, we were very complimentary of Noah. I don't know if that's going to happen anymore on this week's show, but the allegiance is, and I would hope that anybody who's listened for any amount of time realizes that, these aren't guys that yeah, our allegiance, like you said, is to the listeners and to what we think is good wrestling. And if it sucks, we're going to tell you it sucks. And if we think it's good, we're going to tell you how fucking good it is. And yeah, there's no like, I don't know, I don't really want to bury X because of Y. It's like, no, if I didn't like it, I didn't like it. And yeah, it's led to a lot of, people that we've talked to in the industry that, like you said, hate us, don't hate us or whatever. But a lot of times they do come back, and a lot of times they do say, I respect you guys because you call it like it is. So, and that to me has made me more proud than anything, is that, we don't maybe have all the connections that all these other sites do because they're, basically doing PR work for some wrestlers, but we do have some that do listen or have followed up with us and been like, hey, you know what? You guys call it like it is. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. And if you like it, you like it. At least you're honest, and I appreciate it type stuff. That always makes me feel good more than anything.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just want the listeners to feel that way more so than anybody.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got to get into some of this stuff because if we don't,
yeah, we gotta do it. Let's do current stuff. We'll do a quick hitter current stuff, then we'll break for an ad here real quick. But let's do some quick hitter current stuff. What's going on in the world of wrestling? Do we have to start in Japan?
Yeah, what do you want to do?
There's some stuff. Well, the green ring of pro wrestling Noah, Joe, like I said, we have ebbed and flowed with Noah through many, many different ways through the 10 years of this podcast. I think we started liking Noah at the beginning, then it got kind of boring and bad, then it got good again, then it got bad again, then it got good again, then it got bad again, and then it got really, really good again. And Joe, I am not quite sure, but I think it might be bad again, because at Noah Gain Control 2022, a couple days ago, GHC heavyweight title match, Nakajima versus Fujita. 21 minutes, 11 seconds. Kazuyuki Fujita is your new GHC heavyweight champion, Joe. Did you watch the match? What is this?
I mean, it's we got a big story up behind the paywall with all the details of what went down, and it's just Noah's being bullied by these guys from another generation who they've got that old school mentality. Some of them are old shooters and they don't respect people who aren't shooters. Some of them just were brought up a certain way in the industry and they were treated this way. So they just think this is the way to do things. It's just survival of the fittest, make all the money while you can make it. And it's just become a zoo, and Muto goes out with the hip injury, but now you have Fujita refusing to do jobs. And, and as I detail in the story, the big plan was to culminate with the next Budokan show with Fujita as the GHC champion and Muto as the national champion, and then have a title for title match main event at Budokan, which Muto would win, and he would be a double champion. Which sounds completely absurd, and because it is absurd, because they didn't like the fact that the second Budokan show that they ran, the show last year drew 4,100 fans or something with Muto versus Go Shiozaki. This year's with Nakajima versus Go drew like 3,100 fans. So they weren't happy that the attendance dropped in Budokan. So Nosawa
it sounds good. Very similar to another era in Noah, but anyway.
Well, so Nosawa Rangai, he figured, well, the biggest match we have is Muto Fujita. So we'll belt up both of them. We'll have them main event the back-to-back Sumo Hall show shots that they have coming up. And then we'll have the main event in Budokan in August, title for title, because that he figured was the biggest match they had. I mean, that's a problem in and itself. Maybe that wouldn't be the biggest match you had if you properly built up some of the younger people on the roster. Right. But we've been preaching that for, almost 2 years now. And amazingly, there's people that will argue with us when they see how this is playing out. I mean, this Fujita title win over Nakajima in Nagoya, Rich, drew 643 fans. The Korakuen Hall show the night before drew 408 fans. And we don't talk a lot about COVID attendance. That's just kind of been my policy because I think it's very hard to analyze COVID attendance, but I can analyze those two numbers. They're bad. They're bad numbers, Rich. And, I just think it's the thing with Fujita, unlike Muto, it's a different argument because Muto was a certifiable legend and a legitimate Hall of Famer and a gigantic star and still is very popular in Japan and all those things. Even though we certainly didn't advocate for the level of push that he's gotten and him throwing his weight around. The argument with Fujita is different because he never was a draw and he never was a big deal. And he's not the kind of star that should have the kind of stroke that even a Muto shouldn't have at this stage.
Right. Like, I can give you arguments of why I don't want to do it with Muto and how I think that the business acumen or the business ability of a Muto is probably pretty overrated given, what we've seen over the last 15 years or whatever. But it's still, at the end of the day, and I think you used this argument a bunch of other times as well, it's Keiji fucking Muto. You know what I mean? Like, he is a certified legend in Japanese wrestling. So I can understand that if you look at low attendance, you look at, hey, how do we get things going? And Muto comes in and he's willing to kind of work for your... I get the Muto thing. I think that there's arguments to be made that he doesn't belong in that spot or yada, 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 or whatever, but it's still Keiji fucking Muto. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I don't get it with Fujita. There's nothing.
I get it, but I don't agree. I get it, but I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's and even they don't agree with it because, as I detail in the story behind the paywall, I mean, there's times where they asked him to lose to Kiyomiya and he refused. So even they know it's not good for Muto to beat Kiyomiya like a drum, which we've been saying all along. And the thing with Fujita is he was never a draw and he was never a big star. And he wasn't even a good, like, legit fighter. Like, he was a guy who his whole deal, his whole gimmick as a fighter was that he would get the shit kicked out of him, and his nickname was Ironhead because he was a terrible fighter who could take a beating. Because I know you don't follow MMA, but his whole thing was he was a terrible fighter with bad technique, but he had this unbelievable ability to absorb a beating. Like, his gimmick was that he sucked, and he was never a pro wrestling draw. Now, if you like watching him wrestle, that's a completely different argument. I don't quite agree. I mean, I watched this Nakajima match and it sucked. I mean, he's over 50. He's not in the best shape. He can barely move. And he doesn't wrestle a particularly interesting style to me, but those are opinion arguments. What you can't really argue is that he wasn't a pro wrestling draw in his prime, and he certainly isn't one now. And they shouldn't be letting a guy like this throw his weight around. But Rangai, Nosawa seems to just be a mark for these people that he grew up watching. And who, and he feels like he owes a lot to Muto. That I have heard a million times from wrestlers in the locker room, that Nosawa just feels like he owes Muto-san a debt of gratitude for taking care of him when he was coming up. And he just doesn't say no to Muto, and he's not going to say no to Muto. But the problem is now it's trickling down to people like Fujita. Funaki is now throwing his weight around and deciding who he will and will not lose to. Masakatsu Funaki? I mean, what are we doing now? I mean, these guys don't really provide. At least you can argue, like you said, that Muto provides some value. These other guys,
yeah, it's still Keiji Muto, who was one of the top stars in a top era of Japanese wrestling. He was one of the top guys in New Japan Pro Wrestling when Japanese wrestling was at its apex in the 90s or whatever. I can buy the arguments for that. You're pushing guys that were a part of the worst period when New Japan was nearly on death's door.
Fujita was never a big draw.
No,
he was never. Funaki at one time was a major star, but again, what does he mean now? And now you're bringing in Hideki Suzuki, who has never drawn a dime and also doesn't like to lose.
Great.
You're just adding another guy to the mix who's going to give you problems in terms of doing jobs, who the last time he was in Noah wouldn't put over Nakajima. And they had the book, remember? They had the book a draw. And he's always been a problem with doing jobs. And then when he does jobs, he no-sells them. And
they suck. Yeah, the matches are garbage because he feels like he's being undermined or whatever. Yeah, so he just fucking...
So you're adding another fucking gigantic ego to the mix to a place where they know they can push around the office. And it's really a shame. And it's just, people kept telling us, the old let it play out. It's going to work out. These young guys will be better for it. No. Can we finally just admit these old guys are never putting these people over? This is what they learned. This is how they're just making as much money as they can until someone finally calls them on their bluff and throws them out of the company. All of these guys, all of these goons, Fujita, Muto, Funaki, all of them right down the line. That's the hustle. They're running shit. They're the office. Okay? They're never putting these guys over because they're smart enough to understand once we put all these guys over, we are of no use anymore. And we're not going to get booked anymore. They know the game because they've been at it for decades. They invented the game. And they're playing it. And they're playing Noah. And, it's a feckless office that refuses to put their foot down. And your Nakajimas are getting frustrated. These and Kiyomiya, who knows? It's just we're delaying the potential rise of someone. The most frustrating thing about it, Rich, and then we can move off of this, because I feel like we've done this a million times.
Yeah, it's the same. Just go back and listen to our Muto shows. It's the same, and we were right about all of it. Even though people told us we were going to be wrong about it, we were right about it.
We're right about all of it, and we're going to keep being right about it. And
we've been right about Hideki Suzuki for 10 years. We'll keep being right about Hideki Suzuki.
We'll keep being right about him. He's going to come in and pull the same shit. Mm-hmm. And these guys are never going to put these guys over. It's never going to happen. Muto has no respect for Nakajima. None. I'm getting this stuff straight from the locker room. He just doesn't have any respect for him. He sees him as a kid because the first time he worked with him, he was a teenager, and he refuses the job for him. Fujita refused the job for him. Okay, Kiyomiya, Muto. I mean, he wouldn't even allow himself to be introduced to the ring before Kiyomiya on the Wrestle Kingdom 3 show.
Right.
And they had to change all the production around, so Muto came out last. I mean, and the entire structure of the match. They're never going to it's never happening. Stop trying to convince yourself that there's some kind of plan here. Because even when Nosawa tries to book these guys to lose, they tell him no. It's not going to work for me, boss. Not tonight. Because they're extending their own careers and working on top.
Right. The second Muto and Fujita and all those guys lose to Kano and Nakajima, they're done. You know what I mean? Then they're useless at that point. Right. But if one of the major companies that's got big money flowing into it is going to pay them to continue to win titles and be on top, that's just smart business. They're being smart businessmen in that sense. But it takes an even smarter businessman to say, no, guys, fuck off. You're not offering anything to our end of the deal. So no, we're not going to listen to your demands. If you don't want to do business, get the hell out of here.
And you're killing us long term. You're killing us long term. But it's crazy because the blueprint is right in front of their face. When Bushiroad bought New Japan, okay, Gato had a plan, and it wasn't for Kazuchika Okada to get beaten like a drum by Yuji Nagata and Satoshi Kojima and Hiroyoshi Tenzan and Manabu Nakanishi every night, okay? Those guys immediately were pushed down a level to the mid-card, and the plan was Tanahashi, our current star, gets Okada, our next star, over to the next level, and they had the most successful years in the history of the company. Mm-hmm. The blueprint is right there. Noah gets bailed out by a Bima or whatever you want to call this company.
Cyberfight. Yeah, Cyberfight.
They get bailed out. They were at the same level as All Japan, where essentially they were nothing more than an indie. And the only reason we weren't calling Noah or All Japan indies was out of respect for their histories. On the verge of closing. Bouncing from ownership to ownership. They get bailed out by a big company. Now they have a budget and money and promotion and a chance. And the blueprint is right there. And what do? They do the equivalent of if New Japan would have pushed the third generation during
Manabu Nakanishi. Yeah. It's
it's even worse because these guys are older.
These guys are older. Yeah. It'd be like Masahiro Chono beating Okada, basically. Yeah.
It's like it's
it's like Chono at Wrestle Kingdom 9, just fucking hitting a pile driver, pinning Okada. I'd be like, all right, get out of my ring.
Blueprint. Yeah. The blueprint was right there, and they could have picked anyone they wanted: Nakajima, Kiyomiya, Kano. I don't know, pick all of them. But instead, they're letting these guys run the show, and that's why they're drawing 600 fans to a title defense in Nagoya the other night, and putting 400 people in Korakuen Hall. And eventually when these guys just physically can't go anymore, and Muto breaks his other hip, and Fujita just doesn't have it in them, and they suck all of the money out of you and they go away, what are you left with? All of these guys who were beaten like a drum and never got put over in the end, and just look like a bunch of jabrones to the fans. And you're in the same place you are with these guys as when you acquired the company. When all of this time was wasted, when you should have been elevating all of these people and using these old fucks to eventually put them over. but it's never going to happen. We were right. We're going to keep being right. And it's gotten to the point where it's embarrassing because you just have to look at history. Why does no one ever look at history? This has been the downfall of how many successful promotions over the history of professional wrestling. The old guys clinging to their spots and playing the politics, and they make all the money. And then when it's time for them to go, and they get, don't want to do it anymore, what are you left with? You're left with nothing. You're left with a horrible situation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where Noah is right now. They're never putting these guys over. Stop trying to convince yourself that that's ever going to happen. If you like watching these old fucks because you like the nostalgia aspect of it, great. Noah's the promotion for you. They never lose. They win all the titles. They beat everybody. If you have some fetish for watching Fujita, who can barely walk across a ring, fucking throw strikes, this is awesome.
Yeah, it's a great company for you. Great, tremendous company.
Couldn't be any better. And then not only does he beat the guy for the title, he power bombs him, kicks him in the head, pins him, and picks him up in two.
When you say pin him, his knee was on his chest.
Yeah.
Pinning him. 1, 2. As the guy's going down to 3 with his knee on his chest, he picks him up to do one more powerbomb so that he can curl him up like a wrestle buddy and pin him again. So
then jackknife pins him and basically humiliates him.
Yeah.
Rich, could you ever see Hiroshi Tanahashi pulling that?
No.
God,
no.
Could you even fathom that? Fujita's he's a loser. He's a piece of shit. Can we just call it like
Yeah,
it is?
It sucks. I mean, it's garbage. Yeah.
It's of shit. He's a garbage human being. He's a piece of shit. I mean, it's one thing, but you got to embarrass the guy too. You have no respect for your employer. You have no respect for your opponent. It's just all about them. And it really is a shame. But that's what it's come to. And they have backing and a great roster, and at this point you got to get rid of the poison, and if you got to get rid of the feckless office too, if they're not going to stand up to these guys and do something about it. Get a fucking adult with a spine in the room who's going to run this like a proper business. That's what they need to do. And I don't know who Nosawa's boss is, whether it's Takagi or I don't know the ladder.
Yeah, I don't know the company hierarchy either. Yeah, I don't either.
But they got to clean this shit out because this is moving backwards now. The novelty of Muto working in Budokan and Noah going back to Budokan for the first time in many years and having Muto on top, that has long since worn off. And we said that at the time. That's a one-shot deal. How much juice you going to squeeze out of that? Over. And no one ever cared about Fujita, ever. No one has ever cared about this guy. He brings nothing to the table except a couple of smarmy Western fans who think he's cool. He brings nothing else to the table. Japanese fans don't care about this guy or like this guy. He's never drawn a house. He almost killed one company. So, anyway, that's, any other thoughts on Noah, Rich?
No, yeah, it's just really disappointing because, a couple weeks ago, I was fully back in after the stuff. They had gone on such a good little run, and you had been, because I had long said, hey, well, call me when it's Kano and Nakajima and not Muto, and it's back to the young guys and Kiyomiya and those guys. Call me when those guys are on, and then I'm back in. I'm all the way in on Noah again, and it got there. It was there again, and it's like, because Noah is so accessible right now. The English commentary, I think those guys do a tremendous job. The production is great. Wrestle Universe is easy as hell to use. They have a new app that they just launched that's easy as hell to watch stuff on that too. It's so easy and so just convenient to watch, and I want to watch Noah. I want to like Noah. I love so much of their roster, and I love so much about what they are. We talked about when they came into New Japan Pro Wrestling. They looked like fucking badasses. They're all there in their tracksuits, and it's like, yeah, those are the badasses. That's wrestling, man. You're not gonna fuck with these guys. You're not gonna beat up these guys, and they look so much better and so much tougher than the New Japan guys when they had that the showdown in January, and it was like, let's go. Here we go. This is interesting. This is fun, and I was all in. And now it's right back to this shit again. And the match sucked. The match was garbage. It was not good because Fujita can't go, and Nakajima has to work, 1/90th of the speed he needs to work or wants to work or could work because he's in there with Fujita. So it's like we're no longer going to get good matches as long as he's the champion. And I just, the let it play out thing. I don't. Okay, it's not going to happen. I can let it play out all I want. And then B, when it does eventually happen, there will be people that say, well, there you go. See, he lost to blank or whatever. But like, it didn't happen with Muto. Like, people kept saying, oh, let it play out. It's going to happen with Muto. Muto was such a fuckless asshole that he lost to, Marufuji instead of losing to Nakajima. So the same thing's going to happen with Fujita as well. They will use somebody as a transition champion. It'll probably be Marufuji, and we'll be in the same fucking spot where we were in this time. And it's just like, we're repeating all the same shit we did last year. And I don't want to do it again. It's infuriating and it's frustrating. And the worst part about it is we've seen this happen. We know history. We follow history. We've watched wrestling for a while. Listen to the people that have watched wrestling for years and years and years. Listen to the people who study this stuff. I know that you think you're a real solid fan because you've been watching for 5 years and you do this and this or this or whatever. Listen to the people that have been watching this shit forever and study history. When those people are saying, whoa, this isn't good, this is red flags, this is red flags, maybe listen to those people because they might know a thing or two about what's going on here.
These guys are going to run rampant at the top as long as they're allowed to do it. Can't really even blame them. It's a disaster. It's an utter disaster what's going on there. And it really stinks because they had a chance. They really had a chance with the backing that they have now and everything, but it's a mess. And at this point, I think they should just tear it completely apart and put some new people, get some fresh people from the outside in charge. Get rid of this current booking office that they have, because it's even whatever idea. Maybe Nosawa is loaded with tremendous ideas. They're never going to get a chance to play out because he's not going to stand up to these. He has too much respect for Muto, and he has shown that he's not going to stand up to the other guys. So, and this is nothing new. This has happened, over and over.
That's what I said. Listen to the people that have followed this wrestling. They know. They have seen this play out time and let it play out. We've fucking seen it play out, motherfucker. We know. Like, we've seen it play out. It's not going to go well. I'm telling you that. It's not going to go well. We know what we're talking about.
Fujita has sandbagged people. He has injured people.
Injured Nakajima. Nakajima apparently has got his eardrum all fucked up.
He's never drawn a dime. He wasn't even a good MMA fighter. He's just, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's absurd.
But
Noah has everything going for him right now. They have everything going for them right now. They have every tool in the chest that you could possibly want to make this thing work, and they just. Well, now you get Masato Tanaka and Fujita, so.
Yeah,
at least one of the old guys knows how to work, so that's good. But
he refused to lose to Tanaka once already too in December, and Tanaka was like, and then Tanaka's like, well, I can't lose. I have a 0-1 title match, and then they were forced to do a draw because Fujita wouldn't lose to Tanaka the first time around.
One part of me respects the hell out of the I will always say this about old wrestlers. I respect that they do that, but that's when the office just goes, dude, no, fuck you. You know what I mean? You challenge them on that stuff. Some guys are allowed to do that, and I like, and guys should be careful about that. I wish more wrestlers today were a little bit more careful about their wins and losses, and were a little bit more careful about what they do. But it's up to the office to discern who has legitimate, gripes and legitimate opinions, and who doesn't. And when Fujita says, "No, I'm not doing a job," you just say, "Dude, no, come on, man. You want this title? You got to do some jobs. You got to do some jobs." If you don't want to, there's the door. Hit the bricks, man. You know what I mean?
I don't have a problem with not wanting to do dumb jobs that don't make sense.
Of course, yeah. Because people think that it's unilateral. That you if a wrestler doesn't want to do a job, you're like, oh, every wrestler should want it. No. I'm not saying that. I think more wrestlers should be a little bit more careful about that. But it's up to the office then to decide who's worthy of making that distinction, or if this particular gripe is worthy of that gripe or whatever. Like that, we've long said this, and I've always said this about the Stone Cold Steve Austin, taking his ball and going home one, from all those years ago in WWE where, he was set up to lose to Brock Lesnar in a random episode of Raw. And he wasn't saying, I don't want to lose to Brock Lesnar, but he was like, man, give me a story. Let's do something. It's Brock Lesnar beating me. Let's make this count for something. Let's make this do something. And people, then the WWE painted him as, taking his ball and going home and didn't want to do business the right way and yada, yada, all that sort of stuff. I'm on Austin's side on that. I think it's a great, and I think more wrestlers should say, well, okay, if I'm losing this match, like, what's the, sell me on the story. What's the thing? How can we make this better? Let's save my loss for this, or let's do that. Like, working with the office is a completely different thing, and saying, hey, before I lose, like, let's maybe talk about this. Let's talk this out a little bit, versus just like, nah, it's not going to work for me, brother style, which that would be an instant, all right, hit the fucking bricks, man. You're out of here. We're good. Like, we don't need you. Yeah. You're also Fujita. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? No, I'm not going to let you dictate how I'm booking. Get the hell out of here, pal. But, yeah. I'm not Nosawa out of the question, so here we are. Well, in better news, New Japan Pro Wrestling, we had the New Year's Golden Series 2022, the back-to-back shows here. I want to talk first. Well, actually, I did not see the U.S. title match, but I believe you did. Sonata and Tanahashi, right? You saw that?
Yeah, I saw it.
What can you tell me about that match? Because I have not seen it yet. I was too busy watching some of the other stuff to get us ready for this show.
It was fine.
That's all you got?
That's all I got. It was fine. A little 3-star match. I don't know.
Not one to go out of your way and check out.
I mean, I don't know. It wasn't sloppy Sonata. He was not, he wrestled well, and Tanahashi is Tanahashi. He's still great, and it didn't knock my socks off or anything. It was a match. It was a competent main event match that I will never think about for a single second after we're done with this segment again.
Well, there you go. Well, then, so we'll jump to.
I don't think you'll be running the New Japan World.
It doesn't sound like I will be. No, I will certainly not be doing that. Then the next night, I watched the Okada Naito main event. I also watched the Never Openweight 6-man match for some ungodly reason. Did you watch the Dog Cage King of Pro Wrestling match, Joe?
I did.
Okay, tell me about that. I am going to take a leak, Joe. So I don't.
I don't have that much.
I'll be quick. It's 10th anniversary show. I'm not doing the pretense of take it away, Joe. Let me go and do it. I'm just going to say I'm going to go take a piss. So, Joe, King of Pro Wrestling Dog Cage match. Go ahead. You can also bury me while I'm away, too. You can just do that, too.
Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, it was as awful as it looks. So, it was a literal dog cage, and they at times fought inside the dog cage, but Yano ended up winning the bout and winning this stupid, worthless title. And then Minoru Suzuki got locked in the cage with a referee and beat the shit out of the referee to get his heat back. And man, it just sums up the state of COVID era clap crowd New Japan watching Toru Yano and Minoru Suzuki try to stuff each other in a dog cage and fighting over the keys to the dog cage. I will say that Great Okan on both nights, he had matches against Hanma and Kojima, and they were both shocking. Well, I shouldn't say shockingly good, because I expected the one against Kojima to be good. He wrestled him earlier on the tour, but I preferred this one on the Okada Naito card against Kojima. Very physical, and Kojima is willing to mix it up with you and get physical even at this stage of his career. We saw that with Ospreay last year in that no DQ match. We've seen it a couple times on this tour with Okan. Kojima is not afraid to work physical and put his body on the line, and that was a very physical match against Okan. And Okan had a shockingly good match against a completely broken down Hanma the night before. So I wanted to make note of those two matches for sure. And then, there were some other title matches across these two shows. The 4-way for the junior titles, that Taguchi and Wato are the new junior tag team champions. That was your typical New Japan junior 4-way. Very good. Lots of wild spots. But you've seen the match before. But it's good, and it's worth your time. There was the Never Openweight match, which was the semi-main event to Okada Naito. The Never Openweight 6-man title match, House of Torture over Chaos. Entirely skippable. You could probably play that match out in your heads. It's the same shtick.
Exactly the same stuff. It wasn't like egregiously awful, but it was basically the same awful shit that they usually do. So
yeah, and then the night before, Goto and Yoshihashi did successfully defend the tag team titles. It was funny because Chris Charlton noted that Goto never managed to get in a successful defense with Shibata, but he got one in with Yoshihashi. So,
oh, is that true? Man, I guess that, yeah.
Sassy Chris Charlton taking shots at Okada. How about that?
See, people think it's me that's always, yeah. That's funny. Oh, I didn't realize that. I swore that those guys successfully, but I guess they won World Tag League. They won the title. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, yeah. I mean, I'm sure. Why would he lie about that? He would just make that up out of nowhere. So
no. Well, Goto and Shibata won the titles at Wrestle Kingdom one year, and then immediately lost them. Remember?
Right. Yeah, they won World Tag League, won the titles, and then they lost them right away. So
okay. So, and then I guess we should talk about Naito Okada.
Yeah, let's do it.
By the way, Okada and Naito had a world title match.
Right, and it was pretty good. It was a pretty good match. It
was really good.
Yeah, it was. What I liked about it, it was compact. It didn't overstay its welcome at all. I was kind of shocked at just how easily Okada put him away. But there were times that, like, and I watched it unspoiled, thankfully, and there were a few times where I was like, yeah, I don't know. There was a couple near falls that got me like, I don't know, man. Maybe they're going to get a little wild here. Maybe they're going to get a little crazy. And I think anytime a match can do that, especially when you are pretty much 99% sure that Okada's winning this match, if they can get you on a few near falls, which they did. There was the Stardust Press. There was a little bit of things that Naito did where you were like, all right, let's go. And I'll give it up to Kevin Kelly and Charlton, too, who I think did a tremendous job in this match, kind of selling how big of a deal this was, and then selling how big, when Naito was getting close, like they were like, oh my God, he's going to do it, or oh my God, the Stardust Press, don't do it. Then he hits it, and they're like, well, shit, it's got to be over, So I like that. I liked how this match was structured. I liked that it didn't go 45 minutes. I liked that it was a nice, compact, 30 minutes or whatever. But yeah, I think these are just two tremendous pro wrestlers, and they've had better matches. I can't say that they will have better matches because I don't know what the future holds for both of them, but I thought this a worthy entrant into their history. Like it's certainly not the top 2 or 3, it's not that level, but I think it was pretty goddamn good between these two guys. As good as you're going to get from COVID New Japan, I think.
The Wrestle Kingdom matches they had were better. I could confidently say that. This one was really good, though. This is Notebook. I'd go about 4 1/4.
That's exactly. I went 4 1/4 exactly.
Naito going for the Stardust Press, and then Okada had the wrist clutch. So they played a lot of the hits, and they did tell a story that played into their previous stories. And I wouldn't say that Okada put him away easily, but it was a little more definitive than you're used to getting in an IWGP title match of this magnitude.
Right. When he decided it was time to end the match, it just kind of, you know what I mean? Like, he just kind of hit him, and it was, I thought there was going to be a little bit more kickouts. A lot of the kickouts were on Okada's end, surviving through Naito's offense, but when Okada decided to finally put him away, he did just finally put him away.
Kicked out of a Destino, and you didn't have here was Naito countering and reversing 19 different Rainmakers.
Exactly.
You didn't get that. He hit him with the Rainmaker and put him away, but it was a really, really strong match. They didn't disappoint, but I don't think they hit the heights of the matches that they've had at Wrestle Kingdom. But I'd go about 4 1/4, maybe 4 1/2 if I was in a better mood. But easily, Notebook quality and one of the better matches of the short year. That was the New Japan Golden Series. Now they're going to have the 48-man New Japan Cup. So they're just trying to cram as many shows and as many matches as they can to sell as many tickets as they can.
Right. I saw some people getting upset about it and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, if you don't realize what New Japan is at this point right now during the pandemic, like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to.
They're barely breaking even. They got to have these. They got to run these shows.
I know.
And they just had a tour where they.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and they just had a tour where they had to cancel half the dates because of COVID again. So they got to sell these fucking tickets. So they're going to run a lot of shows. It's just, we're still hand-wringing this still. I mean, they barely broke even last year.
I think the one thing that they can maybe be smart to do moving forward is temper the expectations a little bit. And I know, like, I get it that you're a company and promoting is your thing or whatever, but they tend to, I think they do a really good job of getting people excited about stuff and have done a pretty poor job of delivering on that excitement as of late. Like, this goes back even a couple years ago in the Roku deal. Oh, we have a TV deal in America, and people going, whoa! And they're like, we're on the Roku channel, and everyone's like, what the fuck is the Roku channel? You know what I mean? Like that was a problem, and that led to people being a little disappointed. And they've done that a lot over the last 2 years, which again, they're doing great jobs of promoting stuff, but a lot of times, you know, in this is the biggest New Japan Cup ever. And you know, I don't want to say that like you need to make sure that you dumb things down so that fans don't kind of work themselves into a shoot, but I think there's probably ways to maybe temper those expectations a little bit. But they were getting real hot and heavy about, oh, this is the biggest New Japan Cup ever, and 48 guys are going to be in here, and this and this and this, and people kind of went wild with that, which they probably shouldn't. Again, like they should not do that. They should just say, oh shit, okay, well, 48 guys, like how they got, but still, you were counting it in your head and making, oh man, 48 guys, like there's got to be some, you know, got to be some outsiders, got to be some people we wouldn't expect, and it's like Shima and then like literally everybody else on the roster is who this 48 is. So it kind of, you know, in that sense, it kind of stinks because you're maybe thinking, oh man, there's a lot of really fun matches that could happen, and nah, it's 48 people because they want to have a lot more shows. That's the long and the short of it is they think that the New Japan Cup is going to draw people to the shows, and even if it's a first round matchup between, you know, Toru Yano and Taichi, they don't care. They think that you're going to buy a ticket to watch that because it's the New Japan Cup or whatever. So it is what it is, and that's kind of what we're doing. All right, you done with any other current events you wanted to touch on, Joe?
Cesaro is apparently a free agent, so...
Oh, yeah. I don't have a whole lot to add, because I don't know what...
Well, here's the thing with Cesaro. It's like, we've always been told by people that he's not that guy who's going to be motivated by, oh, man, I have to have a match with Kenny Omega before I retire, or, you know, I need to be pushed to the moon, or I need to satisfy these great creative itches that I have. He's just a guy who was happy to have his WWE job. He liked making the good money he made there. He had lots of friends there and wasn't really concerned with the rest. And, you know, there's that great passage in Bryan Danielson's book where he talks about that conversation he had with Cesaro, where he's all frustrated with his spot and everything, where Danielson was. And the two of them, you know, came to the conclusion where they were like, what are we mad about? This isn't a pro wrestling company. It's a parody of pro wrestling. And I'm paraphrasing, but I think that that's how Cesaro phrased it, that we work for a parody of a pro wrestling company. Just, you know, be happy for what we have. And, you know, we're making good money, and you can't approach this like a pro wrestling company. So he had a very good outlook, and that's why he kept re-signing with them. He liked the money he made. He liked the friends that he had. He liked the culture and the people around him, I guess. And he wasn't one of these guys who would sign, not get pushed, and then complain on Twitter all day about not getting pushed. He was never one of those guys. So I never thought I'd see him leave. But, you know, maybe at this point, I know a lot of people are saying that maybe the streaming stuff with the video games is a factor here, because he was into that, and he was kind of in that Adam Cole, Xavier Woods, you know, Tyler Breeze kind of circle. And, you know, maybe feels like he's made his money, and he's getting a little older, and he wants more freedom to do stuff like that. And he probably knows he can moonwalk into AEW if he wants. There's no reason for Tony Khan not to take him. I mean, if that guy's available, you take him and you find a role for him.
Right.
Something,
or at least you find his motivation level. You put him in a match and figure it out. You don't sign. You have to sign him to a 5-year deal right off the bat, but maybe you bring him in and see what he does. And yeah, if he's even a quarter of the worker that we know that he is going to be, and he's motivated to do it, then yeah, it's a great asset to have on your roster, because he's just a tremendous wrestler. I just don't know what that motivation level is, and we saw sprinkles of it in WWE, but I just don't know if he's a guy that, like you said, is motivated by, I'm going to go out there and just prove everybody wrong and have great matches and have these all, like, I don't know if he's that kind of guy anymore in his life. So that's where, like, I don't know. Look, I legitimately do not know. He might be, for all I know.
But he's got a great attitude and does whatever he's asked.
Right.
And, you know, when he was put in a position to have, like, he just had that great match against Roman Reigns last year.
Yeah, we talked about it last week.
And no matter what position he was put in, he just did what he was asked and did it to the best of his ability. He's a guy to me where I don't even think twice I bring him in. It's a no-brainer. And, you know, And he's a guy who, you know, obviously we all know he should have been pushed harder at various points. Vince McMahon didn't like him. That was that. He was never going to be more than what he was, because He had whatever barriers that Vince felt that
wasn't good at speaking English. Remember?
You know, look, we could do an hour on this. How stupid it is. A guy that talks a million languages.
That's what his argument was. Well, sorry, I speak like 12 other languages, so sometimes I don't speak perfect English. I apologize, Vince. And goddamn,
looks the way he does.
Can't push the guy that looks like that and wrestles like that. What are you doing?
If you can't get him over, that's an indictment on you, not him. And, you know, even at this stage, I think he can be a guy who can get over as a top guy. So we'll see what happens. He could just re-sign, too. By the way, Cody hasn't signed with WWE. You know, it's like you never know what's going to happen in these scenarios. You know, but we know Cesaro's contract is up. He can moonwalk into any company he wants tomorrow if he wants to. And he could re-sign, too. You know, and maybe they'll put a deal in front of him that he does find advantageous to him, and he does resign. We'll see. It wouldn't stun me if he goes back, but at least, you know, but maybe he is finally at the point where he's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I do want to stretch my legs a little and challenge myself again and have more fun with my career and those. So we'll see. I don't know, but it's interesting. I would love to see him. Who wouldn't love to see him in AEW or New Japan for that matter? So, yeah, anyway, that was very quickly on the Cesaro thing. Maybe we'll have more next week. We got an ad to read or something?
We do have an ad, so let me talk about this. This episode is a very special episode brought to you by our friends at Manscaped. We try to get all the big dog. We try to get every single one of the big dog advertisers to advertise on this special episode, but only Manscaped came for it. But anyway, support for this episode is brought to you by Manscaped, the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels, and they recently launched the Ultimate Men's Hygiene Bundle, the Performance Package 4.0. So join over 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer, 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code FLAGSHIP20 at manscaped.com. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code FLAGSHIP20 at manscaped.com. As we said, the Performance Package 4.0 is a game changer. Inside the package, you're going to find the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, the Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, the Crop Preserver ball deodorant, Crop Reviver toner, Performance boxer briefs, and a travel bag to hold all those goodies as well. All that stuff is available for you in the Performance Package 4.0. 20% off and free shipping with the code FLAGSHIP20 at manscaped.com. Again, that's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use that code FLAGSHIP20 to unlock your confidence, and always use the right tools for the job with Manscaped. So thank you. Thanks, Manscaped. Long time supporter of this show. But real quick, Joe, I'm going to read a few more of these memories, and then we'll get into I'm going to get into Starrcade 91. Oh, y'all. Uh-oh. No, I knew it. All right.
Did you think you were getting through an anniversary show without a surprise game show?
I kind of thought about it, but then you didn't mention anything, and I didn't. But then again, why would you mention anything? No, I didn't really think I was going to get one. What do we got here?
Rich, they're called surprise game shows.
As long as it's not who he played for. Is it who he played for?
Today's surprise game show, Rich, have you been following NXT 2.0?
I have not.
Watching it on a weekly basis?
I have not, no.
Because today's game, Rich, is I am going to name a wrestler, and you are going to tell me if it is a made-up wrestler,
okay,
or if it's a competitor in the 2022 Women's Dusty Classic.
Okay, sounds good.
Those are the rules of the game. So, here's how it's going to work. It's either going to be a made-up wrestler who does not exist, or it's going to be a real wrestler who's taking part in the 2022 Women's Dusty Classic. I'm not going to get cute and give you a real wrestler who is not taking part in the tournament. Do you understand?
Got it. Okay. So because if I don't know who's in the you're not going to say it's... I don't know who's in it. Io Shirai, and I'm like, oh, yeah. And you're like, she's not in the Dusty Classic, you idiot. So, okay.
Here's an example. If I say Saray, you know she's a real wrestler,
correct,
but she's not in the tournament. I'm not going to try to trick you.
Okay.
So Every name I give you is either going to be a competitor in the 2022 Women's Dusty Classic or a made-up
or they're
fictional
fake.
wrestler.
Okay, or a fake wrestler. Okay.
So you have to say in the Dusty Classic or fake wrestler.
Got it.
Okay. Wrestler number 1, Lacey Swift.
Lacey Swift. Lacey Swift. It's a good name. So if you made it up, kudos to you on that. It does definitely sound like an NXT 2.0 competitor. I am going to go with Lacey Swift is a made-up wrestler. That is not true. A fictional wrestler.
Ding, 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 ding,
Oh,
ding,
okay.
ding, 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 ding. That is
It's a good name. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's solid.
I've got 6 of them here.
This game's gonna be tough, man. That right out of the gates, tough beginning. But we'll I'm confident in my abilities here.
Okay, you ready for number 2?
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
Tatum Paxley.
Tatum Paxley. Tatum Paxley. Man, that's a little too cute. I am going to say that maybe there's a meta going on here. I'm going to say, Joe, that is also a made-up name. Tatum Paxley is not a competitor in the Women's Dusty Classic. Excuse me? Who's
Tatum Paxley is a competitor in the Women's Dusty Classic. So
who's Tatum Paxley?
That is incorrect.
Would I know Tatum Paxley? Is that like a former indie worker that I would know,
Rich,
or is it one of those?
Apparently, you do not know Tatum Paxley.
I guess I don't. Right. I suppose by my answer, I do not know Tatum Paxley. So.
No, Tatum Paxley is a legitimate competitor in the Women's Dusty Classic. She is teaming with Ivy Nile in the tournament.
Oh, okay. Ivy. So she's a member of Diamond Mine, or like a loose affiliation with Diamond Mine.
Please don't put me on the spot.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You only prepared what you prepared. Yes, go ahead.
Amari Miller.
Okay. Now, I know enough about NXT 2.0. Whew. I believe Amari Miller is a roster member of NXT 2.0.
Ding, 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 ding. She is in the Dusty Classic. She is teaming with Lash Legend.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Yes.
Isn't Amari like a very new wrestler as well? I guess that's NXT 2.0. It's a who's the worker of that team?
Okay. Ready for number 4?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yulissa Leone.
Yulissa Leone. Nah. It's too the name's too complicated. I do not think she's a member of the NXT 2.0 Dusty Women's Classic, whatever.
A Latina?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so.
You think I got too creative?
I think you got a little too creative with that one.
This is a real person.
Wow! All right.
The Dusty Classic. Yulissa Leone is teaming with Valentina Faros. They are the South American Connection.
Excuse me? Yulissa, what is her name? Yulissa Leone?
Yulissa Leone.
Okay.
The South American Connection. It's 2-2. We've got 2 left.
Oh, man. All right.
You've got to sweep the board to win.
Shit. All right.
Ready?
Yep.
Kaylee Prince.
Oh, I'm going to say no, because they have a KC already. They have a Kaylee. There's too many. No, I'm saying no. She is not a competitor in NXT 2.0. There's no way. There's too many KC, Kaylee. No, they're not doing another one.
Ding, 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 ding,
Yep,
ding, 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 ding. All right, you get this one, you win. This is number 6.
If it's Wendy Chu, I already know about Wendy Chu, so you're gonna have to move on to the next one.
That's too easy. I'm not giving you Wendy Chu.
Okay.
Also, she's not in the tournament. I do have. Wait a minute. Is she in the tournament? No, she's not.
I don't know.
I do have a tiebreaker prepared if you get this one wrong.
Okay.
But
You didn't even give it. You give it an even number. Oh, that's clown college joke.
No, because I like to have a tiebreaker for the.
Okay.
drama.
That's fair. That's fair.
I
So
like the possibility of a tie.
I am 3-2 right now, right?
You're up 3-2.
3-2. Okay.
For the win, Madison Everett.
Madison Everett. It sounds familiar. Joe, I'm going to go with, in the interest of time, I'm going to go with yes. She is a member of the Women's Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic. Man, that sounds like that's a good name. Madison Everett.
We're 3-3.
Shit. All right.
I have been informed by the judges that Wendy Chu is in the Women's Dusty Classic.
Bonus points. I should get a bonus point for that then.
She's teaming with Dakota Kai.
Oh, great.
So she is a competitor in the Women's Dusty Classic. I have a tiebreaker prepared.
Okay, I'm ready.
Now, actually, I had a tiebreaker prepared.
I think you probably mentioned her name earlier, right?
But I mentioned the tiebreaker's name earlier.
It was the other South American girl, wasn't it?
It was Valentina Perez, the South American connection. So I have to prepare
which would have been a good one. I would have definitely said no to, what is it, Valentina Perez? What was it? Valentina what?
Feroz.
Okay.
Valentina Feroz. So here's your tiebreaker. You ready?
Yep, let's do it.
Allison Landry.
Allison Landry. That's pretty low effort. I'm going to go with no. That is not a member of the Dusty Rhodes Classic. You have had better days, Joe. That is a no on Allison Landry.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's terrible.
I had to come up with that on the
so
spot.
Bad.
Because my tiebreaker was Valentina Feroz, and I had to just think of one real quick.
When you said tiebreaker, I put in the back of my head, remember the South American girl you just mentioned? That's going to be the one for sure. So, oh, man.
So Rich is a winner.
Yes.
He nailed the tiebreaker.
Whew.
So he has won the game. It's very obvious that Rich is an expert of the 2022
Love it.
Women's Dusty Classic on NXT 2.0.
Never miss an episode of NXT 2.0 with
Well, then you know it's underway already. So.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah.
Well, you saw the first two.
I didn't want to spoil it for you, so that's why I didn't.
Which we're gonna. Okay, so we won't break those down now. Then I thought we were gonna.
We'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it next week. So.
All right, so that's the surprise game show, which you were not going to get away with not doing during the anniversary show. What do we got next on the docket here?
All right, so real quick, I was going to do a few more of these little memories here. One was Gus Caldwell, and people heard this in the intro. He says, I started listening in 2016. I just watched Dontaku, Ishii versus Naito. I was so pumped and hyped after that match that I went searching for reviews to see if anyone could express in words what I felt from watching that match. Hearing Joe speak about that match made me a listener for life. I even go back and listen to that segment every so often to remind me why I love wrestling.
Wow.
That was the one. That one, I wanted to put the entire clip there because that's one where you are almost. You might be in tears. You do get choked up at a certain point during that Ishii rant when you talk about how much he means to you and how much that's exactly what you want out of your wrestlers. It's a great segment. It's an all-time great segment there, and I'm not surprised that Gus listened to that and decided he was a fan for life. So.
Yeah. I'm glad you dug that clip up for the intro because that did. I did get a little emotional over that match. That what Ishii brought to the table in that match. That's everything I want in my pro wrestling. I think that's what the clip says at the start of the show too.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This one, Not That Dave, and then we'll get into this controversy real quick, and then we'll move on to the Starrcade 91 review. Not That Dave says, the first flagship I listened to was the one with the Wrestle Circus Jervis Cottonbelly Condren burial. Been hooked ever since. Yeah, classic one. We've referenced that not that long ago as well, but that is a classic controversy creates cash type of rant there too. Where
good day, gents.
Yeah, I feel you have a few of your facts incorrect. I'd like to set the record straight if you give me a minute.
Allow me the pleasure of your time to discuss this controversy.
Right. This most unpleasant controversy.
Yes.
Get out of here.
Fucking weirdo.
We were right about that too, by the way.
Yeah.
Vindicated.
Big W there. Yeah.
For too long, we've lived in a world of canceled and delayed. No more. Those plans you've been making, they're on. Thanks to OnGo, the #1 ranked at-home rapid COVID-19 test. So that vacation where you get to swim with the pigs, it's on. Your friend's wedding that was pushed back 4 times, it's on. The roar of the stadium, it's on too. OnGo, COVID-19 test results in minutes. OnGo is available at letsongo.com/radio and Amazon. This product has been authorized by the FDA during the public health emergency only, and only for the detection of proteins from SARS-CoV-2, not other viruses. The claim #1 ranked is supported by ECRI's usability evaluation conducted in December 2021.
Oh, God. All right. Yikes. Joe, is it finally time?
For what?
On the January 7th, 2015 preview of the Flagship Podcast, I said Joe and I, and this was during the ongoing Joe and Rich recommend matches to each other series, which was in the early days of the WWE Network, which, again, full circle, again, you talked about the end of the WWE Network for you. You were officially signed off, disconnected, gone. You'll never go back. You'll never be back. It's over. The WWE Network is dead to you. It is dead to most of us, in the U.S., dead to most of us across the world as well now. But we were day one subscribers, and we loved the WWE Network. We poured over it, and we decided to scrap half our shows for the entire year of 2014 to do Joe and Rich recommend matches to each other. We did it every couple of weeks. Long form segments. I would send you 2 matches. You would send me 2 matches. We would just dive in to the WWE Network as much as we could do. For some reason, and I have no earthly idea why, and maybe you can tell this, we did a Joe and Rich recommend matches. It was going to be on the January 7th, 2015 episode of the Flagship. I offered the Action Zone tag match from October 30th, 1994, which we will get to. You offered Starrcade 91, which is barely fair. My match is 20 minutes long. You made me, for 3 hours, watch one of the worst pay-per-views in human history.
What?
Awful pay-per-view. Just a terrible show.
I love this pay-per-view.
You're wrong. It's so bad, but we'll get to that.
From the Norfolk Scope?
I do love this. My first note is the Scope, one of my favorite arenas ever. Yes, I do love the Norfolk Scope. I will never, ever speak ill of the Norfolk Scope. But what was your thinking on January 7, 2015 when you said, hey, you know what we should do? We should watch Starrcade 1991.
I don't know how Starrcade 91 came up. I really don't think I recommended it as a match to recommend a whole show.
You did. You did. I promise. I have the evidence.
Can you verify this?
I have the evidence. I have the preview. I said, I think the tweet says, all right, on this week's show for Joe and Rich recommends matches to each other, my pick is the Action Zone tag. Joe's pick is Starrcade 91. So you had some significance to it at the time, but I'm lost as to what it was.
I think... I don't think I recommended an entire pay-per-view as a match. I know that we definitely made it a bit and never got around to reviewing it. But no, I unironically like this show.
Okay, you got to explain that too, because
we're going to review it.
Let's
this pay-per-view. Yeah. This might. But here's another fact for you. Here's another Lancer fact. Yeah, face the facts. It's another good callback. This might be the WCW show that I have seen the most.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I've watched this show dozens of times. I mean, you're like, make sure you watch this week and take your notes. And I'm like, I don't even need to watch it, dude. Like, I've seen this fucking show so many times. I can give you all the finishes. I unironically enjoy the fuck out of this show. Yeah, so I don't know. Let's review it.
There's a fun glitch on Cage Match. If you go to the Starrcade 1991 Cage Match, it's got name of the event, the dates, all that sort of stuff at the top. 12/29/1991 or whatever, Norfolk Scope. Attendance, it says 9,000, and it's I guess so. I'm not sure how many people bought their ticket there, but this is great. So it says attendance, broadcast, all that sort. It says pay-per-view buy rate (relative) on Cage Match. Next to that, it says 1. It says pay-per-view buy rate relative 1. So one person bought this on pay-per-view per Cage Match, and that was apparently Joe Lanza, and then the Lanza household in New Jersey
that's right.
watched Starrcade 1991 Battle Bowl / the Lethal Lottery. So if you've never seen Starrcade 91, the geniuses at WCW decided, and this is in the dying days of the Jim Herd era. This is, I think, he's done like the next month, right? He's out pretty much the next month, I think.
Well, Dusty was definitely back for this.
Oh, this has Dusty Rhodes all over it.
I'm pretty sure it's a Dusty concept.
I believe that would be the case. Yeah.
So I don't know if Jim Herd is still around for this, or if
I think he is, but he's obviously not booking. I mean, this is clearly a Dusty Rhodes event. I mean, the idea of
Herd never booked, but
right.
but I think I don't know the timeline, but I do know Starrcade 92, the second Battle Bowl, opens with Bill Watts and Hank Aaron in the ring with the Battle Bowl ring that they are presenting to Sting for winning the year before, and in a collar tugging moment for sure, with what was coming around the corner. But look, I don't know. Look, if they repeated the concept for the next couple of years, which they did, it couldn't have been that much of a bomb, right?
Well, it is WCW, though. I would like to point out that it is World Championship Wrestling, and that, logical planning and booking was not always their best thing. That's the thing that maybe gets me the most, is that they, after watching the show, you think that when they sign off that they're like, whoa, boy, like they took the headsets off and go, all right, no more Battle Bowl, no more Lethal Lottery ever. But then they brought it back and did the concept many, many times over. It to me, the most fascinating thing about Starrcade 91 is that it's fucking Starrcade. And at that point, Starrcade had been the big, I mean, it is the WrestleMania of WCW, and was for all the, most of the NWA run and a lot of the early WCW run. It was such a big deal. And they decide on this episode of Starrcade, on this Starrcade 1991, they're not going to do a title match. They're just going to do a bunch of random tag matches and then a battle royal, and that's it. No titles on the line, no singles matches. Your big stars are kind of involved in a battle royal or in random tag matches, but it's just, it's the balls of them to just say, hey, for Starrcade, fuck it. We're not doing a WCW title match. We're not doing a TV title match. We're not doing a US title match. We're doing a lethal lottery that ends up in a battle royal. It's unfathomable to me that they would do that, but they did. And it's WCW, man.
Excuse me. A lethal lottery that ends up in a double ring battle royal.
Sorry.
Where you have to be thrown from one ring to the other, then eliminated. Then it comes down to the last two men, who then have to eliminate.
Which is great too, because before the main event, that Gary Michael Capetta is like, and before we begin the rules of the Battle Bowl, he's just like, I think he says like really quickly the rules, and he goes on for 12 minutes. You must be eliminated from one ring, and then you'll enter the second ring, and then you'll be eliminated from the second ring, and then because there was one point where I forget who it was in the main event, but they get sent over the top rope. And like the guy starts walking to the back, and then someone has to say, "Nah, you didn't get eliminated into the second ring. You have to be eliminated into the second ring. You can't just be eliminated," because they get like tossed over the top rope and fall to the floor, and they're like, "Oh, that's the end for me." And it's like, no, you got to be eliminated into the second ring, sir. So get back in there. You got another chance to win the Battle Bowl.
Well, Ricky Morton just strolled into the second ring. Like he didn't even get thrown into the second ring. He just said, I'm going to go in the second ring now, which may have been strategic. I guess he figured, well, this first ring is full and people are beating the shit out of each other. So, maybe I should just go to the second ring. But that didn't work out.
It was not a great strategy for one.
Him and Jushin Thunder Liger were the first people eliminated from the second ring.
I believe it was. So you called him Ricky. I didn't see was Ricky Morton on this show? Because I don't think there was a Ricky Morton on the show.
My bad. Yeah. You're right. Was Richard Morton.
Thank you.
We should be more specific here.
This was York Foundation Richard Morton.
York Foundation, which ruled, by the way.
Oh,
there were three York Foundation competitors in this in this Battle Bowl Lethal Lottery. Let's review. I'm excited. We got to break down these matches.
All right, so I will say what starts out about Starrcade 91, it starts out great. So like the fireworks go off, everything's all ready to go, and what they do is they lift a giant curtain, and every member of the WCW roster is there on the ramp as fireworks are going off, and the weird crooked WCW logo that's cut off in midway through the W is there, and it looks badass. And like you're like, is that Jushin Liger? Yes, it is Jushin Liger. It's like awesome as fuck. The roster looks great. A bunch of dudes, a bunch of guys that look great, and it's like, holy crap, they got them split up by heel versus faces, and you're thinking, this is gonna rock, man. This is gonna be so good. And, one person here thought it was good. I guess I disagree. So then they take it to Magnum TA, Missy Hyatt, and Eric Bischoff. And Magnum TA is the commissioner of the Battle Bowl, by the way. So tough job tonight.
Magnum TA, the commissioner of the Battle Bowl, doesn't speak a single word on this entire pay-per-view. Do you notice that? He just stands there.
There's one spot at the beginning, I don't know if you caught this, where Bischoff goes to him. He's like, Magnum, what do you think about the Battle Bowl? And Magnum just looks at him. And Eric looks at the camera, looks back at Magnum, and looks back at the camera, and then they just fade to the next thing.
There are 1,000 little moments where Bischoff, Missy, and Magnum
Zero
are just
chemistry.
Standing there in awkward silence. They're just awkward awkward and standing there. Eric with that cheesy grin. Missy
It's
looking
Ken
around.
Doll. Yeah, he's in peak Ken Doll at this time too.
He's peak Ken Doll. Missy's smart enough to know that this sucks, so she's just like looking around. And Magnum is just looking in the camera with, looking like Sam Elliott with that fucking smirk on his face, and he doesn't speak for the entire show. There's 1.2 where after they draw the names for the next match, like I guess they don't cut their fucking mics fast enough or something, because you can hear Misty as they're cutting to the ring go, "I can leave and go in the bathroom now, right?" Did you catch that or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's like, so they cut to them before each match, and they have this like fucking bingo mix.
Yeah, the drum. They got the big drum that they go, and then they pick out envelopes and go, PN News!
And half the time, Bischoff says the name before he looks at the card. Totally blowing kayfabe.
He does, yeah.
Like, Missy's still ripping the envelope open, and Bischoff's like, "The Rap Master, PN News." Yeah. And it's like, you didn't even look at the card yet, guy. Like even as a kid, I'm like, he's blowing the cover.
Yeah, Missy's doing it. He goes, flying Brian. It's like, hold on, man, give it a minute. Yeah.
Straight from Motown, Scott Steiner. And you didn't look at the card. It's like, but if he doesn't blow the kayfabe, I would say that the very first match blew it, because, Rich, they wasted no time pitting tag team partners against each other. Match number 1 has the Freebirds exploding on opposite sides. So that didn't take long at all. But
we should know too, when you have the tumbler, so they go to the ringside area. We got the tumbler with Missy, Magnum, and Bischoff, and then what they do is they cut to the back where there's half of the screen is the heels locker room and half the screen is the face locker room, and then they they'll be like, Marcus Alexander from Marietta, Georgia. It's Marcus Alexander Bagwell. And then he stands up from his chair and goes, all right.
Yeah.
And gets ready to go to the ring.
Yeah. And one of my other favorite clips from that is in the babyface locker room. Every now and then, wandering into the frame is Mike Graham with like his bifocals. He's got like his reading glasses on, and he couldn't look less tough. Like, it's clear that like he's just like meandering around. He's got his little glasses. He's like glaring at the screen. He's wondering if his match is up. And then there's other little moments too. Like, some guys are coming back from their match and other guys are going out for their match. And Rick Rude does this thing, like Vader bumps into him. Did you notice this? And Rude knows the camera's on him. So he like sells it, and then he acts like he's going to go after Vader. But then he like cools his jets and goes back and sits down next to Paulie Dangerously. So it's like some of the guys were smart enough to know, like, if the camera's on us, we have to act appropriately.
Right.
But other guys were just like, I don't give a fuck. Like taking off their boots, putting on their street clothes after they lose. Mike Graham with the fucking reading glasses.
Yeah, one guy, I forget who it was, somebody stands up before their name's even mentioned. Like, Bischoff doesn't wait for the envelope to open, and this guy doesn't wait for his name to get mentioned. He's like already standing up. And I think it's Buddy Lee Parker that's like, all right, it's my time. And it's like, they didn't say your name, buddy. Like, chill out, man. Like,
yeah, no, but to me, this is all so much fun because it was so much different than anything else. And then, of course, you had Scott Hall back there in the sling, and he's got his surrogate, the Night Stalker, ready to step in there for him. Yeah. So you had that aspect too. So
here's the problem with Battle Bowl and the Lethal Lottery Starrcade 91 is that the bell had to ring on all of these matches because every match was terrible, right?
No!
Get out of here. What match was good on this show? Arn Anderson, Lex Luger, Terrence, and the Z-Man was the only one that I liked. Every other match
Let's
stunk.
go through it. I'll tell you what was good.
Okay,
Let's
ahead.
go through it.
You want me to read the matches for you?
So we open up with Jimmy Garvin and Marcus Bagwell against Michael Hayes and Tracy Smothers. Okay, now look.
13 minutes? What are we doing? No.
Listen, this match was not good. But you can't sit here and tell me Tracy Smothers wasn't phenomenal.
No, he was great. Yeah, Tracy was great. I'm a big fan I'm an unironic big fan of like early Bagwell too. Like, he's terrible, but you can see, like, Bagwell was solid. Like, he was solid as hell. Like, he got worse as the years went on. Like, pretty much he peaked in, like, 1993, 94, and then started getting worse and worse as the years went on. But, it just, this is the thing that made me where you say, like, it was a work, and it was obvious it was a work, and all that sort of stuff. what you saw, and I agree that they had to have said, hey, here's who your teammates are going to be, here's what the matches are going to be. But these guys got in the ring, and it was like nobody had any idea what to do with the guys they were working with at all. And they just ended up having like the most basic, boring matches ever. Like this one, the whole story is supposed to be Michael Hayes and Jimmy Garvin. Oh my God, are they going to get in the ring together and the Freebirds are going to fight? They pretty much didn't do that until like 11 minutes and 30 seconds where they just kind of run into each other and then it's like, oh God, the Freebirds. And then like it leads to the finish, but like 11 minutes of the match was just like meandering bad wrestling. So I don't know. It was strange.
Hayes accidentally decked Garvin with that left hand.
Yeah.
And then Smothers, I don't know what he was going for. He went up to the top rope like he was going to moonsault, but then he just did this awkward like body press, and Bagwell got the knees up and then beat him with the Fisherman's Buster. So look, that wasn't a good match. You're absolutely right. That match wasn't good. But I enjoyed Tracy Smothers throughout. So then the next match, man, did the Dangerous Alliance catch a break or what?
Yeah. Wow. What a draw. What a draw.
Yeah. Steve Austin and Rick Rude on the same team against Big Josh and Van Hammer.
Can I give you a Big Josh comment here?
You can.
So his name was Big Josh, right?
Right.
Big Josh is Matt Bourne, right?
Correct.
How tall is Matt Bourne?
Probably about 6 foot, 5.
How much does Matt Bourne weigh?
Maybe about 240. Let's say 240, 250.
I don't know if I'd call this man big, especially in this land of giants. Is this a Grizzly Redwood thing that I just didn't get? Like, was that the joke?
Josh.
Was it kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge that he wasn't that big, even though he was Big Josh?
That's a big guy, Big Josh.
He was that big?
Lumberjack, Rich.
He was from the Pacific.
Men.
Was from the Pacific Northwest, so I guess that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was rock and roll heavy metal Van Hammer, who was the inverse of Marcus Alexander Bagwell. He sucked and got. I don't know if he got worse by the years or I think he just stayed fucking horrible his entire career. That man wrestled for 15 years and never had a good match.
Big Josh about a year out from Doink, right?
Yeah.
So
what'd you like about this match?
Well, listen, this wasn't very good either, but we're getting to the good stuff.
Oh, okay. All right.
We're getting to the good
stuff, I
promise you.
I'm sure. Well, this one, I'm sure this one was good. Go on.
Well, we had Dustin Rhodes, the Natural, and Richard Morton. What a team, huh? It's a good team. Against El Gigante and Larry Zbyszko, the Crusher, Larry Zbyszko, the Cruncher, Larry Zbyszko. So Zbyszko is just abusing poor El Gigante here. And that's kind of the story. Did you like when Richard Morton was in there with Gigante and he's like, nope. And he tags Dustin Rhodes right back in.
Yeah,
like,
not going to do it. Yeah.
Not interested at all in this. Especially after El Gigante body slammed Richard Morton one time and nearly killed him because he didn't throw him down flat. And Morton would not get back in the ring with this man. He's like, fuck that. I plan on wrestling until 2022. And I'm not getting back in the ring with this fucking guy. So he made Dustin work with him. And then Zbyszko cost them the match. Rich, this match wasn't good either. But I promise you we're getting to stuff that I enjoyed.
But see, regardless, like this is a match that I like on this show. I like this because it went 5 minutes. They didn't overstay their welcome. They understood it was probably not going to be good. Some of the early matches was like, let's get really long in here. Let's get long in the tooth. This match was like, hey, look, these guys kind of stink. 5 minutes in and out here with El Gigante. We don't have to go too much. I appreciate these types of matches on this show. I do appreciate these. Even if it wasn't good, it was fun because it's like, holy crap, El Gigante and Larry Zbyszko. Here we go. But now we're about to get to the most ridiculous pairing of, I believe, the entire both pairings actually, if we're being honest. But go ahead.
This was the invention of the Fire Pro button before Fire Pro even existed. As we get Bill Kazmaier and Jushin Thunder Liger against freshly out of being a manager, Diamond Dallas Page.
Right, has like 3 matches under his belt, Diamond Dallas Page, and he's got to work here with a guy who speaks Japanese, and Bill Kazmaier, the guy who speaks Japanese,
the worst wrestler ever.
who has to team with Bill Kazmaier.
And Mike Graham, who obviously Dusty called in a favor and brought in his pal from Florida here to work WCW for a year. Look, unironically, Liger and Graham kicked ass.
They did, yeah, I agree.
Graham, I remember Danny D'Almeida came over from school for this show, okay? and his parents actually picked him up in the middle of the Battle Bowl and wouldn't let him stay to see the end.
Oh, you're like, come on, we got to see the Battle Bowl. Let's go. Like,
I'm like, we got to see who takes this home. And his parents are outside, beep, beep, like holding the horn down, you know. So he had to skedaddle out of there. But I remember the two of us going to school that Monday and telling everybody that they got to see this show to see Jushin Thunder Liger and Mike Graham in this match. This was great stuff between Graham and Liger. This made me want to see a singles match between Jushin Thunder Liger and Mike Graham. You got to give me this, Rich.
I would agree. No, this match rocked. This match was really, really good. And what's interesting about this time period as well is I was doing some research, and this is around this time period when they bring Jushin Thunder Liger into WCW. They have him on the house show circuit with Brian Pillman, and those guys are tearing the fucking house down at that time. And they would eventually do that on the next pay-per-view, Super Brawl, which they preview a lot during the show. At Super Brawl 92, that's when you're going to get the Liger versus Pillman match. It's going to fucking rock and be really, really good here. But I was with you. When it was over, I was like, man, is there any Mike Graham Jushin Thunder Liger matches that I can watch? Because this was good. I mean, of all the pairings to do, yeah, putting him with Kazmaier, not the best thing. Putting him with Diamond Dallas Page, not the best thing. But putting him there with Mike Graham, I thought, yeah, it worked out perfectly for Liger. It was two professional, pro wrestlers. Graham did a great job of selling for Liger's stuff. And Liger, this is when he's at his like physical peak at this time. I mean, he can do so many great stuff. He can do so many good things at this time. So I anytime Liger and Graham were in there, it was awesome. And I didn't really care when Kazmaier and DDP were in because I knew that I was eventually going to get Liger and Graham. So it was all right.
Well, Kazmaier sucks so bad that it's just you're waiting for the train wreck every time.
Yeah, he's brutal.
What did Liger must think teaming with this guy?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, he comes over to America and is like, is this what American wrestling is? All right. Well, thank God he got those Flying Brian house show matches, though, to at least let him know, okay, hold on. There's actually some good stuff here.
I'm not sure Liger understood the rules because if I don't know if you noticed during the Battle Royal portion of the show, like, I think he thought he was still aligned with Kazmaier because Kazmaier would, like, go after him and Liger would, like, pat him on the back and, like, do a hand motion of, like, calm down.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure he understood what was happening. Like, now it's every man
join the club. Join the club, Liger. Nobody did. So it wasn't a language barrier. It was a logic barrier with WCW a lot of times. So,
all right. So now this began the kick-ass portion of the show. So, because next was Arn Anderson and Lex Luger against Terrence Taylor and the Z-Man.
The Z-Man!
You cannot tell me that this match didn't rock.
This match fucking rocked. You get an all-time great Arn Anderson DDT in this match. Terry Taylor working his ass off here against Anderson and Liger, Anderson and Luger. Luger at this point he's 1 foot out of the door. He's about to leave WCW here shortly, but he's still pretty solid. He's still pretty damn good. So you can see when he's in there with great workers. And that was kind of the thing with Luger for a lot of those years. People know Lex Luger in WCW and they kind of think of the 1995, 96, 97, that era of Lex Luger. And by that point, he's already way too big. He doesn't really care. He knows he doesn't have to work pretty hard. But when he was in there with guys that could work, and WCW was in there with Flairs, when he was in there with Anderson, when he was in there with a Terry Taylor like this, he worked his ass off. And yeah, even though he's 1 foot out of the door, he's good in this match. But I mean, oh my God, that when Arn Anderson and Terry Taylor are in that match, I mean, that is just pro wrestling 101. Those guys are so good.
How good is the computerized man of the 1990s, Terrence Taylor, in this match? He is so good. He hits like that, what we now call a Blue Thunder Bomb, but they weren't calling it back then the Blue Thunder Bomb. He hits like a spinning, running power bomb for a near fall. He's like pointing to the ref to count. I remember being so fired up about that because I thought he was going to pull the big upset in real time. I love this match when I was a kid. I love this match every time I watch it. Is it some kind of all-time great fucking match of the year contender? No. Is it a tight little pay-per-view match on a show that didn't have a ton else to offer? Absolutely. I love this match. I would have been very disappointed if you didn't like this match.
Yeah, no worries.
So,
loved it.
Next up, and I'm telling you, this is the run where the show just fucking ruled. Okay. We get Ricky Steamboat and Todd Champion. Their names get called, right?
Todd Champion. One half of WCW Special Forces, by the way. So
he hails from WCW.
Oh, he hails from WCW. That's right. His hometown is WCW Special Forces. Yes,
correct.
Him and Firebreaker Chip. Yeah.
Why is this soldier and a fireman a Patriot gimmick? Like they're the Patriots. I never understood why Firebreaker Chip what was supposed to be but anyway, we'll get to Firebreaker Chip. Then Cactus Jack's name gets called. And then we get Buddy Lee Parker. Okay. But Abdullah the Butcher's confused. You want to talk about not understanding the rules. Okay. Abdullah the Butcher at this time is teaming with Cactus Jack. And he's either annoyed that his name wasn't called, or he just is confused. And he just beats the living shit out of Buddy Lee Parker. He's throwing this man's head into the lockers. He's throwing him around the locker room. He's beating him up on the entrance ramp. He's brutalizing this man. But Buddy Lee Parker showing guts. And Cactus Jack, I'm not sure he understood either, because he's like cheering it on. Like he doesn't even care that Abdullah the Butcher is brutalizing his tag team partner. You know, he's just laughing and smirking. And he'll take on Steamboat and Champion alone. He doesn't care. He's crazy, right? So Buddy Lee Parker is crawling to the ring during this match, during the entirety of this match. And Jim Ross is putting him over for his gumption. And finally, Buddy Lee Parker gets to the apron. Cactus Jack hip tosses him into the ring.
This is great. Yeah.
And then Ricky Steamboat tags in. And Jim Ross is like, and Shivani's like, oh, Ricky Steamboat's going to take advantage of this situation.
Hated heel Ricky Steamboat. Yeah, asshole heel Ricky Steamboat.
He doesn't waste a minute. He goes right to the top with the high cross body and puts away Buddy Lee Parker.
He wants to win the Battle Bowl, man. He wants to win Battle Bowl. He's got to, he wants that title shot at Super Brawl. He doesn't give a shit this guy got beat up. Not his fault.
No, he don't care. This is an opportunity for a big win. And Cactus Jack just hip tossed this man into the ring, into his demise. And I Mandela affected this for years, and I thought that it was Rip Rogers in the Buddy Lee Parker role for some reason. And I think I finally figured out why. Because if you were paying attention, there was security next to the entrance ramp, and Rip Rogers was one of the security guys.
No, I didn't notice that. Okay.
So I think in my mind, I mixed up Buddy Lee Parker and Rip Rogers. Plus, the next year, Rip Rogers teams with Vader, and like they do like a similar deal. So that all got mixed up in my head. And I always thought that for whatever reason, this was Rip Rogers, but it was Buddy Lee Parker in this spot. And then, look, again, this was a shit ton of fun. And this is maybe I'm going to call this my second favorite era of Cactus Jack. Number one is ECW Cactus Jack. Number two is this era of Cactus Jack, where he's just a fucking crazy guy.
It's insane. There's some really good stuff. If you go and watch, Monsoon Classic has an entire playlist, I believe, the Monsoon Classic YouTube channel. I think it's all up now, again, after the account got, thrown off or deleted or whatever. But there's a whole, I think it's just Cactus Jack. I think it's just literally called Cat. And I remember one day I just turned it on and watched it, and it was like 6 hours of Cactus Jack. And there's a lot of stuff from this 91, 92 era Cactus Jack, and it rocks. And he is so good up until all the way through 1992. I mean, I might put that even above his ECW stuff, because like he's having like legitimately great. I mean, the character work is obviously better in ECW, and all the stuff going on in ECW is a little bit better. But goddamn, do I love this stuff in 1992? And then he's like a big part of the company too. He's in matches with Sting. He's a top tier star. And that's kind of, people kind of forget about that when the Mankind run happened and all that sort of stuff. It's like, oh wow, WWF is using Mankind and pushing him to the moon. Like, I mean, this guy was a main eventer. I mean, he was a main eventer in WCW for a brief period of time as well. But yeah, this is a great era of Cactus Jack. If you've never seen, late 91, 1992 Cactus Jack, there's some really, really good stuff. I mean, most of 1993 is okay, but then it starts getting a little weird with the Lost in Cleveland and all that sort of, junk. But this specific era, like when he came off the indies, I thought this was just the perfect mix of the gimmick is fucking just this crazy guy from the desert, and he looks like Charles Manson, and physically he hadn't destroyed himself yet. So he was still doing all this crazy shit. Not that he stopped doing it, but the ECW era is where it came together with the promo. I'll give the edge to the ECW era for the great classic promos and everything. But I love this era of Cactus Jack. I adore it. So next we had Beautiful Bobby and Flying Brian. And they Brian. I love Kerry McRae. Always I love it. Brian.
This era of WCW is my fucking wheelhouse. I love this. 91 to like 93. I mean, I know that they were in the shits business wise, I love these shows. I love this era of the company. So Beautiful Bobby and Flying Brian against, they draw Sting and now Abby
and Sting, yeah.
But the problem here is Abby is still very confused. So he
does not understand the rules whatsoever.
So he attacks Sting with that stick. I don't know what that stick was, but he's beating the shit out of Sting with the stick. And then Beautiful Bobby comes out and he attacks Sting. And then Flying Brian and Sting are like attacking Beautiful Bobby. So the partners are all mixed up here because the heels are working together and the baby faces are working together, even though they belong on opposite sides of each other. So this was just like warring partners, everything you want to get out of this concept, and then eventually Sting and Abby do move on as Sting pins Beautiful Bobby here. But this was just, again, fun chaos. Abdullah the Butcher was the star of this paper.
He was great, yeah. Didn't understand the rules, didn't give a shit, he just beat up everybody. He just was like, fuck it, I'm just going to beat everybody up. So,
yeah, and those two matches together with just all of this Abby chaos and Cactus and Buddy Lee Parker and Beautiful Bobby not giving a shit who his partner was, I loved it. So then we kind of go back downhill.
I was going to say, I want you to sell me on these next two matches, but apparently you're not going to, so...
There's aspects. So we get Big Van Vader and Mr. Hughes, which on paper is some team, I got to tell you. And they draw Rick Steiner and the Night Stalker. Of course, the Night Stalker stepping in for Scott Hall, whose arm is in a sling. The Night Stalker, of course, is Brian Clark, a.k.a. Adam Bomb, a.k.a.
Wrath.
Is it Wrath?
Yeah, he was Wrath.
So this was a very young Night Stalker. My favorite moment in this match, without question, is the finish where Vader goes for a splash and the Night Stalker is not in position for the splash and Vader does not care and he nearly breaks the man's neck.
Yeah.
That is the top moment in this
and
match.
They play the replay and you could see Night Stalker's face just go, oh! And you know that Vader, I mean, it's fucking Vader. He's not going, he's not working light. So, he's like, this fucking kid, not in the right spot. Probably, all of his weight landed on him. Yeah, it looked very brutal for Night Stalker. But
listen, Vader's not waiting for you to get into position. He's going to do what he's going to do. He makes
the position. Yeah, he'll make his own position.
And you're either going to be in position for that splash or you're not. It's Vader time. He doesn't care. It's Vader time. So Steiner hits a bulldog off the top, but he doesn't realize he's not the legal man. Okay? Because again, this I like too, because they're putting over the idea that these men have never teamed before, right? So they all of a sudden, nobody understands the simple concept of tag team.
A tag team, yes. If we win this tag team match, we will then be entered into the Battle Bowl. This is too much for heels to figure out. Heels in particular were struggling a lot with this concept.
Struggling a lot. But it's not even just that. It's like they all forgot how tag teams work simply because they weren't working with people they've teamed before.
Right.
So Steiner had no idea that he wasn't the legal man. He gives this bulldog off the top to Hughes, and he's like wondering why the ref's not counting. And the referee's just waving his hands like, you're not the legal man. And then Vader gives that splash, which nearly ends the career and life of the Night Stalker. And Vader and Mr. Hughes move on. So, again, not a great match, but a lot of fun. And I'll never forget that Vader splash that nearly robbed us of Adam Bomb a few years later.
And Chronic. We would have never gotten Chronic if not for this. So,
all right. So next up, we get Scott Steiner straight from Motown as Eric Bischoff.
By the way, welcome to Jim Herd WCW in this match here. All right, take it away.
Oh, yeah. Firebreaker Chip, of course, from WCW Special Forces.
A firefighter.
Special Forces. Johnny B. Bad, who is now a babyface and is no longer aligned with Teddy Long, as they talked about on the commentary. And Arachnaman. Yep. You're going to let down Aaron Quinn? You're going to let down Aaron Quinn and bury this match?
No.
Now, in all seriousness, how good, and obviously this is our 10th anniversary, so I'm going to unmask a wrestler. How good was Brad Armstrong here?
Oh, he's so good. I'll never to this day understand why they saw if you've never seen Brad Armstrong, go look at a picture of Brad Armstrong. They saw that man, he works how he works, and they decided, yeah, this guy's got to go under a hood.
Well,
this guy should be a fake Spider-Man instead. His
problem was always charisma.
Yeah.
in their eyes. And he was a guy he was like Dean Malenko, in that people would always say, like, in the back and on the road, he's like the quickest guy in the room, very charismatic. But then for whatever reason, when the camera's on, neither of those guys could convey that, right? Now, Dean Malenko eventually got over kind of this, the Iceman, Dean Malenko, this ice cold. He's just going to pick you apart. Like, eventually he got himself over that way, like just being such a great technician. But Brad Armstrong was never able to convey any kind of charisma on screen. So I think that's why they tried all these wacky gimmicks with him, Arachnaman and Bad Street and the Candyman. And
it went until the dying days of WCW. He was Buzzkill for a little while too. Remember that? The hippie guy that lasted like 2 weeks or whatever. I mean, it was this guy went through.
Than that, it went into WWECW when they hired him and tried to make him a commentator.
Oh, that's right. Like, I forgot that even happened. Holy shit, yeah.
They tried so hard with him, and they put him on the road to work with the younger wrestlers that were on those early, WWECW house shows before they abandoned it. And they tried to make him a commentator. It's just no one could get the charisma out of him that they all saw when he wasn't in front of the camera. So it's just a weird thing. But the guy was a hell of a wrestler.
Great wrestler, yeah.
And he showed it here. And Firebreaker Chip is god awful. And my favorite moment in this, my favorite part of this match is when Firebreaker Chip is, taking the beat down and Scott Steiner's waiting for the hot tag. And he just screaming over and over, "Come on, Chip! Come on, Chip!" Like to break away and make the hot tag. "Come on, Chip!" Scott Steiner. And then Steiner wins it with the beautiful.
He fucking rocks. Oh my God. Scott Steiner's so good. Oh,
I want my Hall of Fame ballot back. I want to vote for the Steiners. Cause you watch these guys and they just did the craziest ahead of their time shit. Steiner's just doing these crazy fucking suplexes.
This great dumb jock wrestling. Oh, the best.
So good. Brad Armstrong just Arachnaman flying all over the place for this guy. Johnny B. Bad wanting no part of it. Right, so Brad Armstrong is taking all these crazy bumps. He's hitting the Steiner line and everything else. And again, a great match. No, a shit ton of fun to watch Scott Steiner working with Arachnaman. Absolutely. Am I turning you around at all on this show?
It's helping a little bit. Yeah, it's this next match is not going to help. And I didn't love the Battle Royal, but you are. Now that you met, there is a lot of stuff that I did like about this show. I mean, there's some great individual parts, there's some great individual wrestlers, and there's some great nostalgia in what is largely not a very good show, but does have some pretty fun stuff inside of it.
Rich, it's not Wrestle Kingdom 9.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying.
It's got nostalgia to a T. I mean, it's like I'm right with you. This era is like when I'm just trying to watch something and I have like no. 1992 WCW is like among my favorite things to just put on and watch. You know what I mean? And this is the end of 1991, but it, for all intents and purposes, is pretty much getting into 1992. A lot of these same guys, but the part that's good about 1991 WCW is that you also have like the ludicrous, characters and your Firebreaker Chips and shit, along with what is a really good roster. I mean, look at the names that we've talked about here. I mean, this is look at this roster for Jimmy Garvin, Michael Hayes, Tracy Smothers, Rick Rude, Steve Austin, Dustin Rhodes, Ricky Morton, Jushin Thunder Liger, Arn Anderson, Lex Luger, Bobby Eaton, Terry Taylor, Ricky Steamboat, Sting, Brian Pillman, Vader, Rick and Scott Steiner. Like, it's fucking great.
See, now you're getting into it.
It's so good. What a great roster. It's just unfortunate that WCW was WCW, so their business was in the absolute fucking toilet at this time.
So we got Ron Simmons about to get pushed to the moon. Butch Reed is gone. Doom is over. He's a babyface. He draws Thomas Rich as a partner, third member of the York Foundation.
Yeah, poor Tommy. Every time he was in the ring here, they would do a tag. And he would get in, he would do two moves, and everybody would go, "We want Ron! We want Ron!" I was like, oh, man. Like, it took 4 seconds. Tommy would go in there, do a lariat, do another lariat, do a hot tag thing, and then, "We want Ron! We want Ron!" And he was like, all right.
But he was a total pro.
Yeah.
And he used that, and then they did the thing where, like, they weren't getting along. Right?
Right.
Like, PN News and Ron Simmons were getting along, even though they were on opposite sides. So, the other team was Steve Armstrong, of course, the other half of the Young Pistols. Two other great workers on this roster. And PN News, who got picked last, but for some reason was waiting for his name to be called. What are you doing? Just get out there. You're the last guy in the locker room. Look, what are we doing here? What was he waiting for?
I don't know. The rapper PN News, man. God.
Was Bischoff fucking with him? Like, just call the name.
Well, were there guys that were? I would have to go back and look. Were there guys backstage that were not called?
There were not.
Okay.
So
I don't know what PN News is doing that. So.
Did they really need to do the mixer with one envelope left and call out the name here? But yeah, this was a lot of fun too because I thought Thomas.
Yeah.
I thought Thomas Rich was phenomenal here. Just a great worker, working the crowd, working the match. I mean, I watch this show, Rich, and I see guys like Thomas Rich, and I see guys like Tracy Smothers, and to some extent Larry Zbyszko with the El Gigante stuff, and all the stuff with Buddy Lee Parker and Abdullah the Butcher and Cactus Jack, and beautiful Bobby like betraying his own partner. And this was workers working and making the best of this thing and attempting to tell little stories here and not just going out there and having a 7-minute match, lifeless, dry, nothing to it. Were these great matches? Was this Wrestle Kingdom 9? It wasn't. But there were all of these little things about this show that I really loved and appreciated. And that's why I would continually go back and watch this show on VHS for years and years and years. And it was one of the first things I watched when I fired up the network in 2014.
Then we had the Battle Bowl. We talked a little bit about that.
There's such vitriol in your voice. You're like,
no, it's a fun show.
We had the Battle Bowl.
Yeah, no, this era Super Bowl 92 is I think the first thing that I fired up on the network because I love that show.
Oh well, before we talk about the Battle Bowl, can we talk about the commercial for Super Brawl 2?
Sure.
Where they're like, football has the Super Bowl, baseball has the World Series, wrestling has Super Brawl. Were they trying to market Super Brawl as like their WrestleMania very briefly here?
I don't know. I mean, it was a big show, but maybe, and like I talked about at the beginning of this review, like I was kind of surprised that they didn't care that much about Starrcade in this sense and just kind of made it into this concept. Maybe they were thinking, hey, let's make Super Brawl our big thing instead of Starrcade.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, because you're right. They put it on the level of the Super Bowl and the World Series. If they just said the NFL has the Super Bowl and we have Super Brawl, like, okay, that would make sense because they're trying to reference the name and okay, it's a little bit of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge in the name. It takes place in February or whatever, so it kind of works with the Super Bowl. But then they put it on equal footing with the World Series too. So yeah, you might be onto something there. That might have been the concept, and that's a hell of a show. I mean, that's a loaded show too. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens on that show, and it has, of course, great WCW turmoil at the time as Luger is out, he's leaving the company. So he's transitioning the title over to Sting. Great Rick Rude, Ricky Steamboat match. A really good Arn Anderson, Bobby Eaton versus the Steiners match. That's fucking Super Brawl. The Pillman Liger. I think I'll watch that after this show. now that we're mentioning it, I might just go watch that one. So
yeah, no, but it really feels like that's what they were trying to do with that at that time. And it's funny because at Battle Bowl 92, and now Bill Watts is in charge. And I told you the show opens with him and Hank Aaron. And it's funny because Watts goes, I'm here with Hammer and Hank Aaron. And, in the NFL, everybody gets a Super Bowl ring. Well, we're going to give Battle Bowl winners a Battle Bowl ring. So we're going to want Sting to come out. Hank Aaron standing right next to you. Why didn't he say in baseball,
World Series?
Right. We have World Series rings. He goes with the football analogy. With Hank Aaron standing right next to him.
I can't imagine Bill Watts doesn't strike me as a baseball guy. He probably doesn't think it's tough enough. You know what I mean? They're not tough guys like football players.
Yeah. So then Sting comes out and they give him the ring for winning.
It's ludicrous. It's not just like I think we're glossing by that. It's not just like insert random Atlanta Brave. He's not there with like Gary Templeton or whatever. He's there with Hank Aaron, like one of the greatest players of all time, the home run king. Like
one of the 5 greatest players of all time.
What?
And he makes a Super Bowl ring analogy instead of a
when
World
he's
Series
standing shoulder to shoulder with one of the greatest players of all time.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe Hank held on to that, and that's part of the reason he had him shit canned.
Yeah, that's right. He's like, there's the these things that of course, but he also that'd be not impossible.
Yeah. So we have the Battle Bowl match. You have to be thrown from one ring to the other, which is very awkward. Like I said, a lot of guys just casually walked into the other ring because I guess they didn't want to take the really weird bump with the gap in between the two rings. That looked dangerous. And yeah, it was a very long, excessively long, extra long, never-ending double ring battle royal. It comes down to Sting and Luger. The best elimination was Rick Rude accidentally eliminates Steve Austin, and then Steamboat skins the cat, and Rude thinks he has him out, and then Steamboat like head scissors Rude out of the ring to eliminate him, and then Rude just yanks Steamboat off the ropes and eliminates him. I enjoyed that sequence, and then Rude got in the ring, I think, and gave like a rude awakening to Sting for good measure. And then it was, isn't that what he did? He did something like that.
Yes, yeah. They did a lot of like what you would later see. Like we always laugh about the WWF and WWE and like what they have to do to baby faces and the overcoming the odds or whatever. Remember here earlier in the night, Sting got destroyed by Abdullah the Butcher. He also ate a rude awakening, but he was able, Joe, to overcome the odds, and the Stinger defeats Lex Luger to win the Battle Bowl.
Yes, he had Luger teetering on the top rope. And then for some reason, he bounces off the opposite rope to get a little extra momentum. But then he just stops running and flips Luger over. Like, he didn't need to run off the ropes to get that momentum. The momentum added nothing, and it was from a very awkward angle. And I still never understand why he goes off the ropes before he eliminates Luger at the end there. But there really isn't much to talk about. It was a very shitty battle royal.
Yeah, it's like 25 minutes, and it goes on and 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 even more. But yeah, eventually it
I feel
is
like
over.
Steamboat was like the only guy who worked real hard.
Nobody worked hard. There was a lot of kick punch. And it's a battle royal, I get it, but like that's fine if it's a 5-minute battle royal or a 10-minute battle royal. But when it's a 25-minute battle royal, the kick punch does get a little old. But I would say the final like 2-3 minutes with Sting and Luger were hot as hell. The crowd was going nuts. I mean, these are two of the bona fide stars of WCW at this time, and the crowd is solidly behind Sting to win this thing as well, because Luger had, obviously pretty recently turned heel, aligned himself with Harley Race or whatever. So yeah, Sting getting that win, getting the title shot at Super Brawl, and he would eventually, of course, win at Super Brawl in what I believe was Luger's final match, I think, in WCW for that run.
Was it?
Because I think he was, because he gave his notice not that far after that. So I think he's done. I don't know if he works anything else after that, but I'm pretty sure that's it for him. He's going to become a bodybuilder, Joe. He's going to join the World Bodybuilding Federation. He's not going to join their competitor, World Wrestling Federation. No. He's going to join the World Bodybuilding Federation, of course.
That's like, you're not lying.
No.
Legitimately, that was the...
right, to get out of his WCW contract, he said, no, in earnest, I know, I'm going to become a bodybuilder. And they're like, all right, well, whatever. And then ended up not working out. All right, we're going to get to the Action Zone tag here in a bit. Joe, I think we're going to have to... Do you want to add... Are you okay adding an hour to the show? I don't want to do I don't think we should do an overrun on this one. We'll do the last hour can be the Observer Awards. Is that okay with you?
I've got no problem with
Let's do that. All right, we're not going to do an overrun. You're going to get a classic 4-hour flagship here on the 10th anniversary. So, yeah.
Really throwing it back.
Yeah. Classic stuff here. All right. Before we get to the Action Zone match, I did want to read this memory. This comes from Alan Forel, the great Alan Forel, one of the early listeners of this show. It says, okay, so I know I was listening quite a while before this, but my earliest stand-up memory, and the one that won me over for life, was Joe Lanza going full-on devil is in the details storyteller about some issue he had with his power or his bank or something that involved him going across town and back to the house multiple times or some shit like that, and I can't even remember what it was about, but the way Joe told the story and how Rich reacted was just amazing. Can you enlighten people as to what this story is?
So I woke up and my power was out. This is when I lived alone.
So this is, what are we talking here? 2015, probably?
Maybe even a little earlier
than
that.
2014, 2015,
like
somewhere in that range.
So my power's out. My phone is dead. My laptop's on like 1%. And I realized what happened. I couldn't, the power company didn't have any kind of auto pay system at that time. And I would always forget to pay the bill. And the reminder that I forgot to pay the bill is that my power would randomly go out. So I wake up and I have no power. I can't find a bill anywhere. I don't have a phone anyway to make a call. My laptop is about to die because it's just been sitting out all night without any power running through it.
Which I will say, this story might sound ridiculous, but try to do anything when your power's out.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
Your brain doesn't. We live in this modern society, and the power goes out, and the first 6 things you're going to think of to do, you can't do.
You can't do.
You think you and your brain's like, just go watch TV. Fuck, all right, let's just go do this. Like, there's things that you think about doing that you then cannot do. You're like, well, I'll just get my laptop out, and motherfucker, it's dead. I can't get Wi-Fi. I can't watch TV. There's no light to read a book. I don't want to read a book anyway. It's just like this
is exactly where it's going. Because then I'm like, oh, well, my laptop's on 1%, but then you don't have internet. Like, so I can't look at. So I'm like, what am I going to do? I feel like I'm in a disaster movie, right? And then I'm like, so finally, I don't even remember, but I finally got the address for the power company. I must have found something with the address on it or whatever it was. Now my laptop's dead. Now my phone is dead, but I have this address, and I'm like, yes. So I go to get in my car, but my car's in the garage, and the garage door opener obviously doesn't work because I don't have any fucking electricity.
Yeah, that's something that's something I discovered a couple of months ago when our power went out, and I was like, that's fine. I'll just go to do something. I'll just go do something. And I was just like, fuck, I can't get out of the garage. It was like, I didn't know how to open my garage door because I just haven't ever had to open it manually. I just hit the fucking button and it works. Can't do that. So I had to figure out how my garage door opened. Yeah, not fun.
Yeah. So now I'm like, shit. Now I can't even get my car out of the garage. I have no way to contact any other human. I've got no power and I'm panicking. Rich, it's 10 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday. And I feel like I'm in like a zombie movie because you don't realize my world collapsed in on me in a 30 to 40 minute span on a Tuesday afternoon at 10 o'clock in the morning because I had no power. And I started to panic and I'm fumbling around in the dark in my garage because I don't have a flashlight. I don't own a flashlight. Because of course Joe Lanza would
the least surprising thing ever is that you don't own a flashlight. Yeah.
Right. So I'm fumbling around in the dark to find the little pin release that you have to pull to open up a garage door when it's connected to an electronic garage door opener. So it takes me like 20 minutes fumbling around in the dark. I got to climb like up onto the car roof to get to the pin. I'm cursing. I'm spitting. I finally get it open. Then I have to manually, and then I'm able to finally manually pull the garage door open, and then I have freedom. Right now my life is saved, and I'm able to get in the car and drive to the fucking electric company and manually pay the bill and get my power turned back on. So that's the story he's talking about. But when I told it on the show, it probably took 20 minutes and had an excruciating level of detail. So, but that's the basic gist of my power out story that Alan is talking about.
Yeah, it was
it's
great.
Terrifying.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, and again, people are probably laughing about this, but I'm telling you, when your power goes out, you will see the first handful of things you think that you're going to do while the power's out, you are not going to be able to do. It sucks. It's the worst. It's brutal.
You're probably asking, Joe, why didn't you just knock on a neighbor's door and get the...
Yeah, right. You don't know Joe, then. If you think Joe's knocking on a door and say, hey, hello, sir.
Can I borrow your cell phone? Can I call the...
You would rather be in a zombie movie than talk to your neighbor, for sure.
No. It's like one of the few times in my... Because you know me, I don't worry about nothing, right? Worrying's a waste of my time. Guns N' Roses, Mr. Brownstone. But that was like one of the few times in my life that I panicked and like didn't know what to do and thought that I was going to die in my house that didn't have power anymore because I couldn't get out of the house. Couldn't figure out how to get out of the house to pay the bill.
You also do, I do this too. I don't know if you do, like you do the, oh my God, the fridge. And I like open the fridge and like anything that I'm like, oh, if this goes bad, like, oh God, I'm thinking about like, I did that once. I was like, you know what? I better cook this thing. Cause like, I don't want it to go bad or whatever. Yeah. Couldn't really cook that well. Like, it's kind of oh fuck, the oven doesn't work. God damn it. Like, you can't do anything. You're fucked. You're done.
Yeah. It's the worst. And like when the power's out in your house, you feel like your house has turned on you. Like your house all of a sudden becomes useless. And it's like just this husk of a home because nothing works. And you never feel less comfortable in your own home than when it doesn't have any power.
Yeah.
It's just a weird, awkward, like indescribable feeling.
Yeah, the last time I just sat on my couch and looked out my window, petting my dogs for like 2 hours. Until I fell asleep at like 7 p.m. and was like, I hope the power comes back when I wake up. And
you're like, this house is fucking useless.
Right. Like, why do I have this thing? This thing's worth. Yeah.
I can't do anything with
just
this
a
house.
window. It's just a window with 2 dogs. I can go anywhere and get a window with 2 dogs. Like, I don't need to pay this mortgage anymore. So yeah,
this house is turning on me. I can't do anything in this house. Yeah, it's awful.
The worst. But all right. So we also on that January 7th, 2015 episode of the Flagship, the Joe and Rich recommend matches to each other. One half of that review was going to be Starrcade 91, and the other half was going to be the Action Zone tag team match from October 30th, 1994. It is Shawn Michaels and Diesel versus Razor Ramon and the 1, 2, 3 Kid. We did not get to it that night. We did not get to it at any point in the last 7 years, but that changes tonight, Joe. Shawn Michaels and Diesel versus Razor Ramon and 1, 2, 3 Kid. One of a cult classic match that if you're in the know, you know about this match. If you're an internet wrestling fan, you probably know about this match. But yeah, anybody who doesn't know about this match, go out of your way to watch this match. I mean, this is an absolute gem on late 1994 WWF. I will read what the Observer said here in November 7th, 1994 Wrestling Observer. The highlight of the weekend was the Action Zone with a tape match with Shawn Michaels and Diesel versus 1, 2, 3 Kid and Razor Ramon. 4.5 stars from Dave, and that was a long period where WWF was not getting very high star ratings from Dave. I thought it was the best WWF television match in well over a year. Diesel was KO'd by a Michaels super kick, and the Faces got one near fall, whatever. Diesel put the big boot in Kid's face for the pin. It was very much like a hot Japanese match for Psychology, and Michaels was out of this world. And I thought what Dave said there, and that's why I wanted to bring it out there, a hot Japanese match. It was like a hot Japanese match for Psychology. I mean, if you close your eyes, you would have thought you were watching, Michinoku Pro, or that this was like classic, Kaientai DX, like 6-man. I mean, these guys, the bell rings and it's fucking action from the moment the match starts to the moment the match ends. Just boom, 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 boom. Just everybody working their asses off. Diesel works his ass off. Shawn Michaels is absolutely incredible. 1, 2, 3 Kid is awesome. Ramon is great. It is an absolute. I don't know if I can even call it a hidden gem, but it is just a match that everybody needs to go out of your way to see. And I don't know how or why it happened. My theory is that Vince McMahon in the back told the guys, it's the Action Zone. We need action. And these guys are probably like, fuck that guy. He wants fucking action. We'll give him fucking action. And they decided we're going to have a 15-minute match where all we do is shit. We're just going to do shit for 15 straight minutes. And let's see if Vince thinks that's action enough. And it was fucking action enough, Joe.
Yeah, there's really nothing like this on WWE TV at the time. WWF. Was it E or F at that point?
Definitely F. It was 1994, Joe.
Yeah. I got no concept of time, man. When did they change
2002.
that shit? Like,
2002 is when they changed it.
A little off.
A little, yeah.
Just,
8 or 9 years, outside. Give or take. Carry the one.
Just
yeah, you're
a bit
all
outside.
Right. Yeah.
Bob Uecker, fucking Major League, right? They went out there and busted it. And then, then they had the segment of the match where Razor was the face in peril, right? And I love this part of the match because Michaels and Diesel are doing all the old school tag team shit, like the abdominal stretch where you reach out and grab your partner's arm when the ref's not looking, and then the ref looks and you let go. Like they kept doing that shit, like it was a 1988 house show, right? But it was all working. The crowd was molten for this. Molten. That was one of my takeaways too, how hot the crowd was for this match.
Yeah, it's amazing that they didn't see this match. It ended and then think, man, we got to have a lot more of that on our shows. Like, not just on the Action Zone, but on all of our shows. Because like you said, this crowd is jumping up and down, grown men just jumping and leaping in the air at every near fall and every kick and every spot going, yes, 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 yes. Like, and these guys felt like the biggest stars in the entire fucking world. Like 1, 2, 3 Kid was great in this match. Like, you leave this match thinking, God damn, we need to have a babyface title run with this guy. Like, this guy's got to be going for the titles. This guy's got, who cares how big he is? Who cares whatever? Like, I can't believe that Vince McMahon would see this match, commentate this match, and then afterwards just be like, well, all right, Undertaker versus Undertaker, here we go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
How would you not think that you need more of this? Like, why was this not all of what 1995 WWF was?
Let me ask you this. Was this the first Action Zone?
This, I believe, was the second Action Zone. The first one, I think, was Brett versus Owen, I want to say. They did a rematch on the first, and that one is great too. So the Action Zone follows a very weird path here. So the first episode, yeah, okay, so I was correct. It is Bret Hart versus Owen Hart. It's fucking great. It's Bret Hart versus Owen Hart. Of course it's great. The second match, Joe, is this match. Shawn Michaels and Diesel versus Razor Ramon and 1-2-3 Kid. So a lot of action on the first two Action Zones, okay?
Well, that's going to be my point, because...
Do you want me to list what the third Action Zone was?
What was the third Action Zone?
It was Tatanka versus Tim McNeely, or McNeely, I don't even know. McNeely? Who cares? Jerry Lawler interview, and then joined in progress, the new Head Shrinkers versus HT Ryder and Mike Sharp.
Listen, this is the Vince McMahon thing.
Action Zone number 4, Joe. Main evented by Jerry Lawler and Spark Plug Bob Holly. Thurman Sparky Plug. Done. 2 episodes. Awesome. Episode 3 stinks. Episode 4 stinks. And the action, you don't hear about Action Zone anymore. I'll tell you that, right? How much Action Zone do you know about?
Well, that's been the WWE playbook going all the way back, because when Vince always would do that. He'd roll out a new show and it would come out hot, right? The reboot of Superstars in 2010 or whatever it was. And all the main event reboots, and then after a couple of weeks, maybe a month, it's what you're talking about now. They become just an afterthought. He stops paying attention and stops putting any care or thought into it, and it just becomes a C show. I mean, we see that to this day. So, doesn't surprise me at all. That's why I asked you if this was the first Action Zone. It was the second Action Zone, which makes sense too, right? Big stars, huge tag team title match, great action. When did Vince stop doing commentary on Action Zone? Probably, I'm going to guess, less than 3 months in.
Yeah, the Action Zone basically ends after 2 months. I think
that's
the
it.
final. I think. Well, actually, you know what? I think it went into 90. So obviously it ended. Let me see if it went into 95. Okay, I'm sorry, it did go into 95 for. God, did it go the whole 1995? I guess it did. It went all through 95 as well. Okay, I don't know if it did. Man, I wonder if it went to 96. It even went to 1996, but I don't remember Action Zone at all after these 2 matches.
Yeah.
Like I don't remember this whatsoever.
USA, right?
Yeah, I believe so. It was like a Sunday morning. Or no, it was like an afternoon. It was like at noon.
Something like that.
Because if you watch, you know what it was? It was like at noon or something like that. Because if you watch the first Action Zone, they do a bunch of like, you're not going to see this action on the NFL, the No Fun League or whatever. It's one of those things where Vince McMahon, who has not watched football since 1967, is going to be like, I don't have any fun in the No Fun League, but here on the Action Zone, you know what I mean? Like just classic, like Vince burying what's that? I'm pretty sure that's what the Action Zone was. It was like a Saturday or Sunday afternoon show.
Well, eventually it became a clip show.
Yeah,
right. It wasn't even. They didn't even have original matches anymore. And I know Vince was, because it lasted like about a year. Vince had to be gone shortly after it. Like once he lost interest in it.
Yeah.
Once it was no longer interesting to him. So that totally explains why a match of this caliber was on there to begin with. And the other thing about it is these were 4 guys who were obviously buddies, and they wanted to work hard and make each other look good.
Yeah.
And that's always so important in wrestling. They wanted to go out there and kill it with each other.
Right, and they were surly to everybody else, and it was Shawn Michaels he wasn't peak Shawn Michaels at this time, but he was still Shawn Michaels, and Diesel was, not the hardest worker at this time as well, and I think 1-2-3 Kid always, he is a hard worker.
He was always worked hard.
And Razor Ramon too. Razor Ramon never gave a shit. He was like, yeah, whatever, dude, we'll work. But
he could always rise to the occasion.
Absolutely, yeah. When he was in there with a guy he knew who sucked, he was just like, whatever, I'll just do the bare minimum. But when he was in there with a guy who was either his buddy or a guy that he knew he could get a good match out of, he could get a good match. So if you got a motivated Michaels, Diesel motivated, 1-2-3 Kid, and Razor Ramon in there with great workers, you have this, where they just went out there, Vince wanted action, and they said, we'll give you fucking action, and then 15 minutes later, it's just, you would have been transported into another era, another realm, another country, another world. I mean, there was nothing like this on WWF ever, before this and ever after this. I mean, it is remarkable what you're seeing here.
Let me pitch you a question.
Go ahead.
Is this the best match of Kevin Nash's career?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You didn't put much thought into that.
No, I think someone's asked me that not that long ago, and I always say this is the one.
Yeah.
This is it. I mean,
Could be. What about, okay, let me throw some at you. What about Bret Hart at Survivor Series?
That one is the close second. That one people do always bring up, and I do think that maybe that there is an argument for that one because that is just him in a singles match, and he does a lot more in that match than he does in this one. There's also the Michaels match.
What about Bret Hart at the Royal Rumble?
Yeah, I don't love that one as much. I would say my number 3 would be the Michaels one, the Good Friends, Better Enemies, or whatever. Or I think that's the tagline for it. That one's pretty damn good. He's out the door.
I'm drawing a blank on that one.
That's like in your house in April after WrestleMania. He's out. Like that's his final match, but he's out there to make Michaels look like $1 million.
Oh, I remember that.
And he goes through the table and they bust their ass. Yeah, that's a really, really good match too.
Did he have anything in WCW of this?
Oh hell no! God no! Nowhere close.
No, I mean even early on, maybe when it was still.
Nah, not really. Nah, not really. I don't think so. At least.
So those would be I think we got all the top contenders then, right?
I think that would be it for me. Yeah, I think that's it.
So, he worked really good with Bret. He had good chemistry.
He did.
Well, I mean, Bret is just Bret. So
I mean, I guess, yeah, true.
But yeah, this might be his best match. You say yes. Okay. Let's see what Cage Match has to say. I'm going to type in Vinny Vegas for shits and giggles. Do the old match guide, right? You got to do the old match guide. The inmates have Diesel, Shawn, the In Your House match you're talking about. They have that first. Is Craich even here? It appears I've lost Craich. I'm going to assume that I'm still live in the chat room. So if someone in the room could let me know that they could hear my voice, I will talk more about the Kevin Nash match guide history while Rich is probably taking a leak or dealing with some kind of dog emergency.
Yeah, it was a dog emergency. I'm back. Sorry.
There he is. Okay, so I pulled up.
Not a dog emergency. When I say dog emergency, not actual problem, just like a dog being loud. So, sorry.
Yeah, we know it's never a real emergency.
No, it might be one of these days, but
we've been listening to this for 10 years. We know. I pulled up the match guide. And according to the inmates, they go with the In Your House match. So
okay. All right.
It edges out the Action Zone tag 8.52 to 8.48.
Oh, it's razor thin, though. Yeah, there you go.
This could change daily.
It might change right now. We may have had, maybe people will watch the Action Zone because of this and get that rating up there. We'll see, though. But yeah, that is. I love this match. This
just for trivia purposes, his highest rated WCW match is Bash at the Beach debut with the Big Angle. So.
Oh, jeez, that's not even. Yeah.
Yeah, well, people like the angle.
It's not a good. Yeah, it's not a good match though at all. Yeah, Nash by that point in WCW realized, I could just do nothing and get paid a shit ton of money. So.
Well,
and more power to him.
Meltzer gave it 3 stars, but the inmates really loved it.
Okay, well. So that is the Action Zone.
Yes, it is.
7 years later, we have finally reviewed Action Zone. We have finally reviewed Starrcade 1991, Joe. So we did it.
All right. Where the hell is this? I got to pull up these Observer.
I got it for you if you want, or I have the link. Do you want me to send you the link?
I want to look at it too.
Okay.
Jeez. My God, I can't look at it too. All right.
Well, I'll read this memory here real quick. Do you want me to read this memory here from? This is from Rich Latta, who's a superstar now in the world of wrestling and music.
Listen,
yeah,
he's too much of a big shot. He's probably not even listening.
No, he's got
No, he's probably
got Mickey Ruckus on one line. He's got all the He's too busy for us. That's fine.
He's probably got a couple broads on each arm. Out here banging groupies. He's got no time for us. Rich Latta. He's got no time. He does the intro now, Rich Latta.
Yeah. Well, he's probably going to ask for residuals now that he's a big shot on the AEW album. So
he probably is going to big time.
Remember where you heard him first, though. Remember where you heard him first, folks. Not us. He has his own podcast, but I heard about him.
Plug it.
Yeah, One Nation Radio, and he says here, One Nation Radio. He's also on the Social Suplex podcast network as well.
Suplex,
Yep. He said, started listening to the Flagship just after the Bryan return to WWE in 2018. Just felt a kindred spirit to my own podcast, which reaches its own 10-year milestone later this year. So congratulations to them as well on One Nation Radio. But Rich and Joe stay away from almost nothing and combine incredible comedy and analysis that really should have the spots over the dopes in wrestling media. God damn right, Rich. You're so right. It's great, though, because you did it your way, building a community, and I'm so proud to slap the $10 on there every single month. Met both Joe and Rich in person, and they were great. I've gotten a chance to contribute a column and some musical stuff to the Dan O'Brien Yes Movement series, which is awesome. Congrats, fellas. And yes, I will never forget when you met Rich Latta at WrestleMania weekend. You walk up, he sticks his hand out and says, "Are you the the Kenta Kobashi of sex?" Yes, and you said, "Yes, sir, I am." And then you guys shook hands, and it was great. What a magical moment that was.
Yeah.
Just completely earnest, too. Like, imagine if another human being, like a non-wrestling fan, was just at that restaurant. Right. Or where did you meet him at the, were you at the, I forget where you were at.
Show.
That was right. You were at a yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like, imagine, okay, so there wouldn't be a normal human being there at that wrestling show. But imagine you were in a place where normal human beings hang out, not a wrestling show at WrestleMania weekend, and saw Rich Latta stick his hand out and go, "Are you the Kenta Kobashi of sex?"
Yeah.
And Joe Lanza to go, "Yes, I am."
Yes, I am. Put it there, pal.
Right, just incredible. Just an incredible moment of.
And it was normal.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. And then just like carried on like nothing happened. Like, did you just ask if he was something like, yeah, just a completely earnest discussion of, "Are you the Kenta Kobashi of sex?" Yeah. "Yes, I am. How are you? Nice to meet you. Let's move on. Let's watch this wrestling show."
And then just hang out.
Right. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Then just hang out and shoot the shit and watch a wrestling show. And that whole crew rolls deep. There's like 1 million of those guys.
Yeah, and they're all awesome too. Yeah, really cool dudes, all of them.
Yeah. And that's just completely normal behavior. But all right, I think I got this. Well, no, of course, because it's the fucking Figure 4 site. All right, here we go.
Yeah, mine broke a few times as well.
Come on, admin Tony, what are you doing here?
Figure it out, pal. But I do want to say we got a lot. I can't read all these on here, but I will try to. I might even do like a collection of all these that we received. But there's some really good stuff here that people send us. Flagship 10 memories. It could be literally an entire show. Maybe I'll do a Patreon show where I read all of them and react to them. But there's so many things in here that I wanted to. One that's awesome. This one guy says, "I remember watching the 1-on-4 BB Hulk versus Mad Blanky match and needing to find someone that talked about a promotion that would even attempt to pull that wacky shit off. Ever since then, I've been hooked."
Yeah.
I haven't seen that match in a long time. I gotta go back and watch that.
That's a great match. The psychology is just, because it's a 1-on-4 match, but, being conditioned to WWE, you expect him to buzzsaw through everybody and then maybe lose at the last guy or something. No, the second guy beats him.
Yeah, right.
The second guy beats him because they don't emasculate their heels. Their heels would look feckless and stupid if this guy just beat them all. So, he got by the first dude, but he can't be, he lost to the second guy. He was, he just
went 1-on-4. He's not going to win. 1-on-4. Yeah.
And, it just goes to, there's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say, and book some pro wrestling. You can do it a lot of different ways, and it's just different philosophies. And, I love the way that match was laid out. It was just, and the babyface lost nothing for it. I mean, he beat.
It wasn't a fair fight. He was a 1-on-4. Like, it's not fair.
That's
so
right.
He's gonna lose.
It added heat to the story and everything, and you don't have to emasculate your heels as a result. So yeah, I remember us spending a lot of time on that match.
I gotta go back and watch it. I haven't seen it in a while. All right, so you have the Observer Awards up.
I got it up.
All right,
I got it.
Let's do this. So again, full circle. Our first show ever, 10 years ago. This week we covered the 2011 Wrestling Observer Awards. So we of course have to bring it complete. Full circle, 360. Bring it all the way back to the 2021 Wrestling Observer Awards. You can find these at WrestlingObserver.com, also F4WOnline.com. Category A awards. We'll start with the Luthez Ric Flair Award. This is the Wrestler of the Year, the Pro Wrestler of the Year, and in a pretty much a big old beatdown here, Kenny Omega wins 629 votes. 3,755 total points here. Number 2, Roman Reigns. Number 3, Shingo Takagi. Round out your top 3 there. But pretty much no competition here. Kenny Omega, the runaway winner for Wrestler of the Year 2021. Okay with you?
Yeah, when you factor in not just AEW, but remember, he popped Impact's television numbers and he popped Impact's pay-per-view. So he went to another company and won their world title and helped their business. And I think that factors in as well. Plus the match quality. So if you're comparing him to someone like Roman Reigns, he certainly had better matches than Roman Reigns. Even if you want to, for whatever reason, give Roman Reigns maybe a business edge or something, I wouldn't. We talked about Roman Reigns on the Overrun last week, and I don't want to rehash all of that, but very at best, Roman Reigns maintained SmackDown's ratings. But he doesn't sell tickets, doesn't push tickets at an exceptional level. You want to give him credit for SummerSlam with John Cena? We had someone in our Discord go and look it up. They sold 30,000 of those tickets before they announced the Reigns-Cena match. So it's kind of like a WrestleMania effect where it's like people just bought the ticket because it was SummerSlam and it was in Vegas. And, so Reigns and Cena didn't necessarily, they didn't. We know that they didn't, draw that house. Could they have if they announced it? But we can't go on hypotheticals, right? So, no, I don't have any problem with Omega. He crushed him in first place votes, 629 to 90. You can't really go Shingo here because New Japan had such a down year from a business perspective, even factoring in for the all of the COVID troubles they had and everything. So, yeah, Omega was the pick. I mean, I don't have any problem with it.
Yeah, purely in ring, I may have preferred Will this year, and I said it was like a neck and neck thing for Will and Kenny. But when you put business into it, and the fact that and we're kind of now we're a few months removed from 2021. I mean, you got to remember too, Kenny Omega, not only was he doing great stuff on AEW and big time pay-per-views, big time matches on TV, all that sort of stuff. Like you said, Impact, doing big time stuff on Impact, moving their ratings, doing that sort of stuff, doing stuff in AAA. I mean, he was popping up everywhere. That guy was wrestling everywhere for a while there, and in top tier stuff, in title matches, in main events, doing all that sort of stuff. He's to me, the easy pick for 2021 Wrestling Observer Wrestler of the Year. Will, I liked a little bit more in the ring, but Kenny, right there, neck and neck with him in the ring, plus all the business factor. It was just a no-brainer for him.
2011 winner, Hiroshi Tanahashi.
There you go. Hell yeah. Yeah, he had 3 straight years. Yeah, 2012, 2013. He won it as well. So good for him.
11, 12, and 13, yeah.
Mixed martial arts most... I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do
that. Okada didn't win this award until 2017.
Wow, really?
Does that surprise you?
I would have thought he would have definitely won it in 2016. How did he not win it in 2016?
AJ Styles won it in 2016.
Huh. All right. Yeah.
So, and Okada has only won it once. That might surprise people too.
Wow, yeah. Holy shit. I'm looking at it now.
Now, in 2017, I mean...
Yeah, there was no choice. I think you weren't allowed to vote for anybody else. It was, there was only one choice that could be. But wow, I'm still a little taken aback by that he only won the one.
Voters in 12 and 13, they got it right because Tanahashi really was the key to his rise. I totally understand that. 14, they gave it to Nakamura, which again, Nakamura had a really great 14.
He was really good that year, yeah.
The one you could argue maybe is 16.
Yeah, that's the one I would take a little umbrage with, but the others are, it's fine.
Yeah, so anyway.
All right, mixed martial arts most valuable. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
As per our tradition,
Usman beat Poirier.
We skip the MMA awards. That's what we've always done.
Gives a shit. All right, most outstanding wrestler. Number 1, Shingo Takagi. Was a close battle here between him and the number 2, Bryan Danielson. Just over 100 points separate Shingo Takagi and Bryan Danielson. 366 votes for Shingo, 319 for Bryan Danielson. Kenny Omega. First place votes. I should have prefaced that. Yeah, these are first place votes. 366 first place votes for Shingo, 319 first place votes for Danielson, and 218 first place votes for Kenny Omega for your top 3. Will, who I mentioned before, came in 4th.
Came in 4th, yeah. Those had to be the top 4. I mean, those are the 4 I grappled with in the FSM Voices of Wrestling deal that we did. I guess I'm unmasking myself in that case.
So you were the JL then?
It was either me or Jerry Lynn. I will not reveal which of us. The thing about it is
there could have been 2 JLs. That's not to say there wasn't 2 JLs. We shouldn't assume that there is just only 1 JL in there.
Does Bryan Danielson even sniff this? He came within about 100 points of winning. Does he sniff this without the AEW?
Of course not. No.
2 months of the year.
He's not even in the top 15 without that AEW run. No, of course not.
He was good in WWE.
He was good, but yeah, it was all done in April. Nobody would have remembered that later into the year.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Danielson nearly won this on the back of 4 months work or whatever it was. or September. He came back in September, right?
Yeah, and it's not like the thing about it's not that unreasonable because he's that fucking great. You know what I mean? Like I saw that and like you should be like, oh man, like Will was doing stuff all year. Like, you know, you got people in the Joshi, you got Phoenix who was doing it all year, whatever. But you're like, fuck, he's so good though, Danielson. Like, I could totally buy voting for Danielson for this. He's so good.
I wouldn't have had any problem with any of the top 4 winning, so I take no issue with this either. I voted Danielson for the FSM Voices of Wrestling deal, but then I regretted it when I went back and looked at Ospreay's year. So I probably realistically think Ospreay had the best year for the 3rd year in a row, but any of those 4 would have been fine with me.
For sure.
2011, don't look it up. You ready?
2011.
You're going to love it.
Oh, I think I know what this one is because it made people really upset, and I think we loved it. I think we just danced on the grave. It was your boy, Dumb Jock Wrestling Hall of Fame charter member, Davey Richards, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that show. I remember us just getting on here and be like, hell yeah, Davey. Because at that time, like, it was already, like, by 2012, like, everybody hated Davey except for you and me.
Yeah.
But 2011, it was starting to bubble up a lot at that time period, but we were still all in. We're still all in. 10 years later.
Oh yeah, I thought Davey I thought Davey was last year. I thought either Davey Richards or Daniel Garcia were the independent wrestler of the year for me. I couldn't decide between the two. I thought Garcia's stuff was peaked higher, but every time I watched Davey and I watched everything I get my hands on, it was just rock fucking.
It was
solid.
professional as fuck. Yeah, he was like he was the best professional wrestler on the indies.
Yes, it's just such a level above nearly everybody else that wasn't Daniel Garcia. You know who's been sneaky good? I hate doing this. Vinny Massaro, that fucking bastard. He's been sneaky good.
He's gonna hear this. He's gonna hear this, and
I know he's gonna hear it.
Puffy chested about that. Yeah.
Hey, he's out there booking himself against all these great workers. I mean, that
right. Yeah, he's got the book. Right? Ishii's coming to town. I'll work Ishii. Oh, okay. Thanks, Vinny. Thanks for taking one for the team.
Hey, you know what, though? He earned it.
No, he did. I just love it. Yeah. All right, who can we put Ishii against? I mean, I'll do it if nobody wants to. I guess I'll just do it. Okay. All right, Vin.
That guy goes back to King of Indies.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. No, he's done some shit and seen some shit over the last 20 years.
You take all those big matches.
Yeah,
take them all, buddy. You've earned them. And you're still delivering. Anyway.
All right, let's get to not doing most outstanding fighter. Why is there most valuable and most outstanding fighter? What's the
same thing with the wrestlers.
Ugh.
One is everything and one is just bell to bell.
Oh, all right. Cool. Tag team of the year. Joe, I'm going to go back a few different years here, okay? I want you to guess. We'll play a little mini game here. Who won the 2014 tag team of the year?
Oh, I know where this game's going. Young Bucks.
Okay. 2015.
Young Bucks.
2016.
Young Bucks.
2017.
The Bucks of Youth.
2018.
Max and Jeremy Buck.
2019.
Bucks.
No! Pentagon and Phoenix, you dumbass.
Oh, they snuck in there?
Yeah, 2020.
Now I'm unsure of myself. Bucks.
Yeah, it was the Bucks.
Okay.
2021, in a runaway, almost doubling number 2 Penta and Phoenix, it is the Young Bucks, who I think this award probably needs to start bearing their name pretty soon, right?
For 2 reasons. One, they won it, what?
So they have 6 out of the last 7, or no, it'd be 7 out of the last 8 now that they've won it.
God damn. And number 2, it would just wind up all of the right people.
Right, exactly. I would do it mostly because they've earned it, but also a lot because it would just get a lot of people really, 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 really upset. So
many people would hate that, like, beyond comprehension.
What about the Usos?
So here's the thing about the Bucks. Like, they are absolutely, without question, don't even have to think about it or debate it, Hall of Famers, right?
My God, yes. Of course, yeah. Moonwalking, like literally moonwalking into the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
One of the easiest candidates that will ever hit the ballot.
Have
to be, right?
Oh, yeah. I said that as far back as like 2017, 2018, that like you really look at these guys and they've been great for like a decade now. I mean, I go back to indies that I was watching and DGUSA and Chikara and going to the shows in 2011, 2012 or whatever. And the Young Bucks were great at that time, like just in the ring. And then you add in the factor of them becoming a top tier team, drawing huge for Ring of Honor, and literally a brand new Major League American Wrestling company being largely built on their backs. I mean, there's no argument anymore. It's a bad faith argument. It's an argument you shouldn't make, and if you're going to make it, you're just a dope. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to really sit down and go, I don't know about the Young Bucks for the Hall of Fame, because no, you're just a dope. You're just there's just no justification for it anymore. Zero.
Any argument for anyone else winning this year?
Yeah, so the other contenders were Penta and Phoenix, FTR, Sabre and Taichi, Siri and Julia from Stardom, the Usos, Orton and Riddle. Davis and Aussie Open, I think, might be a to me, like, they were a decent contender. Like, I may have considered them, but I don't think there was any chance.
They didn't have a deep enough body of work.
Right. That would have been a strictly, like, that would have been voter fatigue. I don't want to vote for the Bucks, but if I'm actually not voting strategically, it's clearly the Young Bucks.
Yeah,
Without
I mean,
question.
Aussie Open just didn't have the body of work, even though they had, the one. I thought the Aussie Open Velocities match was the best tag team match of the year, in my opinion. But I wouldn't have voted them tag team of the year. I may have had them in my top 3. No, I just, and that's the thing. The Bucks usually, they don't just win; they blow everybody out.
Yeah, it's not even
every
close.
year. It's never even close, and it doesn't deserve to be. Orton and Riddle. I mean. Or the Usos, those are probably the top WWE teams. I mean, You're talking about 3 total first place votes. The Bucks had 740. I mean, it's utter destruction. So, and well earned. 2011.
I personally think it's because Dave rigs it, because he's friends with
Oh,
them,
of course. Well,
yeah.
of course,
yeah, that's my theory, Joe. It's my bold take is that they win this because Dave likes them. So,
2011. Giant Bernard and Carl Anderson. Bad Intentions.
So I've watched some of those. I don't know. I haven't watched enough to. Were they weren't that good though, were they? I never really liked them when I watched.
They were okay.
I went back and rewatched a lot of that stuff, and I don't think I really loved it.
We got to find our show to see what we said about this stuff in real time.
Yeah.
But I think that show is long gone.
It lives on a laptop that's sitting next to me that is just absolutely busted beyond belief, that I don't really do not know that I can ever get this thing going again. But if I can, and I have tried, I've sent these laptops to people and said, can you please get the stuff off of it? And a lot of them tell me no, but one day I'll figure it out. But anyway, best on interviews. This was a tight one as well. A difference of about 100 or so points, 150 points or so. MJF narrowly edging out Eddie Kingston. Number 3, CM Punk. All these guys were within a couple of votes of winning. MJF had 392 first place votes, or 329 first place votes. Eddie Kingston had 266. CM Punk 247. So he won a lot on best, in terms of first place votes, but it was a little bit closer than I think anybody. And then those 3 were like leaps and bounds above everybody else. John Moxley was 4th at 404. Dan Lambert was 5th at 308. Not even contenders whatsoever. Well, all these 3 of those guys up at over 2,000. So I have no issue with that because I think MJF is fucking fantastic. So fine with me.
Yeah, I would have went with MJF or Punk. Kingston, I wouldn't have had a problem with. I thought MJF and Punk were better this year, though. It was good to see Lambert in the mix. I think Lambert's fantastic, and he gets real heat. And that's the job of cutting a promo, a heel promo. Roman speaks very confidently and speaks to his character. So very well earned in the top 10. I'll say this. I love that Edge finished 14th and barely got any support.
He's below Tam Nakano, who none of the listeners don't speak her. I promise you, 95% of the people voting in the Observer Awards do not speak her language, and she still beat Edge.
Yeah, because the thing, could you believe that dork was on his stool again this week?
I couldn't believe it. Oh my god, I saw images of Edge on a stool, and people are retweeting it and doing this, and I'm thinking, oh man, is this like the anniversary of his return to WWE or whatever, or an anniversary or whatever? And then I find out he did it this week. He's sitting on there going, I WrestleMania, and I'm like, what are we doing? Get out of your fucking chair, you dork. Go away.
Spittle coming out of his mouth. Oh, it's so bad.
It's terrible.
I honestly would have voted him worst on interviews.
Yes,
I cannot stand his promos.
Oh,
it's just fucking. It's like high school theater level. Fucking
honestly, you say that, but that's demeaning to high school. To me, it's a little demeaning to high school theater.
He fucking stinks. 2011, CM Punk.
Fair.
Pretty obvious. All right, what do we got next?
All right, promotion of the year.
Yeah, I mean,
Dragon Gate. It did it. I can't believe it. What an upset for Dragon's Gate. I love that Dave still uses Dragon Space Gate, even though they haven't been that for like 2 years now.
I still do that too.
You still do too, yeah.
I refuse to do the all lowercase one word.
It's tough. It's tough. I eventually have taught myself to do it. They received 2 first place votes. Dragon's Gate, Triple H's favorite promotion. But All Elite Wrestling, Joe, they had 817 first place votes. They nearly doubled, or they actually over doubled their number 2. Stardom number 2 with 158 first place votes. New Japan Pro Wrestling, only 17 first place votes, 1,722 points. That breaks so AEW obviously won it in 2020, and this is wild because New Japan won it in 2012. They won it in 2013. They won it in 2014. They won it in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. AEW then took it in 2020. And now I think AEW is going to have it for a little bit here. I don't think New Japan's getting it back anytime soon. So back-to-back years for AEW.
You tend to go on runs with this one.
Yeah.
Ever since the mid-'90s, you go on runs. I saw someone make a tweet. They're like, oh, you look at the promotion of the year, and it's just whatever the hot promotion is. And it's like, yes.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. You're right.
Why would that not be the case?
Right, 1983, Jim Cracker Promotions. 1984, New Japan. 1985, All Japan. 1986, Mid-South. 1987, New Japan. 1988, New Japan, yes. 1989, UWF in Japan, yes. 1990, All Japan, yes. 1991, All Japan. 1992, New Japan, yes. Yes, you're right, sir. 1999.
Even recent years, like the New Japan run in the mid-90s, then WWE in the Attitude Era, then Pride, then Noah in the mid-aughts.
Yeah, then UFC.
And when UFC got hot, then New Japan, now AEW.
Right.
And it's like,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah, it's exactly what the award is, yes.
Those promotions were hot and good. Why would you not vote for them? Like, this award is like, this one never misses. How can you dispute any of these? I can't argue with any of these. AAA in 94.
Of course. Yeah. They actually nailed this better than you would actually think. Like, you would think it would take a couple years for AAA but no, it was like the year that AAA was fucking awesome. They won it.
They won it.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, you can't really get into disputes until the early 90s where you can argue between maybe All Japan and New Japan some of those years. Otherwise, this award is dead on every fucking year and the right place wins. And it's like not even worth like discussing.
Yeah.
Unless you want to argue UFC isn't wrestling, but if it's combined, UFC earned every one of those.
Absolutely.
Maybe you could argue like maybe the last couple they won, maybe, but who were you going to go with during those years in wrestling in 2010 and 2011?
Yeah, I mean, other than like you would have maybe gone like Ring of Honor or whatever, but that's a hard argument to make other than just like what they did.
Very hard.
But, yeah.
You either have to go WWE for business or go really early on New Japan, because New Japan really 2012 was the first year they probably should have won it. 2011.
They did win 2012. They won 2012.
They did win 2012.
Yeah, so there you go. It speaks to your point.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I don't know. That award never fucking misses. What's next?
Best weekly TV show, AEW Dynamite in a blowaway, defeating AEW Rampage. And number 3, New Japan Strong. 908 first place votes for AEW Dynamite. Just an absolute destruction of all the other ones. That's third year in a row for Dynamite. They won in 2019 and 2020.
Yeah, the WWE fans were mad about SmackDown finishing 4th, but I will still say I thought SmackDown stunk more often than not. I really didn't like that show.
Yeah, SmackDown received 4 first place votes. So
Impact was really an under the radar decent show for most of the year. I thought NXT UK, if you're looking down ballot, I think NXT UK probably should have finished a little higher. It's better than AEW Dark. It's better than NXT was last year. So it should have finished ahead of both of those. But yeah, obviously Dynamite should have been the winner. I have no problem with that. Would that have been your pick?
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think
2011 was Friday Night SmackDown. I have no recollection.
I have zero recollection of the SmackDown in 2011, but I'll trust the voters of the Wrestling Observer Awards for that one. Pro Wrestling Match of the Year. Joe, if you followed the Voices of Wrestling Match of the Year, exactly the same winner. Young Bucks versus Penta and Phoenix from All Out in Chicago. 288 first place votes, 2,000 126 total points. Number 2 was Will Ospreay and Shingo Takagi from May 4th. And then number 3 was Kenny Omega versus Bryan Danielson from September 22nd as well. So followed very similar. Their number 5 match, the Stardom match, that was exactly the same as we had. Walter Hayashishita, I believe is how you say it's there. I don't know how to. But so that was there. I'm also trying to read this at the same time to try to and looking at our thing. Yeah, the top 10 is pretty much our top 10 exactly. I'm trying to match up our exact top 10. But yeah, for anybody who's like, the Voices of Wrestling guys, they just, they don't know. It is, I'm trying to do, okay. Same exact number 1. Our number 2 was Danielson Omega. That was their number 3. Our number 3 was Paige and Danielson, and that is their number 4. Shingo and Will was our number 4. That's their number 2. Same with the Stardom match, number 5 on both. Walter and Dragunov, that was our number 6. That was their number 6. Our number 7 was Ibushi and Jay White. Their number 7 was Ibushi and Jay White. Their number 8 was Kenny and Paige. That was out of our top 10. Their number 9 was Will and Shingo. That was out of our top 10. And their number 10 was Danielson and Suzuki, which was out of our top 10 as well. Our top 10 rounded out with Okada and Ospreay, Baker and Rosa, and then Tanahashi and Shingo was the rest of our top 10. And those are all in the honorable mentions as well. So they were all pretty close.
2011 was Punk Cena, relevant to this show today.
Absolutely. The show exists because of that match. So this website exists. So there you go. Great stuff. There. All right. MMA Fight of the Year. We're going to skip that. All right. Category B awards. We'll go a little bit closer with this. This is United States and Canada MVP was Kenny Omega. Japanese MVP was Shingo Takagi. I have no issues with either of those.
No, I don't. No. Those are rightful winners. These awards didn't exist.
Yeah, these are new awards. Mexico MVP was Vikingo, by the way.
So hard because CMLL was just a complete non-entity during the COVID. So you got to go with a AAA guy, and Psycho Clown finished second.
I'm just glad Kenny Omega didn't win because that would have made people so mad. It's not improbable that he would have won that, but yeah, it would have made people very, very upset. So thankfully he didn't win that.
And Europe again, it's really just last year it was really just NXT UK and Rev Pro. For a little bit of progress with no fans, so you want to throw that in the mix, and everybody else just kind of gearing back up. And Ospreay won it, so really can't argue with that one either.
Europe, yeah, like you said, Europe MVP Will Ospreay. The Danny Hodge Award, the non-heavyweight MVP, Darby Allin. I don't even remember, when did they start this award? I don't even remember this one, but
yeah, a couple years ago. So, Darby doesn't really wrestle in a junior division, but he's certainly a non-heavyweight wrestler. And from that standpoint, I don't really have a problem with this because he did become a legitimate drawing card for the company. And, I could totally see what the voters were thinking with this.
All right, so we'll move on to women's wrestling MVP. That was Utami Hayashishita, as I said, from Stardom, 362. She narrowly edged out Britt Baker with this award, and Siri, also from Stardom, at 106 was the round out the top 3. Bianca Belair, number 4. Charlotte Flair, number 5.
I don't watch Joshi, so I can't have an opinion.
Yeah, that's
it doesn't make sense to have an opinion if I'm not watching half of the world of women's wrestling. So it's okay. I'm sure the voters got it right. I don't know.
Then we'll move on to. Do you want to do best box office draw? Pro wrestling with CM Punk. It's the dumbest award. It's the dumbest award.
Now, Dave doesn't let people vote anymore, but I don't know.
Yeah, because he's right. Because who cares? What am I going to say?
It's not right. There's still subjectivity to it. Where's this objective list of
There's
pro
not an objective list. It's just dumb. I just don't want to vote for it.
You could still argue it. You can argue.
No, you can.
You can argue Punk's resume versus John Cena's resume, and then have different opinions. You know what I mean? So it's I never agreed with people who said it shouldn't be voted on because my counter was always, all right, well, where's this list of objective top draws? It doesn't exist.
Right.
You can look at it so many different ways: television ratings, tickets, merch. So it's I don't know, but he listened to all the mutants who said we shouldn't be voting on it, and now we don't vote on it anymore. There's no reason not to vote on it. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a funny one, but yeah. All right, let's move on here. Feud of the year: Kenny Omega versus Hangman Adam Page. Hayashi Shita and Siri was number 2, and number 3 MJF and Chris Jericho. Where do you land on that?
I don't know. I always struggle with this one. I guess that's fine. I mean, in terms of drawing money, I don't know. I don't have a pick for this. I probably would have abstained. I always struggle with feud of the year. I don't think feuds are as intense as they used to be in general. Although the CM Punk MJF feud this year,
I was going to say, I think I got to vote for next year already. I mean, what we're doing right now is some next level shit here in that feud. That might be the early winner for 2022. But yeah, feuds is tough. I don't know that Kenny and Paige ever got to the level that I would consider it a feud of the year, but I guess it is. I don't know. Yeah. So the other wrestling contenders was, again, Joshi, which you and I didn't watch, so we can't say. MJF and Chris Jericho, which was good, but I don't know if I'd say it was a feud of the year. CM Punk and Eddie Kingston. I don't quite put it on that level. Reigns and Brock Lesnar. Will and Shingo, that's just kind of a series of matches. I mean, honestly, Nick Gage and Matt Cardona would be right up there for me. That may have been my vote, honestly, in terms of like an actual feud, which actually felt like it had heat.
Which actually felt like it had, that's
right,
been the problem.
Right.
So I don't really have a pick. 2011 was Cena and Punk. So.
And then we'll move to most improved. Tay Conti won this. Number 2 was Dante Martin. Number 3 was Saya Kamatani from the Joshi world as well.
I might have went with Fred Rosser.
Fred Rosser's a great pick there. Jeff Cobb, number 4. I mean, come on, Jeff Cobb. What are we doing?
Hey, that's not a bad one. I mean,
I guess.
But I may have went with Rosser. I still think Tay Conti definitely improved. I think she's still a little overrated.
I think I would probably put her at most improved because she came from like literally like we have nothing. This woman has nothing. There's no reason to keep her on the roster to like being a competent pro wrestler. And I think that would be enough of a move for me to consider her. This award's tough. I probably would vote her just because she, like I said, she went from spare part to like competent, and I think that's enough.
I don't have a problem with her winning.
Yeah,
I mean, I would have went with Rosser myself because I thought he was pretty nothing, and now he's like legitimately really good.
Oh yeah, he's great. I did like this vote too. Bryan Danielson, he got 12 votes.
I can see it.
Which honestly, I saw a lot of people getting upset about it. If you're considering that this man transformed from flying goat, underdog, yes guy to fucking Bryan Danielson again, like, yeah, I could see if you didn't know ROH Bryan Danielson, and this is like your scope of Bryan Danielson is the last decade, you would think, holy shit, this guy got really good over the last, like,
From a certain standpoint, I don't have a problem.
I get it, yeah. It might be a little bit of like a tongue-in-cheek vote, but it's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. I didn't mind that one. Most charismatic, CM Punk won in a runaway. MJF was number 2, and yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's an easy one. 2011 was The Rock, which was probably also a very
yes.
easy one.
I think The Rock was a good choice in 2011.
Most improved 2011 was Dolph Ziggler, by the way.
Okay.
Dolph Ziggler. All right.
I'm fine with that. That's fine. Yeah. That one works. The Bryan Danielson Award, Best Technical Wrestler, Joe. It was Bryan Danielson.
Well, he didn't win it for a long time.
He did. He took it away. Yeah, Zach. So we should point here. Bryan Danielson won this award in 2005, in 2006, in 2007, 2008, 2009, and 2010, and also 2011, 2012, 2013. Okay, the award needs to be named for him. That's fine. But then in 2014, Zack Sabre Jr. won, and he did not give it up. 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, Zack Sabre Jr. was your winner for the Best Technical Wrestler, but Bryan Danielson has taken it back from him and won the award.
Rightful winner. Based on those last 3 months. I mean, just phenomenal technical wrestling. I mean, I talked about it on TV reviews today, just the match with Garcia. Like, there's this misnomer that I hate grapple fuck. No, I like good grapple fuck. Action grappling, where guys look like they're trying to finish each other and hurt each other. And that's what Danielson, that's the kind of grappling that Danielson does. So, I like that stuff when it's done in that way.
Yeah.
So, rightful winner.
There's a lot of really good contenders there. I think Danielson's a good contender. Zack Sabre Jr., who I think is always a pretty good contender. Gresham, obviously, you could have easily voted Gresham, like you said. There's more than ever at these last few years. I think you've had some good technical wrestling come back. Where for a while it felt like, it's like obvious that it should go to either Sabre or Daniel Bryan. I think or Bryan Danielson or whatever. But this year, I think there was 3 legit contenders in Sabre, Gresham, and Danielson, and that was all kind of represented there. Bruiser Brody Memorial Award, Best Brawler, Jon Moxley won it, just narrowly edging Eddie Kingston, and number 3, Tomohiro Ishii.
Yeah, I mean, Moxley is a brawler. The classic Bruiser Brody, Cactus Jack sort of brawler doesn't really exist like it used to. But probably, I'm trying to think outside the box, but I really can't come up with anyone. So no, I don't have. This is another category that I always struggle.
I struggle with this one. There was a while where I stopped even voting for it just because I just didn't know that I felt right. I struggle with what I consider a brawler or whatever, so I always kind of skip this one.
Because our deathmatch guys brawlers.
That's what I mean. I don't know. Yeah, and like
kind of thing.
In this case, Nick Gage, he was voted like 8th, and Matt Cardona was honorable mention. I don't know. Yeah, it depends. I struggle with what I consider a brawler, so I've always had an issue with that. So
I wouldn't vote for Gage anyway because I think he stinks. But guys of that ilk, I don't even know if they're
right. Am I supposed to vote for Alex Colon? I mean, Alex Colon, I think, is a pretty good deathmatch wrestler. Am I supposed to am I voting for him? Like, I always struggle with that because you look at some of the history of the war and it's a lot of Cactus Jacks, but like Bruiser Brody won it a bunch of years. I get it with Stan Hansen, yes, like that award makes sense for a Stan Hansen. We don't really have any Stan Hansens anymore, so I don't know what to do with this award.
Yeah,
necessarily. So
Kevin Steen won in 2011.
Yeah,
Kevin
there you
Steen.
Go. He was doing a lot of fun plunder stuff at that time, too, so that's fine. Best Flying Wrestler, Ray Phoenix, with 619 points for, like that, nice fitting point total here for Ray Phoenix. Best Flying Wrestler, Ray Phoenix, in a runaway. Vikingo, number 2, and Dante Martin, number 3.
Look, I'm not ever going to argue with Ray Phoenix winning this.
No, he's fantastic.
We should probably stop voting for Will Ospreay.
I agree, yeah.
Just looking at some others, I don't think Sammy Guevara belongs on here. The rest look fine. 2011 was Ricochet.
Shun Skywalker's kind of a funny one too, because it's like,
yeah, I don't know. He only got 9 votes. Though.
Yeah,
a lot of times though with the down ballot, it's like you're like, what the fuck, and then you're like, oh, they got 6 votes.
Yeah, right. Like I should be upset about 9 votes for Shun Skywalker. Right. So.
But Ray Phoenix is awesome, and Vikingo is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, he does stuff that no one can do. So.
Yeah, I think every year it should pretty much be between. I think now Dante Martin's added himself in there, but I think for the next few years it's probably Phoenix, Vikingo, and Dante Martin.
Wait till Darius Martin comes back.
That's true. That's true.
I think Darius is better than Dante, and that's scary. But I think that we'll see how he is when he comes back from this, torn ACL or whatever it was. But that's, I think people forget, like, Darius was considered the bigger prospect than Dante, and Dante just blew up this year. So that's interesting.
Most overrated, which, again, is most overpushed. Number 1 was Evil at 194. Roman Reigns was number 2 at 101, and Omos at 85.
Look, I don't think Roman should have gotten a single vote for this.
I agree.
Look, he might not be the level of star that they portray him to be, but I don't have any problem with him being pushed. Now, is it from the standpoint of pushing him too hard because he beats everybody? Maybe that's what people were thinking. But at least they're pushing someone in a company where it's like no one else gets pushed. But again, I don't think he belongs there. Evil, I completely understand it. Almost you get it because he stinks. Keiji Muto probably would have been my vote.
Yeah, it would have been my vote in a runaway would have been Keiji Muto.
So, he probably would have been my pick. But, Dominic Mysterio is an interesting one, too.
That's a great pick. Yeah.
He didn't get pushed hard enough, though, I don't think, to seriously, consider him for the award, though, right? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, just literally putting him on your television, I think I would consider that possibly being worth.
2011, Rich, Crimson
Whoa, yeah, he was pushed a lot. I don't know. Wow, I don't know if I would.
Remember when TNA factored into these awards at all? I mean,
yeah, right.
A different time.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know. If Crimson. I don't remember that. I'll be honest.
I don't remember anything about his 2011.
Yeah, the Crimson 2011 run. I don't remember that much.
We need the tapes.
We do need the tapes. Most underrated. This is a great one. I think WWE wrestlers won this award for like 15 straight years.
Since 2002. No. That's incorrect.
Yeah, you got to go back. I think
99.
Yeah, all the way back from 1999. This year's winner, congratulations to back-to-back winner, Rick O'Shea. Congratulations to Rick O'Shea for...
all but 1 year since 95.
Man,
yeah, Rick O'Shea is your back-to-back winner. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think I'd probably vote for Ricochet,
yeah.
I'm trying to be different, but I can't really come
It's probably Ricochet, yeah. Chad Gable is number 2. That'll probably be rectified this year, I think, because obviously they found a comedy thing for him. I mean, you can't just have the guy wrestle. He's got to do comedy stuff. Number 3, Mustafa Ali. He'll always be a good contender for this. Ricky Starks at number 4. What do you think about that? That's kind of an interesting one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you consider him underpushed? Yeah, I think I don't, because he, like you said, he broke his fucking neck. Like, what do you want from the guy? He broke
his neck, and he's also treated okay. I mean, he's the top guy in Team Taz. He won the feud against Brian Cage, and they're just being careful with him because of the neck. You can see that they like him and they treat him well, and I don't think he was underpushed. I think they're just being careful with the injury.
Mm-hmm.
Ali, I may have voted over Ricochet because I think Ali might have more star potential.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially at this point, now that Ricochet feels like he's not, like he's been beaten down and battered so much that it's hard to even buy him as, like, even if they wanted to say, all right, let's do it, let's make a Ricochet. Like, I think you're probably too far gone at this point.
Finn Balor is a good one too.
Finn Balor's a great one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cesaro, the recently departed Cesaro. Yeah, he was an honorable mention.
Yeah.
As well. Rookie of the Year, Jade Cargill. I don't think there's even the other contenders.
2011 was Dolph Ziggler, by the way.
Oh, for most underrated, yeah.
Okay, so Rookie of the Year, I stepped on Jade Cargill there.
Yeah, Jade Cargill, easy winner, almost by 200 points or 200 votes here. Jack Cartwheel, number 2. Lady C, number 3. Nick Wayne was number 4. And Yuki Arai was number 5. You also had Ninja Mac, Colton Gunn, Kevin Knight, Oiwa Fujita from New Japan, Quinn McKay. I don't know. Okay.
I guess from the standpoint, Cargill does come across. Cargill legitimately exudes star power.
Yes, yeah. She should win this. She should win this award this year.
Based on that alone, I mean, because the ring work, no, but there's not another super strong contender. Look, Nick Wayne is a much better wrestler than Jade Cargill. There's no question about it. Pretty much everyone on this list is a better wrestler than Jade Cargill. But I think Jade Cargill's legitimate star energy sort of overpowers the rest of the people on this list.
Yeah, I would agree.
So I get it, and I don't have a problem with it.
You try with this award to vote for people that you think are going to be projectable stars.
And you're not supposed to do that.
Right, but people do that.
You're supposed to vote for the person who just had the best year.
Mm-hmm.
But people always project with it, and it's impossible not to. 2011 was Daishi Hashimoto.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, but again, I think if there was a super strong bell-to-bell rookie in a major promotion, you could make an argument, but there wasn't. A lot of these good bell-to-bell rookies were indie wrestlers who don't have any charisma. And I think that her charisma and star power, there's a bigger gap between her charisma and star power than the gap between their wrestling and her wrestling, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly.
She's already a draw. Like, she's popping quarter
hours.
Oh,
yeah. She's already like a quote-unquote star. Like, I don't know if she's a full star with a capital S, but she's getting right there. I mean, she's really close to getting there, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Best non-wrestler, Paul Heyman.
I thought he had the least interesting year of his entire career with the bug eyes and the tribal chief.
That's so bad.
So he wouldn't have been my vote. I find him incredibly off-putting in all of the wrong ways. I thought Dan Lambert smoked him. I thought Don Callis smoked him. Anyone that finished in the top 6 on this list, I probably would have voted over Heyman because I found Heyman's I found him very cringe. Year.
The guy who finished number 2 would probably be my number 1. I thought Don Callis was really good this year.
He's really good.
He
almost won.
He almost won. Yeah, he was right neck and neck. I mean, yeah, between 5 votes would have gotten Callis there. Number 3 was Dan Lambert at 158. Taz is a good pick too, man. More for 2020. I think Taz is a better guy in 2020 than he was in 2021, but I think Taz still fucking rocks in a lot of ways. So.
Yeah, he had a better year in 2020. You're right. He did less talking because they're letting Starks talk more. So Taz isn't doing all of the talking for the group anymore. And he's always like the 3rd or 4th chair in commentary. So he was kind of toned down a bit. 2020 would have been the year. You're right.
And then 2011, Ricardo Rodriguez, your Alberto Del Rio.
That was a cool gimmick.
It was fucking great. Yeah, the honking, a nice car comes in. You got the big announcer. Yeah, it was a fun time. Definitely a fun time for a while there. All right, so let's get to best television announcer. Joe, you're seething by this. Excalibur was the winner of best television announcer. But
I'm not seething.
I don't know. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I don't hate the guy. I just, I think he'd be best suited as a 3rd chair. That's all.
My vote would have been the man who I read the name and I went, who the fuck is this guy? And then went, wait, yes, I know who this is, but I've just never seen the name listed as it is. Number 8 was Jay Church.
And
I read the list and I was like, who the fuck is I'm thinking it's some terrible indie announcer that just screams all the time and people are like, oh yeah, Jay Church who does, this dumb indie and this dumb, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. Like, how did that many people vote for it? I'm like, wait a minute, Jay, yes, of course, Jay rules.
Like Excalibur though, I think he'd be best suited not doing as the lead announcer. I don't think he should be the lead announcer. I think he should be the number 2 or number 3 chair. Number 2. He's an analyst. He's not a play-by-play guy.
I think he does a pretty damn good job. But
I think Dragon Gate would be strengthened immensely with a really good play-by-play guy, and then Jai is the other. That'd be an incredible booth. He's not bad at play-by-play. I just think he'd be better as just the information guy, the fill-in-the-gaps guy.
I will say this award, it reached an nadir for a little while where it felt like we were just voting for, like people had to legitimately vote for Matt Stryker for a couple of years, but we have entered a pretty good run. Excalibur, I think, is a great pick. Kevin Kelly, I think, does a tremendous job. Tony Schiavone, great. Pat McAfee was good, now is horrible.
More on him in a minute.
Yeah, Stuart Fulton, who I think does a pretty good job on Noah. Taz, who I think is good. Ian Riccoboni, who could easily win this award every single year as well. Couldn't Catch Me Dead voting for Jim Ross, but 14 people still did. And Chris Charlton, 10 people voted for him as well. So.
Yeah, and Chris is good in his role. There's a lot of good announcers. There's also a lot of bad announcers.
Yes. 2011, by the way, Joe Rogan was your winner for best announcer.
Yes.
So, worst television announcer, Corey Graves, I think is a great pick, but there are a lot of contenders, as you said, Joe. So Corey Graves won it pretty easily. Number 2, Michael Cole. They should name this award after Michael Cole. He's won it a lot of times as well.
Michael Cole shouldn't even be on this list.
Yeah, I think he's perfectly...
At this stage of his career, he's fine.
Yeah. Matt Stryker, always a great contender because he's so bad. And Virk, who should definitely. I feel bad because he was like good technically. It's just like
he's fine.
He should not have been in that role. I'm not gonna fault the guy who
shouldn't have been in the role, and he wasn't even that bad.
Yeah.
And he also said, "I'm out. This sucks," and he quit on his own.
Yeah.
So respect to him.
I agree there. Chris Jericho.
Whatever.
Yeah. Beth Phoenix, who fucking awful. Pat McAfee, who. There was a brief period where I was like, maybe they found a guy. He is among the worst announcers in WWE now, if not
Pat
the worst.
McAfee is fucking horrible, and if Kevin Gill didn't exist, he should run away with this award. Pat McAfee is irritating. I can't even leave. And at one point, he was really good at the job.
Mm-hmm. They did it again. They could do it to everybody. They can always do it.
They just turn up the worst things about the person,
yeah.
And then they're no longer good. He sucks, and it's crazy because there's a lot of people whose opinions I respect who think he's really good. And that's fine. I mean, it's just but I think he's fucking terrible. I think he's bad beyond belief. Like really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Not as bad as Kevin Gill. Kevin Gill is worse at announcing than any other person in wrestling history has been bad at anything.
Yeah, he finished 9th, by the way, just below Mark Henry and right in front of Byron Saxton, which I think is
my top 3 would be Kevin Gill, Pat McAfee, Matt Stryker.
There you go. I think
Stryker's worse than McAfee. No,
I think McAfee's worse. I do want to give it. I feel bad. He did an honorable mention, and I think that's probably where I would put him. Honorable mention to Alex Kozlov, who gosh darn it, he tries. He's brutal. He's so bad.
You know what? I got to sneak him in there somewhere somehow.
Like I feel terrible because he's got good info. But he just
yeah, he stinks too.
He's not good at all.
I'll put him at 4 and Beth Phoenix at 5.
There you go. That's fair.
Mark Henry's brutal. Too,
Mark Henry is real bad.
They quickly got him out of the role.
And now he just goes, "It's time for the main event," and then he leaves, and you never hear from him again. Like, is that guy like? Is he there?
If he's not the most valuable person of all time behind the scenes doing stuff that the camera never catches, he is the worst signing in like years that a pro wrestling promotion has ever made. But I understand he does a lot of stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, right.
Maybe he's great for the company in that regard. But if he isn't,
but on camera, not adding a whole lot.
Oh my God, he adds nothing. Yeah. Nothing. He adds nothing.
All right, best major wrestling show. We'll go quickly over these last few ones here. Best major wrestling show, AEW All Out. I mean, we did a show immediately after and called it one of the greatest wrestling pay-per-views ever, if not the greatest wrestling pay-per-view ever. So an easy contender to win this.
Deserved winner. 2011 was Money in the Bank, which obviously is very relevant.
So if you want to win, guess what won in 2020, Joe?
What was that?
AEW Revolution. I was also there. So if you want to win this award, you put a show in Chicago and you invite me. Or it happens in Tokyo when New Japan is good. One or the other, it's going to work out pretty well for you. So, all right, worst major show of the year. I always struggle with this one because I tend to kind of get rid of a lot of the really terrible ones, but WWE Survivor Series won. Was Survivor Series egregiously worse than anything else? Why do I not remember how bad this was?
Rich, pull it up. It's awful. It was awful.
Huh.
Now, listen, a lot of these shows were terrible. Don't get me wrong. But Survivor Series, and plus it had the recency bias of happening in November.
Mm-hmm.
I think that helped it. It was really a bad show, though. Pretty brutal. But you really can go wrong with any of these shows on this list. All these WWE shows were pretty bad.
I forget they had the Rock 25th Anniversary Battle Royal.
Yeah.
That was the show where they were really just begging and hoping that The Rock would show up sometime during
the show.
Well,
not even, just trying to deceive people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So sleazy on top of it.
Oh, and then Reigns beat Big E with ease. Yeah, all right. That's fair.
It was a terrible show. Victory Road in 2011. Tell me about 2011 Victory Road.
Okay, let's pull up the card for Victory Road 2011, Joe. All right, so your main event of Victory Road 2011. Oh, well, yeah, a good contender. Sting defeated Jeff Hardy in 1 minute and 28 seconds. Yeah, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
When your one half of your main event shows up inebriated, that would I would certainly put it up there. Mr. Anderson and Rob Van Dam ended in a double count out. TNA, everybody. AJ Styles defeated Matt Hardy. Beer Money defeated Ink Inc. Remember Ink Inc?
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. Kazarian defeated Jeremy Buck, Max Buck, and Robbie E in an Ultimate X match. So great use of the Young Bucks.
That main event is obviously infamous for being one of the worst main events in pay-per-view history. I don't know if it was worse than that Game Changer main event I just watched, but it was really bad.
And then Hernandez and Matt Morgan in a First Blood match. So that's all right. That was Victory Road. All right, best wrestling maneuver: buckshot lariat, Adam Page.
I mean, I get it. Big finishing move, exciting.
It was the most important move of the year, so that's fine.
And that can factor into your voting. Yeah. I still think Will Ospreay's Hidden Blade is the best.
I love the Hidden Blade. Yeah, the Hidden Blade would get my vote forever for every single year. Until
it's just executed so well. Looks like it kills the guy. I'd probably vote for that too every year until someone else comes up with something. But I don't mind Buckshot Lariat winning this. Ricochet's double rotation moonsault.
I fucking love that move. Yeah, that's great.
2011.
All right. This one of the favorite awards every single year here. Most disgusting promotional tactic. And oh boy, was there a lot of contenders in this year. You have the number one winning in a landslide, WWE firing wrestlers during a pandemic while setting record profits. So there you go. Number 2, believe it or not, push down. WWE continued the relationship with Saudi Arabia.
Imagine that not winning.
I know, like, it's that what an upset that. And guess what? The 2020 winner was.
Yeah.
WWE firing people during a pandemic while still making record profits. And then 2018 was WWE doing business with Saudi Arabia after the journalist's murder. And then 2019 was WWE continuing to do business in Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia, firing people during a pandemic, firing people during a pandemic. There you go. Number 4 was WWE handling of COVID. Number 5 was Triller having a Vander Holyfield box. Did he really do that?
Yeah.
No. Number 6 was Joey Ryan booking himself on a show claiming it was for a women's charity. I don't even remember that.
Yeah, and he had to pull off of it.
Oh, God. Dana White running full house shows with no masks. Number 8 was WWE false advertising of talent they know won't appear. Number 9 was Liv Morgan scripted to say that Becky Lynch's contract is why wrestlers are fired. Remember that dork-ass promo?
That's kind of the same as using releases and storylines.
Yeah, it is. I find this one, number 10, WWE changing NXT. Like, disgusting.
There's nothing disgusting about it.
Disgusting, yeah.
No.
And then it tied Joe Rogan promoting COVID misinformation.
But again, now we're talking like 10 votes.
Yeah, these are pretty low ones. But yeah, the best part ever is going back and looking at the previous winners for the most disgusting promotional tactic. The best of all time is that people always will look back. Because now we live in, like, WWE is working with a murderous regime to get paid millions of dollars. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we have now, where they're, like, setting billion-dollar profits and firing people and then saying it's for budget cuts. In 1981, simpler times, LaBelle Promotions' usage of the monster, claiming he was built in a laboratory, was...
Yeah, just a wrestler with a monster.
Right, a wrestler called the monster, and people were like, no, I'm not going to stand for this. Like, that man was not built in a laboratory. I'm not letting this stand. So,
how about 83? WWF pretending Eddie Gilbert had rebroken his neck after an original legit injury in an auto accident.
right.
Simpler times, right?
Just simpler
People
times,
were irate that they were telling you that he rebroke his neck because he really had a broken neck earlier.
Right.
That wouldn't even come in the top 50.
Right. 1992, WCW pushing Eric Watts. Bill Watts pushing his son. People are like, no. Disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah.
Where would nepotism rank now? Like top 25, top 30?
Which, to be fair, that did break up a pretty good run of disgusting. 1985, the usage of Mike Von Erich's near fatal illness to sell cotton bowl tickets. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. 1986, equating an angle of Chris Adams' blindness with the real death of Gino Hernandez. Okay.
This is called the Fritz Von Erich run.
Yes, because he had a good little run here. World Class's handling of the actual death of Mike Von Erich this time. Yeah. Fritz Von Erich's fake rush with death. And then in 1989, you did get a little weird ones too. Jose Gonzalez's babyface push by World in Puerto Rico after he legitimately stabbed and murdered a man. And then in 1990, Atsushi Onita doing a stabbing angle with one Jose Gonzalez as well. So,
right, they recreated the murder of Brody by having, it's just you can't even fathom it.
Yeah,
you know, those are legit winners.
Yes, those are pretty good. And that's bookended 1991 WWF exploiting the Persian Gulf War. Okay, and then in 1992, Bill Watts pushing his son.
Yeah. You know. Or 93 Cactus Jack amnesia angle.
Yeah.
You know, that's like very tame, but I don't know. Take your pick with WWE.
It did get back in 97 Melanie Pillman interview on the Raw the day after Brian's death.
Oh yeah.
1998 WCW exploiting Scott Hall's drinking problem for angles. And then 1999, which I don't probably have to tell you what won that one, but WWF continuing the Over the Edge pay-per-view after the death of Owen Hart. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And then worst television show was Raw in what, I mean, should have been 100% of the votes. Should have been for Monday Night Raw.
Disagree. NWA Power is way worse than Monday Night Raw.
That's true.
Way worse.
Out of sight, out of mind for Raw. And this marks the 1, 2... Oh, no. Impact broke it up for a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight years now for WWE Raw. winning.
I know people think I'm nuts. I thought SmackDown was worse than Raw too, but I get that I'm an outlier there. I mean, SmackDown was just repetitive nonsense for the first half of the year. I hate that fucking show. That show sucks so bad.
I think you hate it because people like it, but you know it's bad, and I think you fight against people being like, oh, well, Raw stinks, but SmackDown's still pretty good. And you're like, no.
I see what you're saying. I don't. Right. I'm not saying it's bad because people like it, but I probably think it's worse because I think it's bad and people say that it's good. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You're probably right about that.
Like to you, it comes across worse because people are like, SmackDown was pretty good. Raw is usually pretty bad, but at least you have SmackDown. You're like, no, it's just as bad. It's Blue Raw. It's so bad.
Really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just bad in different ways. But Power is worse than all of them. It's not even a comparison. NWA Power is just, I can't even, I don't have adjectives to describe how bad that show is.
Worst match of the year, some really good contenders here. Damian Priest and The Miz, that's one where zombies were involved. So when a man gets eaten by zombies, that's a pretty good contender for worst match of the year. But I will raise you. Randy Orton versus The Fiend. This is the box-like structure match from WrestleMania. Randy Orton versus Alexa Bliss. Remember what?
Oh, yeah.
Great angles during that point. That was when Alexa Bliss, not a child, was humping Randy Orton a bunch. Britt Baker and Rebel versus Nyla Rose and Vicky Guerrero. I don't even remember that match.
Oh, that was awful. Yeah.
It sounds terrible. It sounds pretty bad. Alexa Bliss and Shayna Baszler from June. I don't really remember that one. I'm sure it was bad, though. She was spooky and scary and stuff. Yeah, it was bad.
Oh, yeah. That sucked. Yeah.
Number 6, though, should have gotten farther up on this list. Sarai versus Lash Legend.
Oh, yeah.
When we talk about truly bad wrestling, I mean, that is, and that was taped.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they edited.
That's when I made you watch live on the show. It was terrible.
They edited that, and that was the result. Those were the good parts of that match.
I know. How about B-Fab versus Elektra Lopez in the fucking match, finishing 9th? That's terrible, too. Yeah.
2011. Sting versus Jeff Hardy. Yeah, pretty good winner.
Jericho and Gage. I know down ballot, 19 votes. Who cares? But that was fine.
That's ridiculous. Yeah,
that match was fun.
Worst feud of the year: Randy Orton versus The Fiend and Alexa Bliss. I mean, yeah, there's no other votes. it's so
no need to debate it. I mean, that's got to be it.
1000%. Randy Orton versus The Fiend and Alexa Bliss. 100%. The way it needed to be. 2011. Triple H and Kevin Nash, which I would agree with as well, and I'm sure I agreed with that at the time of that show too. So yeah. Worst promotion of the year: World Wrestling Entertainment.
I mean, they made more money than any promotion ever made in the history of wrestling. So from that standpoint, you can't vote for them. I probably would have went CMLL.
Yeah, the WWE one seems kind of absurd when they made $1 billion that they could be the worst. It's one of these weird things where you have to kind of weigh the business versus the. But yeah, I'd probably go CMLL because they were like bad. They weren't even around. They didn't even know what to do. Like it was a disaster for CMLL.
So I don't know. It depends the way you view it. So.
You'll like this one. Best Booker, Tony Khan with 722. Number 2, Rossi Ogawa. Number 3, Sean Shelby. I don't know. He must be an Omega. I don't know who Sean Shelby is. Number 4 was Gato. Number 5, Brett Lauderdale.
Come on. Jesus Christ.
Number 6, no Sour Run guy.
Yeah. This becomes. See, here's the thing. Back in the 80s, people knew the booker of every territory. Now people just vote for, like, you don't know the bookers of all of these promotions. So you just vote for the booker that you know is book. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Because we laughed about that a couple years ago where, like, Gato and Jado won it for a bunch of years in a row. And then somewhere along the line, they just took Jado off. And now it's just only Gato won it.
Well, wasn't, you know what caused that? When Jado went to Noah.
Yes. Oh, that's right.
And booked it poorly. So then people just voted for Gato because Jado was in Noah. But then when Jado came back, people just kept voting for Gato because they were so... They're like, well, Jado must suck.
Right. All of Jado's ideas are bad, so we're not going to vote for him anymore.
But my point is, like, nobody knows. Like, very, very, very few people know who books Dragon Gate. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Who books All Japan? Who books who's booking the NWA right now? Like, nobody. Like, back in the day, everybody knew who the bookers were.
Yeah, 1986, you knew Dusty Rhodes, Virgil Runnels was definitely booking. The national, like Eddie Gilbert in 98, you knew that. Baba in 89, 90, 91, like you knew that. So that makes it pretty easy.
With that said, I thought AEW was the best booked promotion. So
for sure. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Promoter of the year, Tony Khan, beating out Dana White, Rossy Ogawa, Brett Lauderdale, Takeaki Kadani, and number 6 was Vince McMahon. I mean, I feel like when you make $1 billion, you probably deserve to be in this list a little bit. I get it, though. I get it. But I think he has to beat out Brett Lauderdale.
People don't like how he's damaging, the perception of wrestling, and also
for sure. They
don't like the sleazy underhandedness of the. Look at the most disgusting promotional tactics.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
So that has to factor, and also, the product itself stinks. So it's not just who made the most money in a lot of people's eyes. And AEW did grow.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. I just find it funny that Brett Lauderdale is a better promoter than Vince McMahon.
Yeah, than the promoter who made the most money in a single year than any other wrestling promotion ever in the history of the earth.
Yeah,
and he's finishing with 9 votes.
Has 50 less votes than Brett Lauderdale. I don't know. It seems.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it's not exact. You're right. Should not be finishing behind Brett Lauderdale.
Right. Best gimmick. What are these people doing? People must have just started abstaining from this ballot at this point. Roman Reigns, what are we doing here? Come on.
They like the head of the table.
They love head of the table. They acknowledge that he is the head of the table. Orange Cassidy, Adam Page, Malachi Black, and Danhausen with number 5. So Jesus Christ, what a murderer's row there. So
I'm just disgusted that RK Bro got votes. God, that sucks.
Joe, one of them is dumb, and the other one.
You want to vote head of the table? That's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. CM Punk won this in 2011. So
I don't even know what I would vote for here for best gimmick. I don't. No clue. I'd have to really put some thought into it.
Worst gimmick: Alexa Bliss in a fucking landslide. Not even close, and I'm down, man.
I mean, House of Torture's up.
Oh, they're really close. Yeah, Nikki Ash was number 2. I don't think I would have voted for Nikki Ash.
That's just a kid's character.
Yeah, I would vote some combination of The Fiend and Alexa, and my number 2 would be House of Torture. If I could vote, I'd vote for all 3 of them at the same time. I think they're all great.
The Joe Gacy one is a nice under-the-radar one.
That is a good, those 26 people that voted for that, good pick by them. That's
whatever Dewdrop is, that's not bad.
I do like the 20 people. I didn't vote this year, but I could have seen myself voting for Big Money Matt Hardy, too. I fucking hate Matt Hardy.
Hey, you know what? High five to the 12 people who voted for Best Friends. I fucking hate Best Friends.
There it is.
Thank you, 12 people.
2011, the worst gimmick was Mike.
Best Friends is a bunch of dorks. I cannot stand Best Friends. I want Trent to just turn on all of them and just go heel. That's what
now that he's bald and he's all ripped up and yeah, it would be good. But
he doesn't fit like the others. They could all do their comedy dork stuff. Chuck Taylor, Danhausen, OC, right? Even Statlander with her dumb nose boop, right? I have no use for it. Trent should turn heel and leave the Best Friends. I do not like. 12 people are thinking like me. What's next?
I should point out 2011 Michael Cole heel announcer was the worst gimmick, which makes up. All right, Joe.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
We've finally done it. Best pro wrestling book. There was
we
not.
Did what? Get killed again? What do you mean we finally?
Well, yeah, we got killed again. We didn't win. Came in second though.
Yeah, but we got crushed.
It depends how you look at it.
We beat Chris Jericho.
We beat Chosen Destiny by Drew McIntyre with his stupid sword. All right.
Yeah.
Hit the bricks, like pal. That. Truth be told, B. Brian Blair go. Go F off, B, all right? Because butts in seats?
Eat shit, Shivani.
Yeah, eat shit, you fucking dork. Tim Hornbaker, I like your other books. Master of the Ring, Buddy Rogers, that one stunk. You deserved your spot number 5.
Did you read that?
I didn't read that one. I've read all of his other stuff, and they're all really good. So I'm sure that one's actually good, too. So
hey, we beat Chris Jericho's cage match listing.
Yeah, exactly. I was really worried about that one. When people were saying, oh, you guys contenders? I said, well, we're not going to beat Moxley. And we're not going to be Jericho's thing either. So yeah, no, don't even, you can vote for us if you want. We'd appreciate it. It's probably not going to happen, but narrowly edged us out. We had 22 votes. Thank you to all 22 people who voted for the Voices of Wrestling New Japan Year in Review. Mox by John Moxley narrowly edged us out at 482. So
was that our highest finish, number 2?
I think so. Did we finish second to? I think in 2019 we finished second to 100 Things a WWE Fans Should Know and Do Before They Die by Brian Alvarez. So
yeah.
And then I think we finished number 2 in 2020 as well to the Young Bucks. Oh no, there was those Observer yearbooks, which those shouldn't count anyway. By the way, first off,
so we have finished number 2 before.
We have finished number 2 before, yeah. That's it. We're not going to do. I don't think the book's happening again. So.
Right.
Thanks a lot, guys. That was our last chance. Now we can never do it. So.
Yeah.
Great. But you know what? Jericho, Drew, Hornbaker, Dave Meltzer, 1993 Wrestling Observer Yearbook, Brian Blair, Tony Schiavone, eat shit, all you guys.
Yeah,
Whooped
eat
all
my
your
dirty
asses.
asshole.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to bathe for eat my dirty asshole. You got left in the dust.
Butts and seats. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Tony, go back to fucking Gwinnett Braves or whatever the hell you were doing before. All right. Best Pro Wrestling Documentary, Dark Side of the Ring, Brian Pillman. It's our final one here. Won this one. Dark Side of the Ring won, what was it? 8 out of the 10 here. Dark Side of the Ring, Brian Pillman was number 1. Dark Side of the Ring, Plane Ride from Hell was number 2. Nick Gage was number 3. Grizzly Smith was number 4. The Onita one was 42. Collision in Korea was number 6. That one was not good. Number 7, Chris Canyon.
Shouldn't this have been like up for best TV show and instead of
just gobbling up every documentary one? Yeah, that would have been a little weird. Yeah, kind of strange. Steroid Trials, the A&E Bret Hart biography, and the A&E Steve Austin biography rounded out the top 10. So,
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, they won in 2019 and 2020. Yeah, it's kind of weird to put them as, but whatever. Who cares? You know, it's fine. Yeah. And they will have the Shad Gaspard award winners for 2021 will be in the next issue of The Observer. But thank you to everybody who listened, who stuck with us for the whole 4.5 hours. Thank you to everybody who stuck with us for the last 10 years. Thank you all. God, I hope we don't do a 20th anniversary. I really don't want to be doing the show that long.
Oh, you'll be doing it.
But I think I'll probably be doing it. But Joe, thank you as well for all the ups and the downs and the highs and the lows and many more highs than lows. So
lots of downs.
No, there's been more ups than downs. The downs suck, but the ups are good. But no, it's been a blast, and I really do appreciate it. It's been awesome to do this, and yeah. No,
thank you, sir.
No, I mean this earnestly. Like, I'm glad we do. I joke about it, but it's the highlight of my week every single week. So
the highlight of your week.
I live a very boring life, Joe. It's a pathetic week. So.
No. I think we've created something special, and it's. I don't think I could do this without the stuff that you bring to the table. So, no, I feel the same way. So I'm glad that people listen. And I'm glad that people support it, and I'm glad that you put up with all of the shit that I've drug into your kitchen over the years as well. So that doesn't go unnoticed or unappreciated. So yeah. And I have like no voice now.
Yeah, I have no voice. I'm not good at mushy stuff. I'm not good at being this sort of stuff. So we're just gonna sign off here, Joe. That's it. 4.5 hours, and that is done. Oh, fuck. All right, I gotta go to bed. I can't. We didn't do Hood Killa.
Oh, Urban Wrestling Federation?
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm gonna break it down quickly. Urban Wrestling Federation. Hood Killa.
For too long, we've lived in a world of canceled and delayed. No more. Those plans you've been making, they're on. Thanks to OnGo, the #1 ranked at-home rapid COVID-19 test. So that vacation where you get to swim with the pigs, it's on. Your friend's wedding that was pushed back 4 times, it's on. The roar of the stadium, it's on too. OnGo, COVID-19 test results in minutes. OnGo is available at letsongo.com/radio and Amazon. This product has been authorized by the FDA during the public health emergency only, and only for the detection of proteins from SARS-CoV-2, not other viruses. The claim #1 ranked is supported by ECRI's usability evaluation conducted in December 2021.